She tried to turn their thoughts in some other direction, on what they could do for mother. On what, for this was a more efficacious way of putting it, what father would have wished them to do. Margaret was more successful than Mr. Hale in her efforts. The children, seeing their little beauties lie in action close around them, began to try each one to do something that she suggested towards redding up the slightly room. But her father set too high a standard, and too abstract a view, before the indolent invalid. She could not rouse her torpid mind into any vivid imagination of what her husband's misery might have been, before he had resorted to the last terrible step. She could only look upon it as it affected herself. She could not enter into the enduring mercy of the God who had not specially interposed to prevent the water from drowning her prostrate husband. And although she was secretly blaming her husband for having fallen into such drear despair, and denying that he had any excuse for his last rash act, she was inveterate in her abuse of all who could by any possibility be supposed to have driven him to such desperation. The masters, Mr. Thornton in particular, whose mill had been attacked by Boucher, and who, after the warrant had been issued for his apprehension on the charge of rioting, had caused it to be withdrawn, the union, of which Higgins was a representative to the poor woman, the children so numerous, so hungry, and so noisy, all made up one great army of personal enemies, whose fault it was that she was now a helpless widow. Margaret heard enough of this unreasonableness to dishearten her, and when they came away she found it impossible to cheer her father. "It is the town life," said she. "Their nerves are quickened by the haste and bustle and speed of everything around them, to say nothing of the confinement in these pent-up houses, which of itself is enough to induce depression and worry of spirits. Now in the country people live so much more out of doors, even children, and even in the winter. But people must live in towns. And in the country some get such stand-in habits of mind that they are almost fatalists. Yes, I acknowledge that. I suppose each mode of life produces its own trials and its own temptations. The dweller in towns must find it as difficult to be patient, as the country-bred man must find it to be active, and equal to unwanted emergencies. Both must find it hard to realize a future of any kind, the one because the present is so living and hurrying and close around him, the other because his life tempts him to revel in the mere sense of animal existence, not knowing of, and consequently not caring for any pungency of pleasure, for the attainment of which he can plan, and deny himself and look forward. And thus both the necessity for engrossment, and the stupid content in the present, produce the same effects. But this poor Mrs. Boucher, how little we can do for her! And yet we dare not leave her without our efforts, although they may seem so useless. Eh, papa? It's a hard world to live in. So it is, my child. We feel it so just now, at any rate, but we have been very happy, even in the midst of our sorrow. What a pleasure Frederick's visit was! Yes, that it was, said Margaret brightly. It was such a charming, snatched, forbidden thing. But she suddenly stopped speaking. She had spoiled the remembrance of Frederick's visit to herself by her own cowardice. Of all faults the one she most despised in others was the want of bravery, the meanness of heart which leads to untruth. And here had she been guilty of it. Then came the thought of Mr. Thornton's cognizance of her falsehood. She wondered if she should have minded detection half so much from any one else. She tried herself in imagination with her Aunt Shaw and Edith, with her father, with Captain and Mr. Lennox, with Frederick. The thought of the last knowing what she had done, even in his own behalf, was the most painful, for the brother and sister were in the first flush of their mutual regard and love. But even any fall in Frederick's opinion was as nothing to the shame, the shrinking shame she felt at the thought of meeting Mr. Thornton again. And yet she longed to see him, to get it over, to understand where she stood in his opinion. Her cheeks burnt as she recollected how proudly she had implied an objection to trade in the early days of their acquaintance, because it too often led to the deceit of passing off inferior for superior goods, in the one branch, of assuming credit for wealth and resources not possessed, in the other. She remembered Mr. Thornton's look of calm disdain, as in few words he gave her to understand that, in the great scheme of commerce, all dishonorable ways of acting were sure to prove injurious in the long run, and that, testing such actions simply according to the poor standard of success, There was folly and not wisdom in all such, and every kind of deceit in trade, as well as in other things. She remembered, she, then strong in her own untempted truth, asking him, if he did not think that buying in the cheapest and selling in the dearest market proved somewhat of the transparent justice which is so intimately connected with the idea of truth, and she had used the word chivalric, and her father had corrected her with the higher word, Christian, and so drawn the argument upon himself, while she sate silent by with a slight feeling of contempt. No more contempt for her, no more talk about the chivalric. Henceforward she must feel humiliated and disgraced in his sight. But when should she see him? Her heart leaped up in apprehension at every ring of the doorbell, and yet, when it fell down to calmness, she felt strangely saddened and sick at heart at each disappointment. It was very evident that her father expected to see him, and was surprised that he did not come. The truth was, that there were points in their conversation the other night on which they had no time then to enlarge, but it had been understood that if possible on the succeeding evening, if not then, at least the very first evening that Mr. Thornton could command, they should meet for further discussion. Mr. Hale had looked forward to this meeting ever since they had parted. He had not yet resumed the instruction to his pupils, which he had relinquished at the commencement of his wife's more serious illness, so he had fewer occupations than usual, and the great interest of the last day, or so Boucher's suicide had driven him back with more eagerness than ever upon his speculations. He was restless all the evening. He kept saying, "I quite expected to have seen Mr. Thornton. I think the messenger who brought the book last night must have had some note, and forgot to deliver it. Do you think there has been any message left today?" "I will go and inquire, papa," said Margaret, after the changes on these sentences had been rung once or twice. "Stay, there's a ring." She sat down instantly, and bent her head attentively over her work. She heard a step on the stairs, but it was only one, and she knew it was Dixon's. She lifted up her head and sighed, and believed she felt glad. "It's that Higgins, sir. He wants to see you, or else Miss Hale. Or it might be Miss Hale first, and then you, sir, for he's in a strange kind of way. He had better come up here, Dixon, and then he can see us both, and choose what she likes for his listener." "Aye. Very well, sir. I've no wish to hear what he's got to say, I'm sure. Only, if you could see his shoes, I'm sure you'd say the kitchen was the fitter place." "He can white them, I suppose," said Mr. Hale. So Dixon flung off, to bid him walk upstairs. She was a little mollified, however, when he looked at his feet with a hesitating air, and then, sitting down on the bottom stair, he took off the offending shoes, and without a word walked upstairs. "Sarvant, sir," said he, slicking his hair down when he came into the room. "If who'll excuse me looking at Margaret for being on my stockings, I see been tramping a day, and streets is none o' th cleanest." Margaret thought that fatigue might account for the change in his manner, for he was unusually quiet and subdued, and he had evidently some difficulty in saying what he came to say. Mr. Hale's ever-ready sympathy with anything of shyness or hesitation, or one of self-possession, made him come to his aid. "We shall have tea up directly, and then you'll take a cup with us, Mr. Higgins. I am sure you are tired, if you've been out much this wet relaxing day. Margaret, my dear, can't you hasten tea?" Margaret could only hasten tea by taking the preparation of it into her own hands, and so offending Dixon, who was emerging out of her sorrow for her late mistress into a very touchy, irritable state. But Martha, like all who came in contact with Margaret, even Dixon herself, in the long run, felt it a pleasure and an honor to forward any of her wishes, and her readiness, and Margaret's sweet forbearance, soon made Dixon ashamed of herself. "Why, master, and you must always be asking the lower classes upstairs, since we came to Milton, I cannot understand. Folk at Helstone never brought higher than the kitchen, and I've let one or two of them know before now that they might think it an honor to be even there." Higgins found it easier to unburden himself to one than to two. After Margaret left the room, he went to the door and assured himself that it was shut. Then he came and stood close to Mr. Hale. "Master," said he, "you'll not guess easy what I've been tramping after today. Special if you'll remember my manner o' talk yesterday. I've been a seeking work." I has, said he. I said to Missile, I'd keep a civil tongue in my head, let who would say what would. I'd set my teeth into my tongue sooner nor speak I haste. For that man's sake, you'll understand. Jerking his thumb back in some unknown direction. No, I don't, said Mr. Hale, seeing he waited for some kind of assent, and completely bewildered as to who that man could be. That chap is Leicester, said he, with another jerk. Him as went and drowned at himself, poor chap. I did not think you'd got it in him to lie still and let the water creep over him till he died. But you know. Yes, I know now, said Mr. Hale. Go back to what you were saying. You not speak in haste, for his sake. Yet not for his sake, for where'er he is, and whatever, he'll ne'er know other climbing or cold again, but for the wife's sake, and the bit's old childer. God bless you, said Mr. Hale, starting up. Then, calming down, he said breathlessly, What do you mean? Tell me out. I have told you, said Higgins, a little surprised at Mr. Hale's agitation. I would not ask for work for Missile, but them's left as a charge on me. I reckon I would ha' guided Bechet to a better end, but I set him off OTH road, and so I mun answer for him. Mr. Hale got hold of Higgins's hand and shook it heartily, without speaking. Higgins looked awkward and ashamed. Though, der master, there's ne'er man, to call a man, amongst us, but what would do th same, aye, and better too, for, belie me, is he ne'er got a stroke o' work, nor yet a sight of any. For all I telled Hamper that, let alone his pledge, which I would not sign, no, I could not e'en for this, he'd ne'er ha such a worker on his mill as I would be, he'd ha none o' me, no more would none o' th others. I'm a poor black feckless sheep, children may climb for aught I can do, unless, parson, you'd help me? Help you? Come. I would do anything, but what can I do? Miss there, for Margaret had re-entered the room, and stood silent, listening. Has often talked grand o' the South, and the ways down there. Now I do not know how far off it is, but I've been thinking if I could get him down there, where food is cheap and wages good, and all the folk, rich and poor, master and man, friendly like, you could, maybe, help me to work. I'm not 45, and I've a deal o' strength in me, meester. But what kind of work could you do, my man? Well, I reckon I could spade a bit, and for that, said Margaret, stepping forwards. For anything you could do, Higgins, with the best will in the world, you would, maybe, get 9 shillings a week, maybe 10, at the outside. Food is much the same as here, except that you might have a little garden. The childer could work at that, said he. I'm sick o' Milton anyways, and Milton is sick o' me. You must not go the South, said Margaret. For all that, you could not stand it. You would have to be out all weathers. It would kill you with rheumatism. The mere bodily work at your time of life would break you down. The fare is far different to what you have been accustomed to. I see not particular about my meat, said he, as if offended. But you reckon on having butcher's meat once a day, if you're in work, pay for that out of your 10 shillings, and keep those poor children if you can. I owe it to you, since it's my way of talking that has set you off on this idea, to put it all clear before you. You would not bear the dullness of the life, you don't know what it is, it would eat you away like rust. Those that have lived there all their lives, are used to soaking in the stagnant waters. They labor on from day to day, in the great solitude of steaming fields, never speaking or lifting up their poor, bent, downcast heads. The hard spade work robs their brain of life. The sameness of their toil deadens their imagination. They don't care to meet to talk over thoughts and speculations, even of the weakest, while this kind, after their work is done, they go home brutishly tired, poor creatures, caring for nothing but food and rest. You could not stir them up into any companionship, which you get in a town as plentiful as the air you breathe, whether it be good or bad, and that I don't know, but I do know, that you of all men are not one to bear a life among such labors. What would be peace to them, would be eternal fretting to you. Think no more of it, Nicholas sighed Beg. Besides, you could never pay to get mother and children all there, that's one good thing. I've reckoned for that. One house mun do for us and the furniture o' t'other would go a good way. and men there mun have their families to keep, and mappen 6 or 7 childer. God help 'em, said he, more convinced by his own presentation of the facts than by all Margaret had said, and suddenly renouncing the idea, which had but recently formed itself in a brain worn out by the day's fatigue and anxiety. God help 'em. North and South have each get in their own troubles. If work's sure and steady there, labor's paid at starvation wages, while here we in rock so money coming in one quarter, and ne'er a farthing th next. For sure, th world is in a confusion that passes me or any other man to understand. It needs feddling, and who's to feddle it if it's as yon folks say, and there's not but what we see. Mr. Hale was busy cutting bread and butter. Margaret was glad of this, for she saw that Higgins was better left to himself, that if her father began to speak ever so mildly on the subject of Higgins's thoughts, the latter would consider himself challenged to an argument, and would feel himself bound to maintain his own ground. She and her father kept up an indifferent conversation until Higgins, scarcely aware whether he ate or not, had made a very substantial meal. Then he pushed his chair away from the table, and tried to take an interest in what they were saying, but it was of no use, and he fell back into dreamy gloom. Suddenly, Margaret said she had been thinking of it for some time, but the words had stuck in her throat. Higgins, have you been to Marlborough Mills to seek for work? Thornton's? Asked he. Aye, I've been at Thornton's, and what did he say? Such a chap as me is not like to see the measter. Th or Luker bin me go and be d. I wish you had seen Mr. Thornton, said Mr. Hale. He might not have given you work, but he would not have used such language. As to th language, I'm well used to it. It do not matter to me. I'm not nesh missile when I'm put out. It would teach fact that I were not wanted there, no more nor any other place, as I minded. But I wish you had seen Mr. Thornton, repeated Margaret. Would you go again? It's a good deal to ask, I know, but would you go tomorrow and try him? I should be so glad if you would. I'm afraid it would be of no use, said Mr. Hale, in a low voice. It would be better to let me speak to him. Margaret still looked at Higgins for his answer. Those grave, soft eyes of hers were difficult to resist. He gave a great sigh. It would tax my pride above a bit. If it were for Missile, I could stand a deal o' clemming first. I'd sooner knock him down than ask a favour from him. I'd a deal sooner be flogged Missile. But you're not a common wench, axing your pardon, nor yet have your common ways about you. I'll e'en make a wry face, and go at it tomorrow. Dunna you'll think that he'll do it. That man has it in him to be burned at the stake afore he'll give in. I'll do it for your sake, Miss Hale, and it's first time in my life as e'er I give way to a woman. Neither my wife nor Bess could e'er say that much again me. All the more do I thank you, said Margaret, smiling. Though I don't believe you, I believe you have just given way to wife and daughter as much as most men. And as to Mr. Thornton, said Mr. Hale, I'll give you a note to him, which, I think I may venture say, will ensure you a hearing. I thank you kindly, sir, but I'd as lief stand on my own bottom. I do not stomach the notion of having favour curried for me, by one as doesn't know the ins and outs of the quarrel. Meddling twixt master and man is liker meddling twixt husband and wife than aught else. It takes a deal of wisdom to do ony good. I'll stand guard at the lodge door. I'll stand there fro 6 in the morning till I get speech on him. But I'd liefer sweep th streets, if paupers had not got hold on that work. Dunna yo hope, miss? There'll be more chance o' getting milk out of a flint. I wish yo a very good night, and many thanks to yo Dot. You'll find your shoes by the kitchen fire. I took them there to dry, said Margaret. He turned round and looked at her steadily, and then he brushed his lean hand across his eyes and went his way. How proud that man is, said her father, who was a little annoyed at the manner in which Higgins had declined his intercession with Mr. Thornton. He is, said Margaret. Though what grand makings of a man there are in him, pride and all. It's amusing to see how he evidently respects the part in Mr. Thornton's character which is like his own. There's granite in all these northern people, papa, is there not? There was none in poor Boucher, I am afraid, none in his wife either. I should guess by their tones that they had Irish blood in them. I wonder what success he'll have tomorrow. If he and Mr. Thornton would speak out together as man to man, if Higgins would forget that Mr. Thornton was a master, and speak to him as he does to us, and if Mr. Thornton would be patient enough to listen to him with his human heart, not with his master's ears, you are getting to do Mr. Thornton justice at last, Margaret, said her father, pinching her ear. Margaret had a strange choking at her heart, which made her unable to answer. I, thought she, I wish I were a man, that I could go and force him to express his disapprobation, and tell him honestly that I knew I deserved it. It seems hard to lose him as a friend just when I had begun to feel his value. How tender he was with dear mamma! If it were only for her sake, I wish she would come, and then at least I should know how much I was abased in his eyes. Chapter 38. Promises fulfilled. Then proudly up she rose, though the tear was in her ee. Whatever ye say, think what ye may, yes get no word frae me. Scotch Ballad. It was not merely that Margaret was known to Mr. Thornton to have spoken falsely, though she imagined that for this reason only was she so turned in his opinion, but that this falsehood of hers bore a distinct reference in his mind to some other lover. He could not forget the fond and earnest look that had passed between her and some other man, the attitude of familiar confidence, if not of positive endearment. The thought of this perpetually stung him. It was a picture before his eyes, wherever he went, and whatever he was doing. In addition to this, and he ground his teeth as he remembered it, was the hour, dusky twilight, the place, so far away from home, and comparatively unfrequented. His nobler self had said at first, that all this last might be accidental, innocent, justifiable, but once allow her right to love and be beloved, and had he any reason to deny her right? Had not her words been severely explicit when she cast his love away from her? She might easily have been beguiled into a longer walk, onto a later hour than she had anticipated. But that falsehood, which showed a fatal consciousness of something wrong, and to be concealed, which was unlike her. He did her that justice, though all the time it would have been a relief to believe her utterly unworthy of his esteem. It was this that made the misery, that he passionately loved her, and thought her, even with all her faults, more lovely and more excellent than any other woman. Yet he deemed her so attached to some other man, so led away by her affection for him, as to violate her truthful nature. The very falsehood that stained her, was a proof how blindly she loved another, this dark, slight, elegant, handsome man, while he himself was rough, and stern, and strongly made. He lashed himself into an agony of fierce jealousy. He thought of that look, that attitude, how he would have laid his life at her feet for such tender glances, such fond attention. He mocked at himself, for having valued the mechanical way in which she had protected him from the fury of the mob. Now he had seen how soft and bewitching she looked when with a man she really loved. He remembered, point by point, the sharpness of her words. There was not a man in all that crowd for whom she would not have done as much, far more readily than for him. He shared with the mob, in her desire of averting bloodshed from them. But this man, this hidden lover, shared with nobody. He had looks, words, hand cleavings, lies, concealment, all to himself. Mr. Thornton was conscious that he had never been so irritable as he was now, in all his life long. He felt inclined to give a short abrupt answer, more like a bark than a speech, to every one that asked him a question, and this consciousness hurt his pride. He had always piqued himself on his self-control, and control himself he would. So the manner was subdued to a quiet deliberation, but the matter was even harder and sterner than common. He was more than usually silent at home, employing his evenings in a continual pace backwards and forwards, which would have annoyed his mother exceedingly if it had been practiced by any one else, and did not tend to promote any forbearance on her part even to this beloved son. Can you stop? Can you sit down for a moment? I have something to say to you, if you would give up that everlasting walk. He sat down instantly, on a chair against the wall. I want to speak to you about Betsy. She says she must leave us, that her lover's death has so affected her spirits she can't give her heart to her work. Very well. I suppose other cooks are to be met with. That's so like a man. It's not merely the cooking, it is that she knows all the ways of the house. Besides, she tells me something about your friend Miss Hale. Miss Hale is no friend of mine. Mr. Hale is my friend. I am glad to hear you say so, for if she had been your friend, what Betsy says would have annoyed you. Let me hear it, said he, with the extreme quietness of manner he had been assuming for the last few days. Betsy says that the night on which her lover, I forget his name, for she always calls him he, Leonards. The night on which Leonards was last seen at the station, when he was last seen on duty, in fact, Miss Hale was there, walking about with a young man who, Bessie believes, killed Leonards by some blow or push. Leonards was not killed by any blow or push. How do you know? Because I distinctly put the question to the surgeon of the infirmary. He told me there was an internal disease of long standing, caused by Leonard's habit of drinking to excess, that the fact of his becoming rapidly worse while in a state of intoxication, settled the question as to whether the last fatal attack was caused by excess of drinking, or the fall. The fall? What's all? Caused by the blow or push of which Betsy speaks. Then there was a blow or push? I believe so. And who did it? As there was no inquest, in consequence of the doctor's opinion, I cannot tell you. But Miss Hale was there? No answer. And was a young man? Still no answer. At last he said, I tell you, mother, that there was no inquest, no inquiry. No judicial inquiry, I mean. Betsy says that some man she knows, who is in a grocer's shop out at Crampton, can swear that Miss Hale was at the station at that hour, walking backwards and forwards with a young man. I don't see what we have to do with that. Miss Hale is at liberty to please herself. I'm glad to hear you say so, says Mrs. Thornton eagerly. It certainly signifies very little to us, not at all to you, after what has passed. But I made a promise to Mrs. Hale, that I would not allow her daughter to go wrong without advising and remonstrating with her. I shall certainly let her know my opinion of such conduct. I do not see any harm in what she did that evening, said Mr. Thornton, getting up, and coming near to his mother. He stood by the chimney-piece with his face turned away from the room. You would not have approved of Fanny's being seen out, after dark, in rather a lonely place, walking about with a young man. I say nothing of the taste which could choose the time, when her mother lay unburied, for such a promenade. Should you have liked your sister to have been noticed by a grocer's assistant for doing so? In the first place, as it is not many years since I myself was a draper's assistant, the mere circumstance of a grocer's assistant noticing any act does not alter the character of the act to me. And in the next place, I see a great deal of difference between Miss Hale and Fanny. I can imagine that the one may have weighty reasons, which may and ought to make her overlook any seeming impropriety in her conduct. I never knew Fanny have weighty reasons for anything. Other people must guard her. I believe Miss Hale is a guardian to herself. A pretty character of your sister, indeed. Really, John, one would have thought Miss Hale had done enough to make you clear-sighted. She drew you on to an offer, by a bold display of pretended regard for you, to play you off against this very young man, I've no doubt. Her whole conduct is clear to me now. You believe he is her lover, I suppose, you agree to that. He turned round to his mother. His face was very grey and grim. Yes, mother. I do believe he is her lover. When he had spoken, he turned round again. He writhed himself about, like one in bodily pain. He leant his face against his hand. Then before she could speak, he turned sharp again. Mother. He is her lover, whoever he is, but she may need help and womanly counsel. There may be difficulties or temptations which I don't know. I fear there are. I don't want to know what they are, but as you have ever been a good, and a tender mother to me, go to her, and gain her confidence, and tell her what is best to be done. I know that something is wrong, some dread, which must be a terrible torture to her. For God's sake, John, said his mother, now really shocked. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you know? He did not reply to her. John, I don't know what I shan't think unless you speak. You have no right to say what you have done against her. Not against her, mother. I could not speak against her. Well, you have no right to say what you have done, unless you say more. These half-expressions are what ruin a woman's character. Her character! Mother, you do not dare. He faced about, and looked into her face with his flaming eyes. Then, drawing himself up into determined composure and dignity, he said, I will not say any more than this, which is either more nor less than the simple truth, and I am sure you believe me. I have good reason to believe that Miss Hale is in some strait and difficulty connected with an attachment which, of itself, from my knowledge of Miss Hale's character, is perfectly innocent and right. What my reason is, I refuse to tell. But never let me hear any one say a word against her, implying any more serious imputation than that she now needs the counsel of some kind and gentle woman. You promised Mrs. Hale to be that woman. No, said Mrs. Thornton. I am happy to say, I did not promise kindness and gentleness, for I felt at the time that it might be out of my power to render these to one of Miss Hale's character and disposition. I promised counsel and advice such as I would give to my own daughter. I shall speak to her as I would do to Fanny, if she had gone gallivanting with a young man in the dusk. I shall speak with relation to the circumstances I know, without being influenced either one way or another by the strong reasons which you will not confide to me. Then I shall have fulfilled my promise, and done my duty. She will never bear it, said he passionately. She will have to bear it, if I speak in her dead mother's name. Well, said he, breaking away, don't tell me any more about it. I cannot endure to think of it. It will be better that you should speak to her anyway, than that she should not be spoken to at all. Oh, that look of love, continued he, between his teeth, as he bolted himself into his own private room. And that cursed lie, which showed some terrible shame in the background, to be kept from the light in which I thought she lived perpetually. Oh, Margaret, Margaret! Mother, how you have tortured me! Margaret, could you not have loved me? I am but uncouth and hard, but I would never have led you into any falsehood for me. The more Mrs. Thornton thought over what her son had said, in pleading for a merciful judgment for Margaret's indiscretion, the more bitterly she felt inclined towards her. She took a savage pleasure in the idea of speaking her mind to her, in the guise of fulfillment of a duty. She enjoyed the thought of showing herself untouched by the glamour, which she was well aware Margaret had the power of throwing over many people. She snorted scornfully over the picture of the beauty of her victim. Her jet black hair, her clear smooth skin, her lucid eyes would not help to save her one word of the just and stern reproach which Mrs. Thornton spent half the night in preparing to her mind. Is Miss Hale within? She knew she was, for she had seen her at the window, and she had her feet inside the little hall before Martha had half answered the question. Margaret was sitting alone, writing to Edith, and giving her many particulars of her mother's last days. It was a softening employment, and she had to brush away the unbidden tears as Mrs. Thornton was announced. She was so gentle and ladylike in her mode of reception that her visitor was somewhat daunted, and it became impossible to utter the speech, so easy of arrangement with no one to address it to. Margaret's low rich voice was softer than usual, her manner more gracious, because in her heart she was feeling very grateful to Mrs. Thornton for the courteous attention of her call. She exerted herself to find subjects of interest for conversation, praised Martha, the servant whom Mrs. Thornton had found for them, had asked Edith for a little Greek air, about which she had spoken to Miss Thornton. Mrs. Thornton was fairly discomfited. Her sharp Damascus blade seemed out of place, and useless among rose leaves. She was silent because she was trying to task herself up to her duty. At last she stummed herself into its performance by a suspicion which, in spite of all probability, she allowed to cross her mind, that all this sweetness was put on with a view of propitiating Mr. Thornton, that somehow, the other attachment had fallen through, and that it suited Miss Hale's purpose to recall her rejected lover. Poor Margaret! There was perhaps so much truth in the suspicion as this, that Mrs. Thornton was the mother of one whose regard she valued, and feared to have lost, and this thought unconsciously added to her natural desire of pleasing one who was showing her kindness by her visit. Mrs. Thornton stood up to go, but yet she seemed to have something more to say. She cleared her throat and began. Miss Hale, I have a duty to perform. I promise your poor mother that, as far as my poor judgment went, I would not allow you to act in any way wrongly, or she softened her speech down a little here inadvertently, without remonstrating, at least without offering advice, whether you took it or not. Margaret stood before her, blushing like any culprit, with her eyes dilating as she gazed at Mrs. Thornton. She thought she had come to speak to her about the falsehood she had told, that Mr. Thornton had employed her to explain the dangers she had exposed herself to, of being confuted in full court. And although her heart sank to think he had not rather chosen to come himself, and upbraid her, and receive her penitence, and restore her again to his good opinion, yet she was too much humbled not to bear any blame on this subject patiently and meekly. Mrs. Thornton went on. At first, when I heard from one of my servants, that you had been seen walking about with a gentleman, so far from home as the Outwood station, at such a time of the evening, I could hardly believe it. But my son, I am sorry to say, confirmed her story. It was indiscreet, to say the least. Many a young woman has lost her character before now. Margaret's eyes flashed fire. This was a new idea, this was too insulting. If Mrs. Thornton had spoken to her about the lie she had told, well and good, she would have owned it, and humiliated herself. But to interfere with her conduct, to speak of her character, she, Mrs. Thornton, a mere stranger, it was too impertinent. She would not answer her, not one word. Mrs. Thornton saw the battle spirit in Margaret's eyes, and it called up her combativeness also. For your mother's sake, I have thought it right to warn you against such improprieties. They must degrade you in the long run in the estimation of the world, even if in fact they do not lead you to positive harm. For my mother's sake, said Margaret, in a tearful voice, I will bear much, but I cannot bear everything. She never meant me to be exposed to insult, I am sure. Insult, Miss Hale? Yes, madam, said Margaret more steadily. It is insult. What do you know of me that should lead you to suspect? Oh, said she, breaking down, and covering her face with her hands. I know now, Mr. Thornton has told you. No, Miss Hale, said Mrs. Thornton, her truthfulness causing her to arrest the confession Margaret was on the point of making, though her curiosity was itching to hear it. Stop. Mr. Thornton has told me nothing. You do not know my son. You are not worthy to know him. He said this. Listen, young lady, that you may understand, if you can, what sort of a man you rejected. This Milton manufacturer, his great tender heart scorned as it was scorned, said to me only last night, though to her, I have good reason to know that she is in some strait arising out of some attachment, and she needs womanly counsel. I believe those were his very words. Farther than that, beyond admitting the fact of your being at the Outwood station with a gentleman, on the evening of the 26th, he has said nothing, not one word against you. If he has knowledge of anything which should make you sob so, he keeps it to himself. Margaret's face was still hidden in her hands, the fingers of which were wet with tears. Mrs. Thornton was a little mollified. Come, Miss Hale. There may be circumstances, I'll allow, that, if explained, may take off from the seeming impropriety. Still no answer. Margaret was considering what to say. She wished to stand well with Mrs. Thornton, and yet she could not, might not, give any explanation. Mrs. Thornton grew impatient. I shall be sorry to break off an acquaintance, but for Fanny's sake, as I told my son, if Fanny had done so we should consider it a great disgrace, and Fanny might be led away. I can give you no explanation, said Margaret, in a low voice. I have done wrong, but not in the way you think or know about. I think Mr. Thornton judges me more mercifully than you. She had hard work to keep herself from choking with her tears. But I believe, madam, you mean to do rightly. Thank you, said Mrs. Thornton, drawing herself up. I was not aware that my meaning was doubted. It is the last time I shall interfere. I was unwilling to consent to do it, when your mother asked me. I had not approved of my son's attachment to you, while I only suspected it. You did not appear to me worthy of him. But when you compromised yourself as you did at the time of the riot, and exposed yourself to the comments of servants and work people, I felt it was no longer right to set myself against my son's wish of proposing to you, a wish, by the way, which he had always denied entertaining until the day of the riot. Margaret winced, and drew in her breath with a long, hissing sound, of which, however, Mrs. Thornton took no notice. He came. You had apparently changed your mind. I told my son yesterday that I thought it possible, short as was the interval, you might have heard or learned something of this other lover. What must you think of me, madam? Asked Margaret, throwing her head back with proud disdain, till her throat curved outwards like a swan's. You can say nothing more, Mrs. Thornton. I decline every attempt to justify myself for anything. You must allow me to leave the room. And she swept out of it with the noiseless grace of an offended princess. Mrs. Thornton had quite enough of natural humor to make her feel the ludicrousness of the position in which she was left. There was nothing for it but to show herself out. She was not particularly annoyed at Margaret's way of behaving. She did not care enough for her for that. She had taken Mrs. Thornton's remonstrance to the full as keenly to heart as that lady expected, and Margaret's passion at once mollified her visitor, far more than any silence or reserve could have done. It showed the effect of her words. My young lady, thought Mrs. Thornton to herself, you've a pretty good temper of your own. If John and you had come together, he would have had to keep a tight hand over you, to make you know your place. But I don't think you will go a-walking again with your beau, at such an hour of the day, in a hurry. You've too much pride and spirit in you for that. I like to see a girl fly out at the notion of being talked about. It shows they're neither giddy, nor bold by nature. As for that girl, she might be bold, but she'd never be giddy. I'll do her that justice. Now as to Fanny, she'd be giddy, and not bold. She's no courage in her, poor thing. Mr. Thornton was not spending the morning so satisfactorily as his mother. She, at any rate, was fulfilling her determined purpose. He was trying to understand where he stood, what damage the strike had done him. A good deal of his capital was locked up in new and expensive machinery, and he had also bought com largely, with a view to some great orders which he had in hand. The strike had thrown him terribly behindhand, as to the completion of these orders. Even with his own accustomed and skilled work people, he would have had some difficulty in fulfilling his engagements. As it was, the incompetence of the Irish hands, who had to be trained to their work, at a time requiring unusual activity, was a daily annoyance. It was not a favorable hour for Higgins to make his request. But he had promised Margaret to do it at any cost. So, though every moment added to his repugnance, his pride, and his sullenness of temper, he stood leaning against the dead wall, hour after hour, first on one leg then on the other. At last the latch was sharply lifted, and out came Mr. Thornton. I want for to speak to yo, sir. Can't stay now, my man. On too late as it is. Well, sir, I reckon I can wait till you'll come back. Mr. Thornton was halfway down the street. Higgins sighed. But it was no use. To catch him in the street was his only chance of seeing the meester. If he had rung the lodge bell or even gone up to the house to ask for him, he would have been referred to the overlooker. So he stood still again, vouchsafing no answer, but a short nod of recognition to the few men who knew and spoke to him, as the crowd drove out the mill yard at dinner time, and scowling with all his might at the Irish knobsticks, who had just been imported. At last Mr. Thornton returned. What? You there still? Aye, sir, I mun speak to yo dat. Come in here, then. Stay, we'll go across the yard. The men are not come back, and we shall have it to ourselves. These good people, I see, are at dinner, said he, closing the door of the porter's lodge. He stopped to speak to the overlooker. The latter said in a low tone, I suppose you know, sir, that that man is Higgins, one of the leaders of the Union. He that made that speech in Hesfield. No, I didn't, said Mr. Thornton, looking round sharply at his follower. Higgins was known to him by name as a turbulent spirit. Come along, said he, and his tone was rougher than before. It is men such as this, thought he, who interrupt commerce and injure the very town they live in, mere demagogues, lovers of power at whatever cost to others. Well, sir, what do you want with me? Said Mr. Thornton, facing round at him, as soon as they were in the counting-house of the mill. My name is Higgins. I know that, broke in Mr. Thornton. What do you want, Mr. Higgins? That's the question. I want work. What? You're a pretty chap to come asking me for work. You don't want impudence, that's very clear. I've get 10 enemies and backbiters, like my betters, but I ne'er heerd o' ony of them calling me o'er modest, said Higgins. His blood was a little roused by Mr. Thornton's manner, more than by his words. Mr. Thornton saw a letter addressed to himself on the table. He took it up and read it through. At the end, he looked up and said, "What are you waiting for?" "An answer to T.'s question I asked. I gave it you before. Don't waste any more of your time. Yo made a remark, sir, on my impudence. But I were taught that it was manners to say the yes or no, when I were asked a civil question. I should be thankful to yo if you'll give me work. Hamper will speak to my being a good hand. I've a notion you'd better not send me to Hamper to ask for a character, my man. I might hear more than you'd like. I'd take th risk. Worst they could say of me is, that I did what I thought best, even to my own wrong. You'd better go and try them, then, and see whether they'll give you work. I've turned off upwards of 100 of my best hands, for no other fault than following you and such as you. And do you think I'll take you on? I might as well put a firebrand into the midst of the cotton waste." Higgins turned away, then the recollection of Boucher came over him, and he faced round with the greatest concession he could persuade himself to make. "I promise yo, meester, I not speak a word as could do harm, if so be yo did right by us. And I'd promise more. I'd promise that when I seed yo going wrong, and acting unfair, I'd speak to yo in private first, and that would be a fair warning. If yo and I did not agree in our opinion o' your conduct, yo might turn me off at an hour's notice. Upon my word, you don't think small beer of yourself. Hamper has had a loss of you. How came he to let you and your wisdom go?" "Well, we parted by mutual dissatisfaction. I wouldn't gie the pledge they were asking, and they wouldn't have me at no rate. So I am free to make another engagement, and as I said before, though I should not say it, I'm a good hand, meester, and a steady man, specially when I can keep fro Drake, and that I shall do now, if I ne'er did afore." "That you may have more money laid up for another strike, I suppose?" "Now, I'd be thankful if I was free to do that. It's for to keep th widow and childer of a man who was drove mad by them knobsticks o' yourn, put out of his place by a Paddy that did not know what for warp. Well, you'd better turn to something else, if you've any such good intention in your head. I shouldn't advise you to stay in Milton, you're too well known here." "If it were summer," said Higgins, "I'd take to Paddy's work, and go as a navvy, or haymaking, or summit, and ne'er see Milton again. But it's winter, and th children will clem. A pretty navvy you'd make. Why, you couldn't do half a day's work at digging against an Irishman. I'd only charge half a day for th 12 hours, if I could only do half a day's work in th time. You're not knowing of any place, where they could gie me a trial, away fro the mills, if I'm such a firebrand? I'd take any wage they thought I was worth, for the sake of those children. Don't you see what you would be? You'd be a knobstick. You'd be taking less wages than the other laborers, all for the sake of another man's children. Think how you'd abuse any poor fellow who was willing to take what he could get to keep his own children. You and your union would soon be down upon him. Now, if it's only for the recollection of the way in which you've used the poor knobsticks before now, I say no to your question. I'll not give you work. I won't say, I don't believe your pretext for coming and asking for work. I know nothing about it. It may be true, or it may not. It's a very unlikely story, at any rate. Let me pass. I'll not give you work. There's your answer." "I hear, sir. I would not ha' troubled you, but that I were bid to come, by one as seemed to think you would get ten some place in your heart. Who were mistook, and I were misled. But I'm not the first man as is misled by a woman. Tell her to mind her own business the next time, instead of taking up your time and mine too. I believe women are at the bottom of every plague in this world. Be off with you. I'm obleeged to you for your kindness, meester, and most of a for your civil way o' saying good-bye." Mr. Thornton did not deign a reply, but looking out of the window a minute later he was struck with the lean, bent figure going out of the yard. The heavy walk was in strange contrast with the resolute, clear determination of the man to speak to him. He crossed to the porter's lodge. "How long has that man Higgins been waiting to speak to me?" "He was outside the gate before 8 o'clock, sir." I think he's been there ever since. And it is now? Just one, sir. 5 hours. Thought Mr. Thornton. It's a long time for a man to wait, doing nothing but first hoping and then fearing. Chapter 39. Making friends. Nay, I have done. You get no more of me. And I am glad, yet glad with all my heart, that thus so clearly I myself am free. Drayton. Margaret shut herself up in her own room, after she had quitted Mrs. Thornton. She began to walk backwards and forwards, in her old habitual way of showing agitation. But then, remembering that in that slightly built house every step was heard from one room to another, she sat down until she heard Mrs. Thornton go safely out of the house. She forced herself to recollect all the conversation that had passed between them. Speech by speech, she compelled her memory to go through with it. At the end, she rose up, and said to herself, in a melancholy tone, "At any rate, her words do not touch me, they fall off from me, for I am innocent of all the motives she attributes to me. But still, it is hard to think that any one, any woman, can believe all this of another so easily. It is hard and sad. Where I have done wrong, she does not accuse me, she does not know. He never told her. I might have known he would not." She lifted up her head, as if she took pride in any delicacy of feeling which Mr. Thornton had shown. Then, as a new thought came across her, she pressed her hands tightly together. He, too, must take poor Frederick for some lover. She blushed as the word passed through her mind. I see it now. It is not merely that he knows of my falsehood, but he believes that someone else cares for me, and that oh dear, oh dear. What shall I do? What do I mean? Why do I care what he thinks, beyond the mere loss of his good opinion as regards my telling the truth or not? I cannot tell. But I am very miserable. Oh, how unhappy this last year has been! I have passed out of childhood into old age. I have had no youth, no womanhood. The hopes of womanhood have closed for me, for I shall never marry, and I anticipate cares and sorrows just as if I were an old woman, and with the same tearful spirit. I am weary of this continual call upon me for strength. I could bear up for Papa, because that is a natural, pious duty. And I think I could bear up against, at any rate, I could have the energy to resent Mrs. Thornton's unjust, impertinent suspicions. But it is hard to feel how completely he must misunderstand me. What has happened to make me so morbid today? I do not know. I only know I cannot help it. I must give way sometimes. No, I will not though, said she, springing to her feet. I will not. I will not think of myself and my own position. I won't examine into my own feelings. It would be of no use now. Sometime, if I live to be an old woman, I may sit over the fire, and looking into the embers see the life that might have been. All this time she was hastily putting on her things to go out, only stopping from time to time to wipe her eyes, with an impatience of gesture at the tears that would come again, in spite of all her bravery. I dare say there's many a woman makes as sad a mistake as I have done, and only finds it out too late. And how proudly and impertinently I spoke to him that day! But I did not know then. It has come upon me little by little, and I don't know where it began. Now I won't give way. I shall find it difficult to behave in the same way to him, with this miserable consciousness upon me. But I will be very calm and very quiet, and say very little. But to be sure, I may not see him. He keeps out of our way evidently. That would be worse than all. And yet no wonder that he avoids me, believing what he must about me. She went out, going rapidly towards the country, and trying to drown reflection by swiftness of motion. As she stood on the doorstep, at her return, her father came up. "Good girl," said he. "You've been to Mrs. Bashay's." "I was just meaning to go there, if I had time, before dinner." "No, Papa, I have not," said Margaret, reddening. "I never thought about her. But I will go directly after dinner. I will go while you are taking your nap." Accordingly Margaret went. Mrs. Bashay was very ill, really ill, not merely ailing. The kind and sensible neighbor, who had come in the other day, seemed to have taken charge of everything. Some of the children were gone to the neighbors. Mary Higgins had come for the three youngest at dinner time, and since then Nicholas had gone for the doctor. He had not come as yet. Mrs. Boucher was dying, and there was nothing to do but wait. Margaret thought that she should like to hear his opinion, and that she could not do better than go and see the Higginses in the meantime. She might then possibly hear whether Nicholas had been able to make his application to Mr. Thornton. She found Nicholas busily engaged in making a penny spin on the dresser, for the amusement of three little children, who were clinging to him in a fearless manner. He, as well as they, was smiling at a good long spin, and Margaret thought that the happy look of interest in his occupation was a good sign. When the penny stopped spinning, little Johnny began to cry. "Come to me," said Margaret, taking him off the dresser, and holding him in her arms. She held her watch to his ear, while she asked Nicholas if he had seen Mr. Thornton. The look on his face changed instantly. "I," said he, "I've seen and heard too much on him." "He refused you then?" said Margaret, sorrowfully. "To be sure. I knew he'd do it all along. It's no good expecting Marcy at the hands of the meesters. You are a stranger and a foreigner, and aren't likely to know their ways, but I knowed it. I'm sorry I asked you. Was he angry? He did not speak to you as Hamper did he?" "He went o'er civil," said Nicholas, spinning the penny again, as much for his own amusement as for that of the children. "Never you'll fret, I'm only where I was. I'll go on tramp tomorrow. I gave him as good as I got. I told him I not that good opinion on him that I'd ha' come a second time of missile, but yo'd advised me for to come, and I were beholden to yo' dot." "You told him I sent you?" "I dunno if I said yo' by your name. I did not think I did. I said a woman who knew no better had advised me for to come and see if there was a soft place in his heart." "And he?" asked Margaret. "Said I were to tell yo' to mind your own business dot. That's the longest spin yet, my lads dot, and them civil words to what he used to me. But ne'er mind. We're but where we was, and I'll break stones on the road afore I let these little UNS clem." Margaret put the struggling Johnny out of her arms, back into his former place on the dresser. "I am sorry I asked you to go to Mr. Thornton's. I am disappointed in him." There was a slight noise behind her. Both she and Nicholas turned round at the same moment, and there stood Mr. Thornton, with a look of displeased surprise upon his face. Obeying her swift impulse, Margaret passed out before him, saying not a word, only bowing low to hide the sudden paleness that she felt had come over her face. He bent equally low in return, and then closed the door after her. As she hurried to Mrs. Boucher's, she heard the clang, and it seemed to fill up the measure of her mortification. He too was annoyed to find her there. He had tenderness in his heart. A soft place, as Nicholas Higgins called it, but he had some pride in concealing it. He kept it very sacred and safe, and was jealous of every circumstance that tried to gain admission. But if he dreaded exposure of his tenderness, he was equally desirous that all men should recognize his justice, and he felt that he had been unjust in giving so scornful a hearing to any one who had waited, with humble patience, for 5 hours, to speak to him. That the man had spoken saucily to him, when he had the opportunity, was nothing to Mr. Thornton. He rather liked him for it, and he was conscious of his own irritability of temper at the time, which probably made them both quits. It was the 5 hours of waiting that struck Mr. Thornton. He had not 5 hours to spare, himself, but 1 hour, 2 hours, of his hard penetrating intellectual, as well as bodily labor, did he give up to going about collecting evidence as to the truth of Higgins's story, the nature of his character, the tenor of his life. He tried not to be, but was convinced that all that Higgins had said was true. And then the conviction went in, as if by some spell, and touched the latent tenderness of his heart, the patience of the man, the simple generosity of the motive, for he had learnt about the quarrel between Boucher and Higgins, made him forget entirely the mere reasonings of justice, and overleap them by a diviner instinct. He came to tell Higgins he would give him work, and he was more annoyed to find Margaret there than by hearing her last words, for then he understood that she was the woman who had urged Higgins to come to him, and he dreaded the admission of any thought of her, as a motive to what he was doing solely because it was right. "So that was the lady you spoke of as a woman?" said he indignantly to Higgins. You might have told me who she was. And then, maybe, you'd have spoken of her more civil than you did. You'd get a mother who might ha kept your tongue in check when you were talking o' women being at the root of all the plagues. Of course you told that to Miss Hale? In course I did. Leastways, I reckon I did. I told her she weren't to meddle again in aught that concerned yo dot. Whose children are those, yours? Mr. Thornton had a pretty good notion whose they were, from what he had heard, but he felt awkward in turning the conversation round from this unpromising beginning. They're not mine, and they are mine. They are the children you spoke of to me this morning? When you said, replied Higgins, turning round, with ill-smothered fierceness, that my story might be true or might not, but it were a very unlikely one. Meester, I've not forgotten. Mr. Thornton was silent for a moment. Then he said, no more have I. I remember what I said. I spoke to you about those children in a way I had no business to. I did not believe you. I could not have taken care of another man's children myself, if he had acted towards me as I hear Boucher did towards you. But I know now you spoke truth. I beg your pardon. Higgins did not turn round, or immediately respond to this. But when he did speak, it was in a softened tone, although the words were gruff enough. You'll be no business to go prying into what happened between Boucher and me. He's dead, and I'm sorry. That's enough. So it is. Will you take work with me? That's what I came to ask. Higgins's obstinacy wavered, recovered strength, and stood firm. He would not speak. Mr. Thornton would not ask again. Higgins's eye fell on the children. Yovi called me impudent, and a liar, and a mischief maker, and yo might ha said why some truth, as I were now and then given to Drake. And I ha called you a tyrant, and a nude bulldog, and a hard, cruel master. That's where it stands. But for th childer meester, do you think we can e'er get on together? Well, said Mr. Thornton, half laughing, it was not my proposal that we should go together. But there's one comfort on your own showing. We either of us can think much worse of the other than we do now. That's true, said Higgins reflectively. I've been thinking ever since I saw you, what a marcy it were yo did not take me on, for that I ne'er saw a man whom I could less abide. But that's maybe been a hasty judgment, and work's work to such as me. So, meester, I'll come, and what's more, I thank yo, and that's a deal from me, said he, more frankly, suddenly turning round and facing Mr. Thornton fully for the first time. And this is a deal from me, said Mr. Thornton, giving Higgins's hand a good grip. Now mind you come sharp to your time, continued he, resuming the master. I'll have no laggards at my mill. What fines we have, we keep pretty sharply. And the first time I catch you making mischief, off you go. So now you know where you are. Yo spoke of my wisdom this morning. I reckon I may bring it why me, or would you rather have me bout my brains? Bout your brains if you use them for meddling with my business, with your brains if you can keep to your own. I shall need a deal o' brains to settle where my business ends and yours begins. Your business has not begun yet, and mine stands still for me. So good afternoon. Just before Mr. Thornton came up to Mrs. Boucher's door, Margaret came out of it. She did not see him, and he followed her for several yards, admiring her light and easy walk, and her tall and graceful figure. But suddenly this simple emotion of pleasure was tainted, poisoned by jealousy. He wished to overtake her, and speak to her, to see how she would receive him. Now she must know he was aware of some other attachment. He wished too, but of this wish he was rather ashamed, that she should know that he had justified her wisdom in sending Higgins to him to ask for work, and had repented him of his morning's decision. He came up to her. She started. Allow me to say, Miss Hale, that you were rather premature in expressing your disappointment. I have taken Higgins on. I am glad of it, said she coldly. He tells me, he repeated to you, what I said this morning about. Mr. Thornton hesitated. Margaret took it up. About women not meddling. You had a perfect right to express your opinion, which was a very correct one, I have no doubt. But, she went on a little more eagerly, Higgins did not quite tell you the exact truth. The word truth reminded her of her own untruth, and she stopped short, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Mr. Thornton at first was puzzled to account for her silence, and then he remembered the lies she had told, and all that was foregone. "The exact truth," said he. "Very few people do speak the exact truth. I have given up hoping for it. Miss Hale, have you no explanation to give me? You must perceive what I cannot but think." Margaret was silent. She was wondering whether an explanation of any kind would be consistent with her loyalty to Frederick. "Nay," said he, "I will ask no farther. I may be putting temptation in your way. At present, believe me, your secret is safe with me. But you run great risks, allow me to say, in being so indiscreet. I am only speaking as a friend of your father's. If I had any other thought or hope, of course that is at an end. I am quite disinterested." "I am aware of that," said Margaret, forcing herself to speak in an indifferent, careless way. "I am aware of what I must appear to you, but the secret is another person's, and I cannot explain it without doing him harm. I have not the slightest wish to pry into the gentleman's secrets," he said, with growing anger. "My own interest in you is simply that of a friend. You may not believe me, Miss Hale, but it is, in spite of the persecution I'm afraid I threatened you with at one time, but that is all given up, all passed away. You believe me, Miss Hale?" "Yes," said Margaret, quietly and sadly. "Then, really, I don't see any reason for us to go on walking together. I thought, perhaps, you might have had something to say, but I see we are nothing to each other. If you're quite convinced that any foolish passion on my part is entirely over, I wish you good afternoon." He walked off very hastily. "What can he mean?" thought Margaret. "What could he mean by speaking so, as if I were always thinking that he cared for me, when I know he does not, he cannot. His mother will have said all those cruel things about me to him. But I won't care for him. I surely am mistress enough of myself to control this wild, strange, miserable feeling, which tempted me even to betray my own dear Frederick, so that I might but regain his good opinion, the good opinion of a man who takes such pains to tell me that I am nothing to him. Tom, poor little heart, be cheery and brave. We'll be a great deal to one another, if we are thrown off and left desolate." Her father was almost startled by her merriment this morning. She talked incessantly, and forced her natural humor to an unusual pitch, and if there was a tinge of bitterness in much of what she said, if her accounts of the old Harley Street set were a little sarcastic, her father could not bear to check her, as he would have done at another time, for he was glad to see her shake off her cares. In the middle of the evening, she was called down to speak to Mary Higgins, and when she came back, Mr. Hale imagined that he saw traces of tears on her cheeks. But that could not be, for she brought good news, that Higgins had got work at Mr. Thornton's mill. Her spirits were damped, at any rate, and she found it very difficult to go on talking at all, much more in the wild way that she had done. For some days her spirits varied strangely, and her father was beginning to be anxious about her, when news arrived from one or two quarters that promised some change and variety for her. Mr. Hale received a letter from Mr. Bell, in which that gentleman volunteered a visit to them, and Mr. Hale imagined that the promised society of his old Oxford friend would give as agreeable a turn to Margaret's ideas as it did to his own. Margaret tried to take an interest in what pleased her father, but she was too languid to care about any Mr. Bell, even though he were 20 times her godfather. She was more roused by a letter from Edith, full of sympathy about her aunt's death, full of details about herself, her husband, and child, and at the end saying, that as the climate did not suit the baby, and as Mrs. Shaw was talking of returning to England, she thought it probable that Captain Lennox might sell out, and that they might all go and live again in the old Harley Street house, which, however, would seem very incomplete without Margaret. Margaret yearned after that old house, and the placid tranquillity of that well-ordered, monotonous life. She had found it occasionally tiresome while it lasted, but since then she had been buffeted about, and felt so exhausted by this recent struggle with herself, that she thought that even stagnation would be a rest and a refreshment. So she began to look towards a long visit to the Lennoxes, on their return to England, as to a point, no, not of hope, but of leisure, in which she could regain her power and command over herself. At present it seemed to her as if all subjects tended towards Mr. Thornton, as if she could not forget him with all her endeavors. If she went to see the Higginses, she heard of him there. Her father had resumed their readings together, and quoted his opinions perpetually. Even Mr. Bell's visit brought his tenant's name upon the tapis, for he wrote word that he believed he must be occupied some great part of his time with Mr. Thornton, as a new lease was in preparation, and the terms of it must be agreed upon. Chapter 40. Out of Tune. I have no wrong, where I can claim no right, now ta'en me fro, where I have nothing had, yet of my woe I cannot so be quite, namely, since that another may be glad with that, that thus in sorrow makes me sad. Wyatt. Margaret had not expected much pleasure to herself from Mr. Bell's visit. She had only looked forward to it on her father's account. But when her godfather came, she at once fell into the most natural position of friendship in the world. He said she had no merit in being what she was, a girl so entirely after his own heart. It was an hereditary power which she had, to walk in and take possession of his regard. While she, in reply, gave him much credit for being so fresh and young under his fellow's cap and gown. Fresh and young in warmth and kindness, I mean. I'm afraid I must own, that I think your opinions are the oldest and mustiest I have met with this long time. Hear this daughter of yours hail. Her residence in Milton has quite corrupted her. She's a Democrat, a Red Republican, a member of the Peace Society, a Socialist, Papa. It's all because I'm standing up for the progress of commerce. Mr. Bell would have had it keep still at exchanging wild beast skins for acorns. No, no. I'd dig the ground and grow potatoes. And I'd shave the wild beast skin and make the wool into broadcloth. Don't exaggerate, missy. But I'm tired of this bustle. Everybody rushing over everybody, in their hurry to get rich. It is not everyone who can sit comfortably in a set of college rooms and let his riches grow without any exertion of his own. No doubt there is many a man here who would be thankful if his property would increase as yours has done, without his taking any trouble about it, said Mr. Hale. I don't believe they would. It's the bustle and the struggle they like. As for sitting still, and learning from the past, or shaping out the future by faithful work done in a prophetic spirit, why, too, I don't believe there's a man in Milton who knows how to sit still, and it is a great art. Milton people, I suspect, think Oxford men don't know how to move. It would be a very good thing if they mixed a little more. It might be good for the Miltonists. Many things might be good for them which would be very disagreeable for other people. Are you not a Milton man yourself? Asked Margaret. I should have thought you would have been proud of your town. I confess I don't see what there is to be proud of. If you only come to Oxford, Margaret, I will show you a place to glory in. Well, said Mr. Hale, Mr. Thornton is coming to drink tea with us tonight, and he is as proud of Milton as you of Oxford. You two must try and make each other a little more liberal-minded. I don't want to be more liberal-minded, thank you, said Mr. Bell. Is Mr. Thornton coming to tea, Papa? Asked Margaret in a low voice. Either to tea or soon after. He could not tell. He told us not to wait. Mr. Thornton had determined that he would make no inquiry of his mother as to how far she had put her project into execution of speaking to Margaret about the impropriety of her conduct. He felt pretty sure that, if this interview took place, his mother's account of what passed at it would only annoy and chagrin him, though he would all the time be aware of the coloring which it received by passing through her mind. He shrank from hearing Margaret's very name mentioned. While he blamed her, while he was jealous of her, while he renounced her, he loved her sorely, in spite of himself. He dreamt of her. He dreamt she came dancing towards him with outspread arms, and with a lightness and gaiety which made him loathe her, even while it allured him. But the impression of this figure of Margaret, with all Margaret's character taken out of it, as completely as if some evil spirit had got possession of her form, was so deeply stamped upon his imagination, that when he wakened he felt hardly able to separate the una from the duessa, and the dislike he had to the latter seemed to envelop and disfigure the former. Yet he was too proud to acknowledge his weakness by avoiding the sight of her. He would neither seek an opportunity of being in her company nor avoid it. To convince himself of his power of self-control, he lingered over every piece of business this afternoon. He forced every movement into unnatural slowness and deliberation, and it was consequently past 8 o'clock before he reached Mr. Hale's. Then there were business arrangements to be transacted in the study with Mr. Bell, and the latter kept on, sitting over the fire, and talking wearily, long after all business was transacted, and when they might just as well have gone upstairs. But Mr. Thornton would not say a word about moving their quarters. He chafed, and thought Mr. Bell a most prosy companion, while Mr. Bell returned the compliment in secret, by considering Mr. Thornton about as brusque and curt a fellow as he had ever met with, and terribly gone off both in intelligence and manner. At last some slight noise in the room above suggested the desirableness of moving there. They found Margaret with a letter open before her, eagerly discussing its contents with her father. On the entrance of the gentleman, it was immediately put aside, but Mr. Thornton's eager senses caught some few words of Mr. Hale's to Mr. Bell. A letter from Henry Lennox. It makes Margaret very hopeful. Mr. Bell nodded. Margaret was red as a rose when Mr. Thornton looked at her. He had the greatest mind in the world to get up and go out of the room that very instant, and never set foot in the house again. "We were thinking," said Mr. Hale, "that you and Mr. Thornton had taken Margaret's advice, and were each trying to convert the other. You were so long in the study, and you thought there would be nothing left of us but an opinion, like the cockney cat's tail. Pray, whose opinion did you think would have the most obstinate vitality?" Mr. Thornton had not a notion what they were talking about, and disdained to inquire. Mr. Hale politely enlightened him. "Mr. Thornton, we were accusing Mr. Bell this morning of a kind of Oxonian medieval bigotry against his native town, and we, Margaret, I believe, suggested that it would do him good to associate a little with Milton manufacturers." "I beg your pardon." "Margaret thought it would do the Milton manufacturers good to associate a little more with Oxford men. Now wasn't it so, Margaret? I believe I thought it would do both good to see a little more of the other. I did not know it was my idea any more than Papa's. And so you see, Mr. Thornton, we ought to have been improving each other downstairs, instead of talking over vanished families of Smiths and Harrisons. However, I am willing to do my part now. I wonder when you Milton men intend to live. All your lives seem to be spent in gathering together the materials for life. By living, I suppose you mean enjoyment." "Yes, enjoyment. I don't specify of what, because I trust we should both consider mere pleasure as very poor enjoyment. I would rather have the nature of the enjoyment defined." "Well, enjoyment or leisure, enjoyment of the power and influence which money gives. You are all striving for money. What do you want it for?" Mr. Thornton was silent. Then he said, "I really don't know. But money is not what I strive for." "What then?" "It is a home question. I shall have to lay myself open to such a catechist, and I am not sure that I am prepared to do it." "No," said Mr. Hale. "Don't let us be personal in our catechism. You are either of you representative men. You are each of you too individual for that. I am not sure whether to consider that as a compliment or not. I should like to be the representative of Oxford, with its beauty and its learning, and its proud old history. What do you say, Margaret? Ought I to be flattered? I don't know Oxford. But there is a difference between being the representative of a city and the representative man of its inhabitants." "Very true, Miss Margaret. Now I remember, you were against me this morning, and were quite Miltonian and manufacturing in your preferences." Margaret saw the quick glance of surprise that Mr. Thornton gave her, and she was annoyed at the construction which he might put on this speech of Mr. Bell's. Mr. Bell went on. "Ah, I wish I could show you our High Street, our Radcliffe Square. I am leaving out our colleges, just as I give Mr. Thornton leave to omit his factories in speaking of the charms of Milton. I have a right to abuse my birthplace. Remember, I am a Milton man." Mr. Thornton was annoying more than he ought to have been at all that Mr. Bell was saying. He was not in a mood for joking. At another time, he could have enjoyed Mr. Bell's half-testy condemnation of a town where the life was so at variance with every habit he had formed. But now, he was galled enough to attempt to defend what was never meant to be seriously attacked. "I don't set up Milton as a model of a town." "Not in architecture?" slyly asked Mr. Bell. "No. We've been too busy to attend to mere outward appearances. Don't say mere outward appearances, said Mr. Hale, gently. They impress us all, from childhood upward, every day of our life. Wait a little while, said Mr. Thornton. Remember we are of a different race from the Greeks, to whom beauty was everything, and to whom Mr. Bell might speak of a life of leisure and serene enjoyment, much of which entered into their outward senses. I don't mean to despise them, any more than I would hate them. But I belong to Teutonic blood. It is little mingled in this part of England to what it is in others. We retain much of their language. We retain more of their spirit. We do not look upon life as a time for enjoyment, but as a time for action and exertion. Our glory and our beauty arise out of our outward strength, which makes us victorious over material resistance, and over greater difficulties still. We are Teutonic up here in Berkshire in another way. We hate to have laws made for us at a distance. We wish people would allow us to right ourselves, instead of continually meddling with their imperfect legislation. We stand up for self-government, and oppose centralization. In short, you would like the heptarchy back again. Well, at any rate, I revoke what I said this morning, that you Milton people did not reverence the past. You are regular worshippers of Thor. If we do not reverence the past as you do in Oxford, it is because we want something which can apply to the present more directly. It is fine when the study of the past leads to a prophecy of the future. But to men groping in new circumstances, it would be finer if the words of experience could direct us how to act in what concerns us most intimately and immediately, which is full of difficulties to be encountered, and upon the mode in which they are met and conquered, not merely pushed aside for the time, depends our future. But no! People can speak of utopia much more easily than of the next day's duty. And yet when that duty is all done by others, who's so ready to cry, "Fie for shame!" And all this time I don't see what you are talking about. Would you Milton men condescend to send up your today's difficulty to Oxford? You have not tried us yet. Mr. Thornton laughed outright at this. I believe I was talking with reference to a good deal that has been troubling us of late. I was thinking of the strikes we have gone through, which are troublesome and injurious things enough, as I am finding to my cost. And yet this last strike, under which I am smarting, has been respectable. A respectable strike, said Mr. Bell. That sounds as if you were far gone in the worship of Thor. Margaret felt, rather than saw, that Mr. Thornton was chagrined by the repeated turning into jest of what he was feeling as very serious. She tried to change the conversation from a subject about which one party cared little, while, to the other, it was deeply, because personally, interesting. She forced herself to say something. Edith says she finds the printed calicoes in Corfu better and cheaper than in London. Does she? Said her father. I think that must be one of Edith's exaggerations. Are you sure of it, Margaret? I am sure she says so, Papa. Then I am sure of the fact, said Mr. Bell. Margaret, I go so far in my idea of your truthfulness, that it shall cover your cousin's character. I don't believe a cousin of yours could exaggerate. Is Miss Hale so remarkable for truth? Said Mr. Thornton bitterly. The moment he had done so, he could have bitten his tongue out. What was he? And why should he stab her with her shame in this way? How evil he was tonight, possessed by ill humor at being detained so long from her, irritated by the mention of some name, because he thought it belonged to a more successful lover, now ill-tempered because he had been unable to cope, with a light heart, against one who was trying, by gay and careless speeches, to make the evening pass pleasantly away, the kind old friend to all parties, whose manner by this time might be well known to Mr. Thornton, who had been acquainted with him for many years. And then to speak to Margaret as he had done. She did not get up and leave the room, as she had done in former days, when his abruptness or his temper had annoyed her. She sat quite still, after the first momentary glance of grieved surprise that made her eyes look like some child's who has met with an unexpected rebuff. They slowly dilated into mournful, reproachful sadness, and then they fell, and she bent over her work, and did not speak again. But he could not help looking at her, and he saw a sigh tremble over her body, as if she quivered in some unwonted chill. He felt as the mother would have done, in the midst of provoking it and rating it, had she been called away before her slow confiding smile, implying perfect trust in mother's love, had proved the renewing of its love. He gave short, sharp answers. He was uneasy and cross, unable to discern between jest and earnest, anxious only for a look, a word of hers, before which to prostrate himself in penitent humility. But she either looked nor spoke. Her round taper fingers flew in and out of her sewing, as steadily and swiftly as if that were the business of her life. She could not care for him, he thought, or else the passionate fervor of his wish would have forced her to raise those eyes, if but for an instant, to read the late repentance in his. He could have struck her before he left, in order that by some strange overt act of rudeness, he might earn the privilege of telling her the remorse that gnawed at his heart. It was well that the long walk in the open air wound up this evening for him. It sobered him back into grave resolution that henceforth he would see as little of her as possible, since the very sight of that face and form, the very sounds of that voice like the soft winds of pure melody had such power to move him from his balance. Well, he had known what love was, a sharp pang, a fierce experience, in the midst of whose flames he was struggling. But through the furnace he would fight his way out into the serenity of middle age, all the richer and more human for having known this great passion. When he had somewhat abruptly left the room, Margaret rose from her seat, and began silently to fold up her work. The long seams were heavy, and had an unusual weight for her languid arms. The round lines in her face took a lengthened, straighter form, and her whole appearance was that of one who had gone through a day of great fatigue. As the three prepared for bed, Mr. Bell muttered a little condemnation of Mr. Thornton. "I never saw a fellow so spoiled by success. He can't bear a word, a jest of any kind. Everything seems to touch on the soreness of his high dignity. Formerly he was as simple and noble as the open day. You could not offend him, because he had no vanity. He is not vain now," said Margaret, turning round from the table, and speaking with quiet distinctness. "Tonight he has not been like himself. Something must have annoyed him before he came here." Mr. Bell gave her one of his sharp glances from above his spectacles. She stood it quite calmly, but after she had left the room, he suddenly asked, "Tail, did it ever strike you that Thornton and your daughter have what the French call a tendresse for each other?" "Never," said Mr. Hale, first startled and then flurried by the new idea. "No, I am sure you are wrong. I am almost certain you are mistaken. If there is anything, it is all on Mr. Thornton's side. Poor fellow! I hope and trust he is not thinking of her, for I am sure she would not have him. Well, I'm a bachelor, and have steered clear of love affairs all my life, so perhaps my opinion is not worth having. Or else I should say there were very pretty symptoms about her." "Then I am sure you are wrong," said Mr. Hale. "He may care for her, though she really has been almost rude to him at times. But why, Margaret would never think of him, I'm sure. Such a thing has never entered her head. Entering her heart would do. But I merely threw out a suggestion of what might be. I dare say I was wrong. And whether I was wrong or right, I'm very sleepy. So, having disturbed your night's rest as I can see with my untimely fancies, I'll betake myself with an easy mind to my own." But Mr. Hale resolved that he would not be disturbed by any such nonsensical idea, so he lay awake, determining not to think about it. Mr. Bell took his leave the next day, bidding Margaret look to him as one who had a right to help and protect her in all her troubles, of whatever nature they might be. To Mr. Hale he said, "That Margaret of yours has gone deep into my heart. Take care of her, for she is a very precious creature, a great deal too good for Milton, only fit for Oxford, in fact. The town, I mean, not the men. I can't match her yet. When I can, I shall bring my young man to stand side by side with your young woman, just as the genii in the Arabian Nights brought Prince Caeralmazan to match with the fairies Princess Badura. I beg you'll do no such thing. Remember the misfortunes that ensued, and besides I can't spare Margaret. No, on second thoughts, we'll have her to nurse us 10 years hence, when we shall be two cross old invalids. Seriously, Hale, I wish you'd leave Milton, which is a most unsuitable place for you, though it was my recommendation in the first instance. If you would, I'd swallow my shadows of doubts, and take a college living, and you and Margaret should come and live at the parsonage, you to be a sort of lay curate, and take the unwashed off my hands, and she to be our housekeeper, the village lady bountiful, by day, and read us to sleep in the evenings. I could be very happy in such a life. What do you think of it? Never, said Mr. Hale, decidedly. My one great change has been made and my price of suffering paid. Here I stay out my life, and here will I be buried, and lost in the crowd. I don't give up my plan yet. Only I won't bait you with it any more just now. Where's the pearl? Come, Margaret, give me a farewell kiss, and remember, my dear, where you may find a true friend, as far as his capability goes. You are my child, Margaret. Remember that, and God bless you. So they fell back into the monotony of the quiet life they would henceforth lead. There was no invalid to hope and fear about. Even the Higginses, so long of vivid interest, seemed to have receded from any need of immediate thought. The Boucher children, left motherless orphans, claimed what of Margaret's care she could bestow, and she went pretty often to see Mary Higgins, who had charge of them. The two families were living in one house. The elder children were at humble schools, the younger ones were tended, in Mary's absence at her work, by the kind neighbor whose good sense had struck Margaret at the time of Boucher's death. Of course she was paid for her trouble, and indeed, in all his little plans and arrangements for these orphan children, Nicholas showed a sober judgment, and regulated method of thinking, which were at variance with his former more eccentric jerks of action. He was so steady at his work, that Margaret did not often see him during these winter months. But when she did, she saw that he winced away from any reference to the father of those children, whom he had so fully and heartily taken under his care. He did not speak easily of Mr. Thornton. To tell the truth, said he fairly bamboozles me. He's two chaps. One chap I knowed of old as were meester all o'er. T'other chap hasn't an ounce of meester's flesh about him. How them two chaps is bound up in one body, is a craddy for me to find out. I'll not be beat by it though. Meanwhile he comes here pretty often. That's how I know the chap that's a man, not a meester. And I reckon he's taken aback by me pretty much as I am by him, for he sits and listens and stares, as if I were some strange beast newly caught in some of the zones. But I'm none daunted. It would take a deal to daunt me in my own house, as he sees. And I tell him some of my mind that I reckon he'd ha been the better of hearing when he were a younger man. And does he not answer you? Asked Mr. Hale. Well, I'll not say th advantage is all on his side, for all I take credit for improving him above a bit. Sometimes he says a rough thing or two, which is not agreeable to look at first, but has a queer smack o' truth in it when you'll come to chew it. He'll be coming tonight, I reckon, about them childer's schooling. He's not satisfied why the make of it, and wants for to examine 'em. What are they? Began Mr. Hale, but Margaret, touching his arm, showed him her watch. It is nearly 7, she said. The evenings are getting longer now. Come, Papa. She did not breathe freely till they were some distance from the house. Then, as she became more calm, she wished that she had not been in so great a hurry, for, somehow, they saw Mr. Thornton but very seldom now, and he might have come to see Higgins, and for the old friendship's sake she should like to have seen him tonight. Yes. He came very seldom, even for the dull cold purpose of lessons. Mr. Hale was disappointed in his pupil's lukewarmness about Greek literature, which had but a short time ago so great an interest for him. And now it often happened that a hurried note from Mr. Thornton would arrive, just at the last moment, saying that he was so much engaged that he could not come to read with Mr. Hale that evening. And though other pupils had taken more than his place as to time, no one was like his first scholar in Mr. Hale's heart. He was depressed and sad at this partial cessation of an intercourse which had become dear to him, and he used to sit pondering over the reason that could have occasioned this change. He startled Margaret, one evening as she sat at her work, by suddenly asking, Margaret, had you ever any reason for thinking that Mr. Thornton cared for you? He almost blushed as he put this question, but Mr. Bell's scouted idea recurred to him, and the words were out of his mouth before he well knew what he was about. Margaret did not answer immediately, but by the bent drooping of her head, he guessed what her reply would be. Yes, I believe. Oh, Papa, I should have told you. And she dropped her work and hid her face in her hands. No, dear, don't think that I am impertinently curious. I am sure you would have told me if you had felt that you could return his regard. Did he speak to you about it? No answer at first, but by and by a little gentle reluctant. Yes. And you refused him? A long sigh, a more helpless, nerveless attitude, and another. Yes. But before her father could speak, Margaret lifted up her face, rosy with some beautiful shame, and fixing her eyes upon him, said, Now, Papa, I have told you all this, and I cannot tell you more, and then the whole thing is so painful to me, every word and action connected with it is so unspeakably bitter that I cannot bear to think of it. Oh, Papa, I am sorry to have lost you this friend, but I could not help it. But oh, I am very sorry. She sat down on the ground, and laid her head on his knees. I too am sorry, my dear. Mr. Bell quite startled me when he said some idea of the kind. Mr. Bell! Oh, did Mr. Bell see it? A little. But he took it into his head that you, how shall I say it? That you were not ungraciously disposed towards Mr. Thornton. I knew that could never be. I hoped the whole thing was but an imagination, but I knew too well what your real feelings were to suppose that you could ever like Mr. Thornton in that way. But I am very sorry. They were very quiet and still for some minutes. But on stroking her cheek in a caressing way soon after, he was almost shocked to find her face wet with tears. As he touched her, she sprang up, and smiling with forced brightness, began to talk of the Lennoxes with such a vehement desire to turn the conversation, that Mr. Hale was too tender-hearted to try to force it back into the old channel. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow they will be back in Harley Street. Oh, how strange it will be! I wonder what room they will make into the nursery. And Shaw will be happy with the baby. Fancy Edith the mamma! And Captain Lennox, I wonder what he will do with himself now he has sold out. I'll tell you what, said her father, anxious to indulge her in this fresh subject of interest. I think I must spare you for a fortnight just to run up to town and see the travelers. You could learn more by half an hour's conversation with Mr. Henry Lennox about Frederick's chances, than in a dozen of these letters of his. So it would, in fact, be uniting business with pleasure. No, Papa, you cannot spare me, and what's more, I won't be spared. Then after a pause she added, I am losing hope sadly about Frederick. He is letting us down gently. But I can see that Mr. Lennox himself has no hope of hunting up the witnesses under years and years of time. No, said she. That bubble was very pretty, and very dear to our hearts, but it has burst like many another, and we must console ourselves with being glad that Frederick is so happy, and with being a great deal to each other. So don't offend me by talking of being able to spare me, Papa, for I assure you you can't. But the idea of a change took root and germinated in Margaret's heart, although not in the way in which her father proposed it at first. She began to consider how desirable something of the kind would be to her father, whose spirits, always feeble, now became too frequently depressed, and whose health, though he never complained, had been seriously affected by his wife's illness and death. There were the regular hours of reading with his pupils, but that all giving and no receiving could no longer be called companionship, as in the old days when Mr. Thornton came to study under him. Margaret was conscious of the want under which he was suffering, unknown to himself, the want of a man's intercourse with men. At Helstone there had been perpetual occasion for an interchange of visits with neighboring clergymen, and the poor labourers in the fields, or leisurely tramping home at eve, or tending their cattle in the forest, were always at liberty to speak or be spoken to. But in Milton every one was too busy for quiet speech, or any ripened intercourse of thought. What they said was about business, very present and actual, and when the tension of mind relating to their daily affairs was over, they sunk into fallow rest until next morning. The workman was not to be found after the day's work was done. He had gone away to some lecture, or some club, or some beer shop, according to his degree of character. Mr. Hale thought of trying to deliver a course of lectures at some of the institutions, but he contemplated doing this so much as an effort of duty, and with so little of the genial impulse of love towards his work and its end, that Margaret was sure that it would not be well done until he could look upon it with some kind of zest. Chapter 41. The Journey's End. I see my way as birds their trackless way. I shall arrive. What time, what circuit first, I ask not, but unless God sends his hail or blinding fireballs, sleet, or stifling snow, in some time, his good time, I shall arrive. He guides me and the bird. In his good time. Browning's Paracelsus. So the winter was getting on, and the days were beginning to lengthen, without bringing with them any of the brightness of hope which usually accompanies the rays of a February sun. Mrs. Thornton had of course entirely ceased to come to the house. Mr. Thornton came occasionally, but his visits were addressed to her father, and were confined to the study. Mr. Hale spoke of him as always the same. Indeed, the very rarity of their intercourse seemed to make Mr. Hale set only the higher value on it. And from what Margaret could gather of what Mr. Thornton had said, there was nothing in the cessation of his visits which could arise from any umbrage or vexation. His business affairs had become complicated during the strike, and required closer attention than he had given to them last winter. Nay, Margaret could even discover that he spoke from time to time of her, and always, as far as she could learn, in the same calm friendly way, never avoiding and never seeking any mention of her name. She was not in spirits to raise her father's tone of mind. The dreary peacefulness of the present time had been preceded by so long a period of anxiety and care, even intermixed with storms, that her mind had lost its elasticity. She tried to find herself occupation in teaching the two younger Boucher children, and worked hard at goodness. Hard, I say most truly, for her heart seemed dead to the end of all her efforts, and though she made them punctually and painfully, yet she stood as far off as ever from any cheerfulness. Her life seemed still bleak and dreary. The only thing she did well, was what she did out of unconscious piety, the silent comforting and consoling of her father. Not a mood of his but what found a ready sympathizer in Margaret. Not a wish of his that she did not strive to forecast, and to fulfill. They were quiet wishes to be sure, and hardly named without hesitation and apology. All the more complete and beautiful was her meek spirit of obedience. Mach brought the news of Frederick's marriage. He and Dolores wrote, she in Spanish English, as was but natural, and he with little turns and inversions of words which proved how far the idioms of his bride's country were infecting him. On the receipt of Henry Lennox's letter, announcing how little hope there was of his ever clearing himself at a court-martial, in the absence of the missing witnesses, Frederick had written to Margaret a pretty vehement letter, containing his renunciation of England as his country. He wished he could unnative himself, and declared that he would not take his pardon if it were offered him, nor live in the country if he had permission to do so. All of which made Margaret cry sorely, so unnatural did it seem to her at the first opening. But on consideration, she saw rather in such expression the poignancy of the disappointment which had thus crushed his hopes, and she felt that there was nothing for it but patience. In the next letter Frederick spoke so joyfully of the future that he had no thought for the past, and Margaret found a use in herself for the patience she had been craving for him. She would have to be patient. But the pretty, timid, girlish letters of Dolores were beginning to have a charm for both Margaret and her father. The young Spaniard was so evidently anxious to make a favorable impression upon her lover's English relations, that her feminine care peeped out at every erasure, and the letters announcing the marriage were accompanied by a splendid black lace mantilla, chosen by Dolores herself for her unseen sister-in-law, whom Frederick had represented as a paragon of beauty, wisdom, and virtue. Frederick's worldly position was raised by this marriage on to as high a level as they could desire. Barber and Company was one of the most extensive Spanish houses, and into it he was received as a junior partner. Margaret smiled a little and then sighed as she remembered afresh her old tirades against trade. Here was her preux chevalier of a brother-turned-merchant trader. But then she rebelled against herself, and protested silently against the confusion implied between a Spanish merchant and a Milton millowner. Well, trade or no trade, Frederick was very, very happy. Dolores must be charming, and the mantilla was exquisite. And then she returned to the present life. Her father had occasionally experienced a difficulty in breathing this spring, which had for the time distressed him exceedingly. Margaret was less alarmed, as this difficulty went off completely in the intervals. but she still was so desirous of his shaking off the liability altogether, as to make her very urgent that he should accept Mr. Bell's invitation to visit him at Oxford this April. Mr. Bell's invitation included Margaret. Nay more, he wrote a special letter commanding her to come, but she felt as if it would be a greater relief to her to remain quietly at home, entirely free from any responsibility whatever, and so to rest her mind and heart in a manner which she had not been able to do for more than 2 years past. When her father had driven off on his way to the railroad, Margaret felt how great and long had been the pressure on her time and her spirits. It was astonishing, almost stunning, to feel herself so much at liberty, no one depending on her for cheering care, if not for positive happiness, no invalid to plan and think for. She might be idle, and silent and forgetful, and what seemed worth more than all the other privileges, she might be unhappy if she liked. For months past, all her own personal cares and troubles had had to be stuffed away into a dark cupboard, but now she had leisure to take them out, and mourn over them, and study their nature, and seek the true method of subduing them into the elements of peace. All these weeks she had been conscious of their existence in a dull kind of way, though they were hidden out of sight. Now, once for all, she would consider them and appoint to each of them its right work in her life. So she sat almost motionless for hours in the drawing-room, going over the bitterness of every remembrance with an unwincing resolution. Only once she cried aloud, at the stinging thought of the faithlessness which gave birth to that abasing falsehood. She now would not even acknowledge the force of the temptation. Her plans for Frederick had all failed, and the temptation lay there a dead mockery, a mockery which had never had life in it. The lie had been so despicably foolish, seen by the light of the ensuing events, and faith in the power of truth so infinitely the greater wisdom. In her nervous agitation, she unconsciously opened a book of her father's that lay upon the table. The words that caught her eye in it seemed almost made for her present state of acute self-abasement. J'en vouloir pauvre prendre mon cœur en ces sortes, mers de honte, aveugle, impudent, traister et déloyal autant dieu et assimilables choses, mais j'ai vouloir le corriger par voie de compassion. Or sus mon pauvre cœur, nous volatum dans la fosse, lequel nous avions tant résolu d'échapper. Bah! Revelons nous, et quittons la pour jamais, réclamons la miséricorde de Dieu et espérons en el chuel nous assistera pour désormais extra plus firmes, et remittons nous au chemin de el humilite. Courage, soyons méchis sur nos guides, Dieu nous aidera. The way of humility. Ah! Sighed Margaret. That is what I have missed. But courage, little heart. We will turn back, and by God's help we may find the lost path. So she rose up, and determined at once to set down some work which should take her out of herself. To begin with, she called in Martha, as she passed the drawing-room door in going upstairs, and tried to find out what was below the grave, respectful, servant-like manner, which crusted over her individual character with an obedience which was almost mechanical. She found it difficult to induce Martha to speak of any of her personal interests, but at last she touched the right chord, in naming Mrs. Thornton. Martha's whole face brightened, and on a little encouragement, out came a long story, of how her father had been in early life connected with Mrs. Thornton's husband, nay, had even been in a position to show him some kindness. What, Martha hardly knew, for it had happened when she was quite a little child, and circumstances had intervened to separate the two families until Martha was nearly grown up, when, her father having sunk lower and lower from his original occupation as clerk in a warehouse, and her mother being dead, she and her sister, to use Martha's own expression, would have been lost, but for Mrs. Thornton, who sought them out, and thought for them, and cared for them. I had had the fever, and was but delicate, and Mrs. Thornton and Mr. Thornton too, they never rested till they had nursed me up in their own house, and sent me to the sea and all. The doctor said the fever was catching, but they cared none for that, only Miss Fanny, and she went a-visiting these folk that she is going to marry into. So though she was afraid at the time, it has all ended well. Miss Fanny going to be married? Exclaimed Margaret. Yes, and to a rich gentleman too, only he's a deal older than she is. His name is Watson, and his mills are somewhere out beyond Haley. It's a very good marriage, for all he's got such grey hair. At this piece of information, Margaret was silent long enough for Martha to recover her propriety, and with it, her habitual shortness of answer. She swept up the hearth, asked at what time she should prepare tea, and quitted the room with the same wooden face with which she had entered it. Margaret had to pull herself up from indulging a bad trick, which she had lately fallen into, of trying to imagine how every event that she heard of in relation to Mr. Thornton would affect him, whether he would like it or dislike it. The next day she had the little Boucher children for their lessons, and took a long walk, and ended by a visit to Mary Higgins. Somewhat to Margaret's surprise, she found Nicholas already come home from his work. The lengthening light had deceived her as to the lateness of the evening. He too seemed, by his manners, to have entered a little more on the way of humility. He was quieter, and less self-asserting. "So th gentleman's away on his travels, is he?" said he. "Little uns telled me so. There. But the sharp uns they are. I a'most think they beat my own winters for sharpness, though m'appen it's wrong to say so, and one on 'em in her grave. There's summat in th weather, I reckon, as sets folk wondering. My meester, him at th shop yonder, is spinning about th world somewhere." "Is that the reason you're so soon at home tonight?" asked Margaret innocently. "Thou know'st not about it, that's all," said he, contemptuously. "I'm not one wi' two faces, one for my meester, and t'other for his back. I counted a th clocks in the town striking afore I'd leave my work. No, yon Thornton's good enough for to fight wi', but too good for to be cheated. It were you as getten me the place, and I thank yo for it. Thornton's is not a bad mill, as times go. Stand down, lad, and say you are pretty hin to Miss Margaret. That's right, steady on thy legs, and right arm out as straight as a skewer. One to stop, two to stay, three mac ready, and four away." The little fellow repeated a Methodist hymn, far above his comprehension in point of language, but of which the swinging rhythm had caught his ear, and which he repeated with all the developed cadence of a member of Parliament. When Margaret had duly applauded, Nicholas called for another, and yet another, much to her surprise, as she found him thus oddly and unconsciously led to take an interest in the sacred things which he had formerly scouted. It was past the usual tea time when she reached home, but she had the comfort of feeling that no one had been kept waiting for her, and of thinking her own thoughts while she rested, instead of anxiously watching another person to learn whether to be grave or gay. After tea she resolved to examine a large packet of letters, and pick out those that were to be destroyed. Among them she came to 4 or 5 of Mr. Henry Lennox's, relating to Frederick's affairs, and she carefully read them over again, with the sole intention, when she began, to ascertain exactly on how fine a chance the justification of her brother hung. But when she had finished the last, and weighed the pros and cons, the little personal revelation of character contained in them forced itself on her notice. It was evident enough, from the stiffness of the wording, that Mr. Lennox had never forgotten his relation to her and any interest he might feel in the subject of the correspondence. They were clever letters. Margaret saw that in a twinkling, but she missed out of them all hearty and genial atmosphere. They were to be preserved, however, as valuable, so she laid them carefully on one side. When this little piece of business was ended, she fell into a reverie, and the thought of her absent father ran strangely in Margaret's head that night. She almost blamed herself for having felt her solitude and consequently his absence as a relief. But these 2 days had set her up afresh, with new strength and brighter hope. Plans which had lately appeared to her in the guise of tasks, now appeared like pleasures. The morbid scales had fallen from her eyes, and she saw her position and her work more truly. If only Mr. Thornton would restore her the lost friendship, nay, if he would only come from time to time to cheer her father as in former days, though she should never see him, she felt as if the course of her future life, though not brilliant in prospect, might lie clear and even before her. She sighed as she rose up to go to bed. In spite of the one step's enough for me. In spite of the one plain duty of devotion to her father, there lay at her heart an anxiety and a pang of sorrow. And Mr. Hale thought of Margaret, that April evening, just as strangely and as persistently as she was thinking of him. He had been fatigued by going about among his old friends and old familiar places. He had had exaggerated ideas of the change which his altered opinions might make in his friends' reception of him. But although some of them might have felt shocked or grieved, or indignant, at his falling off in the abstract, as soon as they saw the face of the man whom they had once loved, they forgot his opinions in himself, or only remembered them enough to give an additional tender gravity to their manner. For Mr. Hale had not been known to many. He had belonged to one of the smaller colleges, and had always been shy and reserved. But those who in youth had cared to penetrate to the delicacy of thought and feeling that lay below his silence and indecision, took him to their hearts, with something of the protecting kindness which they would have shown to a woman. And the renewal of this kindliness, after the lapse of years, and an interval of so much change, overpowered him more than any roughness or expression of disapproval could have done. "I'm afraid we've done too much," said Mr. Bell. "You're suffering now from having lived so long in that Milton air." "I am tired," said Mr. Hale. "But it is not Milton air. I'm 55 years of age, and that little fact of itself accounts for any loss of strength." "Nonsense! I'm upwards of 60, and feel no loss of strength, either bodily or mental." "Don't let me hear you talking so." 55! Why, you're quite a young man." Mr. Hale shook his head. "These last few years," said he. But after a minute's pause he raised himself from his half-recumbent position, in one of Mr. Bell's luxurious easy-chairs, and said with a kind of trembling earnestness, "Bell, you're not to think that if I could have foreseen all that would come of my change of opinion, and my resignation of my living, no, not even if I could have known how she would have suffered, that I would undo it. The act of open acknowledgment that I no longer held the same faith as the church in which I was a priest. As I think now, even if I could have foreseen that cruelest martyrdom of suffering, through the sufferings of one whom I loved, I would have done just the same as far as that step of openly leaving the church went. I might have done differently, and acted more wisely, in all that I subsequently did for my family. But I don't think God endued me with overmuch wisdom or strength," he added, falling back into his old position. Mr. Bell blew his nose ostentatiously before answering. Then he said, "He gave you strength to do what your conscience told you was right, and I don't see that we need any higher or holier strength than that, or wisdom either. I know I have not that much, and yet men set me down in their fools' books as a wise man, an independent character, strong-minded, and all that cant. The veriest idiot who obeys his own simple law of right, if it be but in wiping his shoes on a doormat, is wiser and stronger than I. But what gulls men are!" There was a pause. Mr. Hale spoke first, in continuation of his thought. "About Margaret." "Well, about Margaret. What then? If I die, nonsense! What would become of her, I often think. I suppose the Lennoxes will ask her to live with them. I try to think they will. Her Aunt Shaw loved her very well in her own quiet way, but she forgets to love the absent. A very common fault. What sort of people are the Lennoxes?" "He handsome, fluent, and agreeable. Edith a sweet spoiled beauty. Margaret loves her with all her heart, and Edith with as much of her heart as she can spare. Now, Hale, you know that girl of yours has got pretty nearly all my heart. I told you that before. Of course, as your daughter, as my goddaughter, I took great interest in her before I saw her the last time. But this visit that I paid to you at Milton made me her slave. I went, a willing old victim, following the car of the conqueror. For, indeed, she looks as grand and serene as one who has struggled, and may be struggling, and yet has the victory secure in sight. Yes, in spite of all her present anxieties, that was the look on her face. And so, all I have is at her service if she needs it, and will be hers, whether she will or no, when I die. Moreover, I myself will be her preux chevalier, 60 and gouty though I be. Seriously, old friend, your daughter shall be my principal charge in life, and all the help that either my wit or my wisdom or my willing heart can give, shall be hers. I don't choose her out as a subject for fretting. Something I know of old, you must have to worry yourself about, or you wouldn't be happy. But you're going to outlive me by many a long year. You spare, thin men are always tempting and always cheating death. It's the stout, Forward fellows like me, that always go off first. If Mr. Bell had had a prophetic eye he might have seen the torch all but inverted, and the angel with the grave and composed face standing very nigh, beckoning to his friend. That night Mr. Hale laid his head down upon the pillow on which it never more should stir with life. The servant who entered his room in the morning received no answer to his speech, drew near the bed, and saw the calm, beautiful face lying white and cold under the ineffaceable seal of death. The attitude was exquisitely easy. There had been no pain, no struggle. The action of the heart must have ceased as he lay down. Mr. Bell was stunned by the shock, and only recovered when the time came for being angry at every suggestion of his man's. A coroner's inquest? Till. You don't think I poisoned him? Dr. Forbes says it is just the natural end of a heart complaint. Poor old Hale. You wore out that tender heart of yours before its time. Poor old friend. How he talked of his, Wallace, pack up a carpet bag for me in 5 minutes. Here have I been talking. Pack it up, I say. I must go to Milton by the next train. The bag was packed, the cab ordered, the railway reached, in 20 minutes from the time of this decision. The London train whizzed by, drew back some yards, and in Mr. Bell was hurried by the impatient guard. He threw himself back in his seat, to try, with closed eyes, to understand how one in life yesterday could be dead today, and shortly tears stole out between his grizzled eyelashes, at the feeling of which he opened his keen eyes, and looked as severely cheerful as his set determination could make him. He was not going to blubber before a set of strangers. Not he. There was no set of strangers, only one sitting far from him on the same side. By and by Mr. Bell peered at him, to discover what manner of man it was that might have been observing his emotion, and behind the great sheet of the outspread Times, he recognized Mr. Thornton. "Why, Thornton! Is that you?" said he, removing hastily to a closer proximity. He shook Mr. Thornton vehemently by the hand, until the gripe ended in a sudden relaxation, for the hand was wanted to wipe away tears. He had last seen Mr. Thornton in his friend Hale's company. "I'm going to Milton, bound on a melancholy errand. Going to break to Hale's daughter the news of his sudden death." "Death? Mr. Hale dead?" I keep saying it to myself, Hale is dead, but it doesn't make it any the more real. Hale is dead for all that. He went to bed well, to all appearance, last night, and was quite cold this morning when my servant went to call him." "Where?" "I don't understand." "At Oxford. He came to stay with me, hadn't been in Oxford this 17 years, and this is the end of it." Not one word was spoken for above a quarter of an hour. Then Mr. Thornton said, "And she," and stopped full short. "Margaret, you mean?" "Yes. I am going to tell her." Poor fellow! How full his thoughts were of her all last night. Good God! Last night only. And how immeasurably distant he is now. But I take Margaret as my child for his sake. I said last night I would take her for her own sake. Well, I take her for both. Mr. Thornton made 1 or 2 fruitless attempts to speak, before he could get out the words. "What will become of her? I rather fancy there would be 2 people waiting for her, myself for one. I would take a live dragon into my house to live, if by hiring such a chaperone, and setting up an establishment of my own, I could make my old age happy with having Margaret for a daughter. But there are those Lennoxes." "Who are they?" asked Mr. Thornton with trembling interest. "Oh, smart London people, who very likely will think that they've the best right to her. Captain Lennox married her cousin, the girl she was brought up with. Good enough people, I dare say. And there's her aunt, Mrs. Shaw. There might be a way open, perhaps, by my offering to marry that worthy lady. But that would be quite a piece aller. And then there's that brother." "What brother?" "A brother of her aunt's. No, no, a clever Lennox. The captain's a fool, you must understand, a young barrister, who will be setting his cap at Margaret. I know he has had her in his mind these 5 years or more. One of his chums told me as much, and he was only kept back by one of fortune. Now that would be done away with." "Calm?" asked Mr. Thornton, too earnestly curious to be aware of the impertinence of his question. Why, she'll have my money at my death. And if this Henry Lennox is half good enough for her, and she likes him, well, I might find another way of getting a home through a marriage. I'm dreadfully afraid of being tempted, at an unguarded moment, by her aunt. Neither Mr. Bell nor Mr. Thornton was in a laughing humor, so the oddity of any of the speeches which the former made was unnoticed by them. Mr. Bell whistled, without emitting any sound beyond a long hissing breath, changed his seat, without finding comfort or rest, while Mr. Thornton sat immovably still, his eyes fixed on one spot in the newspaper, which he had taken up in order to give himself leisure to think. "Where have you been?" asked Mr. Bell, at length. "To have her." Trying to detect the secret of the great rise in the price of cotton. Odd! Cotton, and speculations, and smoke, well cleansed and well cared for machinery, and unwashed and neglected hands. Poor old Hale! Poor old Hale! If you could have known the change which it was to him from Helstone. Do you know the New Forest at all? Yes. Very shortly. Then you can fancy the difference between it and Milton. What part were you in? Were you ever at Helstone? A little picturesque village, like some in the Odenwald? You know Helstone? I have seen it. It was a great change to leave it and come to Milton. He took up his newspaper with a determined air, as if resolved to avoid further conversation, and Mr. Bell was fain to resort to his former occupation of trying to find out how he could best break the news to Margaret. She was at an upstairs window. She saw him alight. She guessed the truth with an instinctive flash. She stood in the middle of the drawing-room, as if arrested in her first impulse to rush downstairs, and as if by the same restraining thought she had been turned to stone, so white and immovable was she. "I don't tell me. I know it from your face. You would have sent, you would not have left him, if you were alive." "Oh, papa, papa." Chapter 42. Alone, alone. When some beloved voice that was to you both sound and sweetness, faileth suddenly, and silence, against which you dare not cry, aches round you like a strong disease anew, what hope? What help? What music will undo that silence to your sense? Mrs. Browning. The shock had been great. Margaret fell into a state of prostration, which did not show itself in sobs and tears, or even find the relief of words. She lay on the sofa with her eyes shut, never speaking but when spoken to, and then replying in whispers. Mr. Bell was perplexed. He dared not leave her. He dared not ask her to accompany him back to Oxford, which had been one of the plans he had formed on the journey to Milton. Her physical exhaustion was evidently too complete for her to undertake any such fatigue, putting the sight that she would have to encounter out of the question. Mr. Bell sat over the fire, considering what he had better do. Margaret lay motionless, and almost breathless by him. He would not leave her, even for the dinner which Dixon had prepared for him downstairs, and with sobbing hospitality, would fain have tempted him to eat. He had a plateful of something brought up to him. In general, he was particular and dainty enough, and knew well each shade of flavor in his food, but now the devilled chicken tasted like sawdust. He minced up some of the fowl for Margaret, and peppered and salted it well, but when Dixon, following his directions, tried to feed her, the languid shake of head proved that in such a state as Margaret was in, food would only choke, not nourish her. Mr. Bell gave a great sigh, lifted up his stout old limbs stiff with traveling from their easy position, and followed Dixon out of the room. "I can't leave her. I must write to them at Oxford to see that the preparations are made. They can be getting on with these till I arrive. Can't Mrs. Lennox come to her? I'll write and tell her she must. The girl must have some woman friend about her, if only to talk her into a good fit of crying." Dixon was crying, enough for two, but after wiping her eyes and steadying her voice, she managed to tell Mr. Bell that Mrs. Lennox was too near her confinement to be able to undertake any journey at present. "Well, I suppose we must have Mrs. Shaw. She's come back to England, isn't she?" "Yes, sir, she's come back, but I don't think she will like to leave Mrs. Lennox at such an interesting time," said Dixon, who did not much approve of a stranger entering the household, to share with her in her ruling care of Margaret. "Interesting time be. Mr. Bell restricted himself by coughing over the end of his sentence. She could be content to be at Venice or Naples, or some of those popish places, at the last interesting time, which took place in Corfu, I think. And what does that little prosperous woman's interesting time signify, in comparison with that poor creature there, that helpless, homeless, friendless Margaret, lying as still on that sofa as if it were an altar tomb, and she the stone statue on it? I tell you Mrs. Shaw shall come. See that a room, or whatever she wants, is got ready for her by tomorrow night. I'll take care she comes. Accordingly Mr. Bell wrote a letter, which Mrs. Shaw declared, with many tears, to be so like one of the dear generals when he was going to have a fit of the gout, that she should always value and preserve it. If he had given her the option, by requesting or urging her, as if a refusal were possible, she might not have come, true and sincere as was her sympathy with Margaret. It needed the sharp uncourteous command to make her conquer her vis inertia and allow herself to be packed by her maid, after the latter had completed the boxes. Edith, all cap, shawl, and tears, came out to the top of the stairs, as Captain Lennox was taking her mother down to the carriage. Don't forget, Mamma, Margaret must come and live with us. Sholto will go to Oxford on Wednesday, and you must send word by Mr. Bell to him when we're to expect you. And if you want Sholto, he can go on from Oxford to Milton. Don't forget, Mamma, you are to bring back Margaret. Edith re-entered the drawing room. Mr. Henry Lennox was there, cutting open the pages of a new review. Without lifting his head, he said, "If you don't like Sholto to be so long absent from you, Edith, I hope you will let me go down to Milton, and give what assistance I can." "Oh, thank you," said Edith. "I dare say old Mr. Bell will do everything he can, and more help may not be needed. Only one does not look for much savoir-faire from a resident fellow. Dear, darling Margaret, won't it be nice to have her here again? You were both great allies years ago." "Were we?" asked he indifferently, with an appearance of being interested in a passage in the review. "Well, perhaps not, I forget. I was so full of Sholto. But doesn't it fall out well, that if my uncle was to die, it should be just now, when we are come home, and settled in the old house, and quite ready to receive Margaret? Poor thing! What a change it will be to her from Milton! I'll have new chintz for her bedroom, and make it look new and bright, and cheer her up a little." In the same spirit of kindness, Mrs. Shaw journeyed to Milton, occasionally dreading the first meeting, and wondering how it would be got over, but more frequently planning how soon she could get Margaret away from that horrid place, and back in the pleasant comforts of Harley Street. "Oh dear," she said to her maid, "look at those chimneys. My poor sister Hale! I don't think I could have rested at Naples if I had known what it was. I must have come and fetched her and Margaret away." And to herself she acknowledged that she had always thought her brother-in-law rather a weak man, but never so weak as now, when she saw for what a place he had exchanged the lovely Helstone home. Margaret had remained in the same state, white, motionless, speechless, tearless. They had told her that her Aunt Shaw was coming, but she had not expressed either surprise or pleasure, or dislike to the idea. Mr. Bell, whose appetite had returned, and who appreciated Dixon's endeavors to gratify it, in vain urged upon her to taste some sweetbread stewed with oysters. She shook her head with the same quiet obstinacy as on the previous day, and he was obliged to console himself for her rejection, by eating them all himself. But Margaret was the first to hear the stopping of the cab that brought her aunt from the railway station. Her eyelids quivered, her lips colored and trembled. Mr. Bell went down to meet Mrs. Shaw, and when they came up, Margaret was standing, trying to steady her dizzy self, and when she saw her aunt, she went forward to the arms open to receive her, and first found the passionate relief of tears on her aunt's shoulder. All thoughts of quiet habitual love, of tenderness for years, of relationship to the dead, all that inexplicable likeness in look, tone, and gesture that seemed to belong to one family, and which reminded Margaret so forcibly at this moment of her mother, came in to melt and soften her numbed heart into the overflow of warm tears. Mr. Bell stole out of the room, and went down into the study, where he ordered a fire, and tried to divert his thoughts by taking down and examining the different books. Each volume brought a remembrance, or a suggestion of his dead friend. It might be a change of employment from his 2 days' work of watching Margaret, but it was no change of thought. He was glad to catch the sound of Mr. Thornton's voice, making inquiry at the door. Dixon was rather cavalierly dismissing him, for with the appearance of Mrs. Shaw's maid came visions of former grandeur, of the Beresford blood, of the estation, so she was pleased to term it, from which her young lady had been ousted, and to which she was now, please God, to be restored. These visions, which she had been dwelling on with complacency in her conversation with Mrs. Shaw's maid, skilfully eliciting meanwhile all the circumstances of state and consequence connected with the Harley Street establishment, for the edification of the listening Martha, made Dixon rather inclined to be supercilious in her treatment of any inhabitant of Milton, so, though she always stood rather in awe of Mr. Thornton, she was as curt as she durst be in telling him that he could see none of the inmates of the house that night. It was rather uncomfortable to be contradicted in her statement by Mr. Bell's opening the study door, and calling out, "Thornton, is that you? Come in for a minute or two. I want to speak to you." So Mr. Thornton went into the study, and Dixon had to retreat into the kitchen, and reinstate herself in her own esteem by a prodigious story of Sir John Beresford's coach and six, when he was High Sheriff. "I don't know what I wanted to say to you after all. Only it's dull enough to sit in a room where everything speaks to you of a dead friend. Yet Margaret and her aunt must have the drawing room to themselves." Is her aunt come?" asked Mr. Thornton. "Come? Yes. Maid and all. One would have thought she might have come by herself at such a time. And now I shall have to turn out and find my way to the Clarendon." "You must not go to the Clarendon. We have 5 or 6 empty bedrooms at home, well aired. I think you may trust my mother for that. Then I'll only run upstairs and wish that wan girl good night, and make my bow to her aunt, and go off with you straight." Mr. Bell was some time upstairs. Mr. Thornton began to think it long, for he was full of business, and had hardly been able to spare the time for running up to Crampton, and inquiring how Miss Hale was. When they had set out upon their walk, Mr. Bell said, "I was kept by those women in the drawing room. Mrs. Shaw is anxious to get home, on account of her daughter, she says, and wants Margaret to go off with her at once. Now she is no more fit for traveling than I am for flying. Besides, she says, and very justly, that she has friends she must see, that she must wish good-bye to several people, and then her aunt worried her about old claims, and was she forgetful of old friends. And she said, with a great burst of crying, she should be glad enough to go from a place where she had suffered so much. Now I must return to Oxford tomorrow, and I don't know on which side of the scale to throw in my voice." He paused, as if asking a question, but he received no answer from his companion, the echo of whose thoughts kept repeating, "Where she had suffered so much." Alas! And that was the way in which this 18 months in Milton, to him so unspeakably precious, down to its very bitterness, which was worth all the rest of life's sweetness, would be remembered. Neither loss of father, nor loss of mother, dear as she was to Mr. Thornton, could have poisoned the remembrance of the weeks, the days, the hours, when a walk of 2 miles, every step of which was pleasant, as it brought him nearer and nearer to her, took him to her sweet presence, every step of which was rich, as each recurring moment that bore him away from her made him recall some fresh grace in her demeanor, or pleasant pungency in her character. Yes. Whatever had happened to him, external to his relation to her, he could never have spoken of that time, when he could have seen her every day, when he had her within his grasp, as it were, as a time of suffering. It had been a royal time of luxury to him, with all its stings and contumelies, compared to the poverty that crept round and clipped the anticipation of the future down to sordid fact, and life without an atmosphere of either hope or fear. Mrs. Thornton and Fanny were in the dining room, the latter in a flutter of small exultation, as the maid held up one glossy material after another, to try the effect of the wedding dresses by candlelight. Her mother really tried to sympathize with her, but could not. Neither taste nor dress were in her line of subjects, and she heartily wished that Fanny had accepted her brother's offer of having the wedding clothes provided by some first-rate London dressmaker, without the endless troublesome discussions, and unsettled waverings, that arose out of Fanny's desire to choose and superintend everything herself. Mr. Thornton was only too glad to mark his grateful approbation of any sensible man who could be captivated by Fanny's second-rate airs and graces, by giving her ample means for providing herself with the finery, which certainly rivaled, if it did not exceed, the lover in her estimation. When her brother and Mr. Bell came in, Fanny blushed and simpered, and fluttered over the signs of her employment, in a way which could not have failed to draw attention from any one else but Mr. Bell. If he thought about her and her silks and satins at all, it was to compare her and them with the pale sorrow he had left behind him, sitting motionless, with bent head and folded hands, in a room where the stillness was so great that you might almost fancy the rush in your straining ears was occasioned by the spirits of the dead, yet hovering round their beloved. For when Mr. Bell had first gone upstairs, Mrs. Shaw lay asleep on the sofa, and no sound broke the silence. Mrs. Thornton gave Mr. Bell her formal, hospitable welcome. She was never so gracious as when receiving her son's friends in her son's house, and the more unexpected they were, the more honor to her admirable housekeeping preparations for comfort. "How is Miss Hale?" she asked. "About as broken down by this last stroke as she can be. I am sure it is very well for her that she has such a friend as you." "I wish I were her only friend, madam. I dare say it sounds very brutal, but here have I been displaced, and turned out of my post of comforter and adviser by a fine lady aunt, and there are cousins and what not claiming her in London, as if she were a lapdog belonging to them. And she is too weak and miserable to have a will of her own." "She must indeed be weak," said Mrs. Thornton, with an implied meaning which her son understood well. "Though where," continued Mrs. Thornton, "have these relations been all this time that Miss Hale has appeared almost friendless, and has certainly had a good deal of anxiety to bear?" But she did not feel interest enough in the answer to her question to wait for it. She left the room to make her household arrangements. "They have been living abroad. They have some kind of claim upon her. I will do them that justice. The aunt brought her up, and she and the cousin have been like sisters. The thing vexing me, you see, is that I wanted to take her for a child of my own, and I am jealous of these people, who don't seem to value the privilege of their right. Now it would be different if Frederick claimed her." "Frederick!" exclaimed Mr. Thornton. "Who is he? What right—" He stopped short in his vehement question. "Frederick," said Mr. Bell in surprise. "Why, don't you know? He's her brother. Have you not heard? I never heard his name before. Where is he? Who is he? Surely I told you about him, when the family first came to Milton, the son who was concerned in that mutiny. I never heard of him till this moment. Where does he live?" "In Spain. He is liable to be arrested the moment he sets foot on English ground. Poor fellow! He will grieve at not being able to attend his father's funeral. We must be content with Captain Lennox, for I don't know of any other relation. I hope I may be allowed to go." "Certainly, thankfully. You're a good fellow, after all, Thornton. Hale liked you. He spoke to me, only the other day at Oxford. He regretted he had seen so little of you lately. I am obliged to you for wishing to show him respect. But about Frederick. Does he never come to England?" "Never. He was not over here about the time of Mrs. Hale's death?" "No." "Why, I was here then. I hadn't seen Hale for years and years, and if you remember I came—no, it was some time after that I came. But poor Frederick Hale was not here then." "What made you think he was?" "I saw a young man walking with Miss Hale one day," replied Mr. Thornton, "and I think it was about that time." "Oh, that would be this young Lennox, the captain's brother. He's a lawyer, and they were in pretty constant correspondence with him, and I remember Mr. Hale told me he thought he would come down." "Do you know," said Mr. Bell, wheeling round, and shutting one eye, the better to bring the forces of the other to bear with keen scrutiny on Mr. Thornton's face, "that I once fancied you had a little tenderness for Margaret?" No answer. No change of countenance. "And so did poor Hale." "Not at first, and not till I had put it into his head. I admired Miss Hale. Every one must do so." "She is a beautiful creature," said Mr. Thornton, driven to bay by Mr. Bell's pernicious questioning. Is that all? You can speak of her in that measured way, as simply a beautiful creature, only something to catch the eye. I did hope you had had nobleness enough in you to make you pay her the homage of the heart. Though I believe, in fact I know, she would have rejected you, still to have loved her without return would have lifted you higher than all those, be they who they may, that have ever known her to love. Beautiful creature indeed! Do you speak of her as you would of a horse or a dog? Mr. Thornton's eyes glowed like red embers. Mr. Bell, said he, before you speak so, you should remember that all men are not as free to express what they feel as you are. Let us talk of something else. For though his heart leaped up, as at a trumpet call, to every word that Mr. Bell had said, and though he knew that what he had said would henceforward bind the thought of the old Oxford fellow closely up with the most precious things of his heart, yet he would not be forced into any expression of what he felt towards Margaret. He was no mocking bird of praise to try, because another extolled what he reverenced and passionately loved, to outdo him in laudation. So he turned to some of the dry matters of business that lay between Mr. Bell and him, as landlord and tenant. What is that heap of brick and mortar we came against in the yard? Any repairs wanted? No, none, thank you. Are you building on your own account? If you are, I'm very much obliged to you. I'm building a dining room, for the men I mean, the hands. I thought you were hard to please, if this room wasn't good enough to satisfy you, a bachelor. I've got acquainted with a strange kind of chap, and I put 1 or 2 children in whom he is interested to school. So, as I happened to be passing near his house one day, I just went there about some trifling payment to be made, and I saw such a miserable black frizzle of a dinner, a greasy cinder of meat, as first set me a-thinking. But it was not till provisions grew so high this winter that I bethought me how, by buying things wholesale, and cooking a good quantity of provisions together, much money might be saved, and much comfort gained. So I spoke to my friend, or my enemy, the man I told you of, and he found fault with every detail of my plan, and in consequence I laid it aside, both as impracticable, and also because if I forced it into operation I should be interfering with the independence of my men, when, suddenly, this Higgins came to me and graciously signified his approval of a scheme so nearly the same as mine, that I might fairly have claimed it, and moreover the approval of several of his fellow workmen, to whom he had spoken. I was a little riled, I confess, by his manner, and thought of throwing the whole thing overboard to sink or swim. But it seemed childish to relinquish a plan which I had once thought wise and well laid, just because I myself did not receive all the honor and consequence due to the originator. So I coolly took the part assigned to me, which is something like that of a steward to a club. I buy in the provisions wholesale, and provide a fitting matron or cook. I hope you give satisfaction in your new capacity. Are you a good judge of potatoes and onions? But I suppose Mrs. Thornton assists you in your marketing. Not a bit, replied Mr. Thornton. She disapproves of the whole plan, and now we never mention it to each other. But I managed pretty well, getting in great stocks from Liverpool, and being served in butcher's meat by our own family butcher. I can assure you, the hot dinners the matron turns out are not to be despised. Do you taste each dish as it goes in virtue of your office? I hope you have a weight wand. I was very scrupulous, at first, in confining myself to the mere purchasing part, and even in that I rather obeyed the men's orders, conveyed to the housekeeper, than went by my own judgment. At one time, the beef was too large, at another the mutton was not fat enough. I think they saw how careful I was to leave them free, and not to intrude my own ideas upon them. So one day, 2 or 3 of the men, my friend Higgins among them, asked me if I would not come in and take a snack. It was a very busy day, but I saw that the men would be hurt if, after making the advance, I didn't meet them halfway, so I went in, and I never made a better dinner in my life. I told them, my next neighbors I mean, for I'm no speech maker, how much I enjoyed it, and for some time, whenever that especial dinner recurred in their dietary, I was sure to be met by these men, with a "Master, there's hot pot for dinner today, when you'll come in." If they had not asked me, I would no more have intruded on them than I'd have gone to the mess at the barracks without invitation. I should think you were rather a restraint on your host's conversation. They can't abuse the masters while you're there. I expect they take it out on non-hot pot days. Well, hitherto we steered clear of all vexed questions. But if any of the old disputes came up again, I would certainly speak out my mind next hot pot day. But you are hardly acquainted with our Darkshire fellows, for all you're a Darkshire man yourself. They have such a sense of humor, and such a racy mode of expression. I am getting really to know some of them now, and they talk pretty freely before me. Nothing like the act of eating for equalizing men. Dying is nothing to it. The philosopher dies sententiously, the Pharisee ostentatiously, the simple-hearted humbly, the poor idiot blindly. As the sparrow falls to the ground, the philosopher and idiot, publican and Pharisee, all eat after the same fashion, given an equally good digestion. There's theory for you. Indeed, I have no theory. I hate theories. I beg your pardon. To show my penitence, will you accept a £10 note towards your marketing, and give the poor fellows a feast? Thank you, but I'd rather not. They pay me rent for the oven and cooking places at the back of the mill, and will have to pay more for the new dining room. I don't want it to fall into a charity. I don't want donations. Once let in the principle, and I should have people going and talking, and spoiling the simplicity of the whole thing. People will talk about any new plan. You can't help that. My enemies, if I have any, may make a philanthropic fuss about this dinner scheme, but you are a friend, and I expect that you will now pay my experiment the respect of silence. It is but a new broom at present, and sweeps clean enough. But by and by we shall meet with plenty of stumbling blocks, no doubt. Chapter 43. Margaret's flitting. The meanest thing to which we bid adieu loses its meanness in the parting hour. Eliot. Mrs. Shaw took as vehement a dislike as it was possible for one of her gentle nature to do, against Milton. It was noisy and smoky, and the poor people whom she saw in the streets were dirty, and the rich ladies overdressed, and not a man that she saw, high or low, had his clothes made to fit him. She was sure Margaret would never regain her lost strength while she stayed in Milton, and she herself was afraid of one of her old attacks of the nerves. Margaret must return with her, and that quickly. This, if not the exact force of her words, was at any rate the spirit of what she urged on Margaret, till the latter, weak, weary, and broken-spirited, yielded a reluctant promise that, as soon as Wednesday was over, she would prepare to accompany her aunt back to town, leaving Dixon in charge of all the arrangements for paying bills, disposing of furniture, and shutting up the house. Before that Wednesday, that mournful Wednesday, when Mr. Hale was to be interred, far away from either of the homes he had known in life, and far away from the wife who lay lonely among strangers, and this last was Margaret's great trouble, for she thought that if she had not given way to that overwhelming stupor during the first sad days, she could have arranged things otherwise. Before that Wednesday, Margaret received a letter from Mr. Bell. My dear Margaret, I did mean to have returned to Milton on Thursday, but unluckily it turns out to be one of the rare occasions when we, Plymouth fellows, are called upon to perform any kind of duty, and I must not be absent from my post. Captain Lennox and Mr. Thornton are here. The former seems a smart, well-meaning man, and has proposed to go over to Milton, and assist you in any search for the will. Of course there is none, or you would have found it by this time, if you followed my directions. Then the captain declares he must take you and his mother-in-law home, and in his wife's present state, I don't see how you can expect him to remain away longer than Friday. However, that Dixon of yours is trusty, and can hold her, or your own, till I come. I will put matters into the hands of my Milton attorney if there is no will, for I doubt this smart captain is no great man of business. Nevertheless, his mustachios are splendid. There will have to be a sale, so select what things you wish to be reserved. Or you can send a list afterwards. Now 2 things more, and I have done. You know, or if you don't, your poor father did, that you are to have my money and goods when I die. Not that I mean to die yet, but I name this just to explain what is coming. These Lennoxes seem very fond of you now, and perhaps may continue to be, perhaps not. So it is best to start with a formal agreement, namely, that you are to pay to them £250 a year, as long as you and they find it pleasant to live together. This, of course, includes Dixon. Mind you don't be cajoled into paying more for her. Then you won't be thrown adrift. If some day the captain wishes to have his house to himself, but you can carry yourself and your 250 pounds off somewhere else. If, indeed, I have not claimed you to come and keep house for me first. Then as to dress, and Dixon, and personal expenses, and confectionery, all young ladies eat confectionery till wisdom comes by age. I shall consult some lady of my acquaintance, and see how much you will have from your father before fixing this. Now, Margaret, have you flown out before you have read this far, and wondered what right the old man has to settle your affairs for you so cavalierly? I make no doubt you have. Yet the old man has a right. He has loved your father for 35 years. He stood beside him on his wedding day. He closed his eyes in death. Moreover, he is your godfather, and as he cannot do you much good spiritually, having a hidden consciousness of your superiority in such things, he would fain do you the poor good of endowing you materially. And the old man has not a known relation on earth. Who is there to mourn for Adam Bell? And his whole heart is set and bent upon this one thing. And Margaret Hale is not the girl to say him nay. Write by return if only 2 lines, to tell me your answer. But no thanks. Margaret took up a pen and scrawled with trembling hand. Margaret Hale is not the girl to say him nay. In her weak state she could not think of any other words, and yet she was vexed to use these. But she was so much fatigued even by this slight exertion, that if she could have thought of another form of acceptance, she could not have sate up to write a syllable of it. She was obliged to lie down again, and try not to think. My dearest child, has that letter vexed or troubled you? No, said Margaret feebly. I shall be better when tomorrow is over. I feel sure, darling, you won't be better till I get you out of this horrid air. How you can have borne it these 2 years I can't imagine. Where could I go to? I could not leave Papa and Mamma. Well, don't distress yourself, my dear. I dare say it was all for the best, only I had no conception of how you were living. Our butler's wife lives in a better house than this. It is sometimes very pretty, in summer. You can't judge by what it is now. I have been very happy here. And Margaret closed her eyes by way of stopping the conversation. The house teemed with comfort now, compared to what it had been. The evenings were chilly, and by Mrs. Shaw's directions fires were lighted in every bedroom. She petted Margaret in every possible way, and bought every delicacy, or soft luxury in which she herself would have burrowed and sought comfort. But Margaret was indifferent to all these things, or, if they forced themselves upon her attention, it was simply as causes for gratitude to her aunt, who was putting herself so much out of the way to think of her. She was restless, though so weak. All the day long, she kept herself from thinking of the ceremony which was going on at Oxford, by wandering from room to room, and languidly setting aside such articles as she wished to retain. Dixon followed her by Mrs. Shaw's desire, ostensibly to receive instructions, but with a private injunction to soothe her into repose as soon as might be. These books, Dixon, I will keep. All the rest will you send to Mr. Bell? They are of a kind that he will value for themselves, as well as for Papa's sake. This, I should like you to take this to Mr. Thornton, after I am gone. Stay, I will write a note with it. And she sat down hastily, as if afraid of thinking, and wrote. Dear Sir, the accompanying book I am sure will be valued by you for the sake of my father, to whom it belonged. Yours sincerely, Margaret Hale. She set out again upon her travels through the house, turning over articles, known to her from her childhood, with a sort of caressing reluctance to leave them, old-fashioned, worn and shabby, as they might be. But she hardly spoke again, and Dix's report to Mrs. Shaw was that she doubted whether Miss Hale heard a word of what she said, though she talked the whole time, in order to divert her attention. The consequence of her being on her feet all day was excessive bodily weariness in the evening, and a better night's rest than she had had since she heard of Mr. Hale's death. At breakfast time the next day, she expressed her wish to go and bid 1 or 2 friends good-bye. Mrs. Shaw objected. I am sure, my dear, you can have no friends here with whom you are sufficiently intimate to justify you in calling upon them so soon, before you have been at church. But today is my only day. If Captain Lennox comes this afternoon, and if I must really go tomorrow, oh yes, we shall go tomorrow. I am more and more convinced that this air is bad for you, and makes you look so pale and ill. Besides, Edith expects us, and she may be waiting for me. And you cannot be left alone, my dear, at your age. No, if you must make these calls, I will go with you. Dixon can get us a coach, I suppose?" So Mrs. Shaw went to take care of Margaret, and took her maid with her to take care of the shawls and air cushions. Margaret's face was too sad to lighten up into a smile at all this preparation for paying 2 visits, that she had often made by herself at all hours of the day. She was half afraid of owning that one place to which she was going was Nicholas Higgins. All she could do was to hope her aunt would be indisposed to get out of the coach and walk up the court, and at every breath of wind have her face slapped by wet clothes, hanging out to dry on ropes stretched from house to house. There was a little battle in Mrs. Shaw's mind between ease and a sense of matronly propriety, but the former gained the day, and with many an injunction to Margaret to be careful of herself, and not to catch any fever, such as was always lurking in such places, her aunt permitted her to go where she had often been before without taking any precaution or requiring any permission. Nicholas was out, only Mary and 1 or 2 of the Boucher children at home. Margaret was vexed with herself for not having timed her visit better. Mary had a very blunt intellect, although her feelings were warm and kind, and the instant she understood what Margaret's purpose was in coming to see them, she began to cry and sob with so little restraint that Margaret found it useless to say any of the 1,000 little things which had suggested themselves to her, as she was coming along in the coach. She could only try to comfort her a little by suggesting the vague chance of their meeting again, at some possible time, in some possible place, and bid her tell her father how much she wished, if he could manage it, that he should come to see her when he had done his work in the evening. As she was leaving the place, she stopped and looked around, then hesitated a little before she said, "I should like to have some little thing to remind me of Bessie." Instantly Mary's generosity was keenly alive. What could they give? And on Margaret singling out a little common drinking cup, which she remembered as the one always standing by Bessie's side with a drink for her feverish lips, Mary said, "Oh, take something better. That only costs 4 pence." "That will do, thank you," said Margaret, and she went quickly away, while the light caused by the pleasure of having something to give yet lingered on Mary's face. "Now to Mrs. Thornton's," thought she to herself. "It must be done." But she looked rather rigid and pale at the thoughts of it, and had hard work to find the exact words in which to explain to her aunt who Mrs. Thornton was, and why she should go to bid her farewell. Day from Mrs. Shaw lighted here was shown into the drawing-room, in which a fire had only just been kindled. Mrs. Shaw huddled herself up in her shawl and shivered. "What an icy room," she said. They had to wait for some time before Mrs. Thornton entered. There was some softening in her heart towards Margaret, now that she was going away out of her sight. She remembered her spirit, as shown at various times and places, even more than the patience with which she had endured long and wearing cares. Her countenance was blander than usual, as she greeted her. There was even a shade of tenderness in her manner, as she noticed the white, tear-swollen face, and the quiver in the voice which Margaret tried to make so steady. "Allow me to introduce my aunt, Mrs. Shaw. I am going away from Milton tomorrow. I do not know if you are aware of it, but I wanted to see you once again, Mrs. Thornton, to apologize for my manner the last time I saw you, and to say that I am sure you meant kindly, however much we may have misunderstood each other." Mrs. Shaw looked extremely perplexed by what Margaret had said. "Thanks for kindness, and apologies for failure in good manners." But Mrs. Thornton replied, "Miss Hale, I am glad you do me justice. I did no more than I believed to be my duty in remonstrating with you as I did. I have always desired to act the part of a friend to you. I am glad you do me justice. And," said Margaret, blushing excessively as she spoke, "will you do me justice, and believe that though I do not choose, to give explanations of my conduct, I have not acted in the unbecoming way you apprehended?" Margaret's voice was so soft, and her eyes so pleading, that Mrs. Thornton was for once affected by the charm of manner to which she had hitherto proved herself invulnerable. "Yes, I do believe you. Let us say no more about it. Where are you going to reside, Miss Hale? I understood from Mr. Bell that you were going to leave Milton." "You never liked Milton, you know," said Mrs. Thornton, with a sort of grim smile. But for all that, you must not expect me to congratulate you on quitting it. Where shall you live? Was my aunt, replied Margaret, turning towards Mrs. Shaw. My niece will reside with me in Harley Street. She is almost like a daughter to me, said Mrs. Shaw, looking fondly at Margaret, and I am glad to acknowledge my own obligation for any kindness that has been shown to her. If you and your husband ever come to the town, my son and daughter, Captain and Mrs. Lennox, will, I am sure, join with me in wishing to do anything in our power to show you attention. Mrs. Thornton thought in her own mind that Margaret had not taken much care to enlighten her aunt as to the relationship between the Mr. and Mrs. Thornton, towards whom the fine lady aunt was extending her soft patronage, so she answered shortly, "My husband is dead. Mr. Thornton is my son. I never go to London, so I am not likely to be able to avail myself of your polite offers." At this instant Mr. Thornton entered the room. He had only just returned from Oxford. His morning suit spoke of the reason that had called him there. "John," said his mother, "this lady is Mrs. Shaw, Miss Hale's aunt. I am sorry to say that Miss Hale's call is to wish us good-bye." "You are going then?" said he in a low voice. "Yes," said Margaret. "We leave tomorrow. My son-in-law comes this evening to escort us," said Mrs. Shaw. Mr. Thornton turned away. He had not sat down, and now he seemed to be examining something on the table, almost as if he had discovered an unopened letter, which had made him forget the present company. He did not even seem to be aware when they got up to take leave. He started forwards, however, to hand Mrs. Shaw down to the carriage. As it drove up, he and Margaret stood close together on the doorstep, and it was impossible but that the recollection of the day of the riot should force itself into both their minds. Into his it came associated with the speeches of the following day, her passionate declaration that there was not a man in all that violent and a desperate crowd, for whom she did not care as much as for him. And at the remembrance of her taunting words, his brow grew stern, though his heart beat thick with longing love. "Now," said he, "I put it to the touch once, and I lost it all. Let her go, with her stony heart, and her beauty. How set and terrible her look is now, for all her loveliness of feature. She is afraid I shall speak what will require some stern repression. Let her go. Beauty and heiress as she may be, she will find it hard to meet with a truer heart than mine. Let her go." And there was no tone of regret, or emotion of any kind in the voice with which he said good-bye, and the offered hand was taken with a resolute calmness, and dropped as carelessly as if it had been a dead and withered flower. But none in his household saw Mr. Thornton again that day. He was busily engaged, or so he said. Margaret's strength was so utterly exhausted by these visits, that she had to submit to much watching and petting, and sighing, "I told you so's," from her aunt. Dixon said she was quite as bad as she had been on the first days she heard of her father's death, and she and Mrs. Shaw consulted as to the desirableness of delaying the morrow's journey. But when her aunt reluctantly proposed a few days' delay to Margaret, the latter writhed her body as if in acute suffering, and said, "Aye, let us go. I cannot be patient here. I shall not get well here. I want to forget." So the arrangements went on, and Captain Lennox came, and with him news of Edith and the little boy, and Margaret found that the indifferent, careless conversation of one who, however kind, was not too warm and anxious a sympathizer, did her good. She roused up, and by the time that she knew she might expect Higgins, she was able to leave the room quietly, and await in her own chamber the expected summons. "Eh," said he, as she came in, "to think of th2 gentleman dropping off as he did. Yo might ha' knocked me down wi' a straw when they telled me." "Mr. Hale," said I, "him as was th parson?" "Aye," said they. "Then," said I, "there's as good a man gone as ever lived on this earth, let who be t'other. And I came to see yo, and tell yo how grieved I were, but them women in th kitchen wouldn't tell yo I were there. They said yo were ill, and butter me, but yo done not look like the same wench. And yo re going to be a grand lady up I Lunnon, aren't yo?" "Not a grand lady," said Margaret, half smiling. "Well," Thornton said, says he, "a day or two ago, Higgins, have yo seen Miss Hale?" "No," says I, There's a pack o' women who won't let me at her. But I can bide my time, if she's ill. She and I knows each other pretty well, and who will not go doubting that I'm main sorry for th gentleman's death, just because I can't get at her and tell her so. And says he, you'll not have much time for to try and see her, my fine chap. She's not for staying with us a day longer, nor she can help. She's got grand relations, and they're carrying her off, and we shan't see her no more. Meester, said I, if I do not see her afore who goes, I'll strive to get up to London next Whitsuntide, that I will. I'll not be balked of saying her good-bye by any relations what sound of her. But bless yo, I knowed you'd come. It were only for to humour the meester. I let on as if I thought you'd emap and leave Milton without seeing me. You're quite right, said Margaret. You only do me justice. And you'll not forgive me, I'm sure. If no one else in Milton remembers me, I'm certain you will, and Papa too. You know how good and tender he was. Look, Higgins, here is his Bible. I have kept it for you. I can ill spare it, but I know he would have liked you to have it. I'm sure you'll care for it, and study what is in it, for his sake. You may say that. If it were the deuce's own scribble, and you'll ask me to read in it for your sake and you gentlemen's, I'd do it. What's this, wench? I'm not going for to take your brass, so do not think it. We've been great friends, about the sound o' money passing between us. For the children, for Boucher's children, said Margaret hurriedly. They may need it. You've no right to refuse it for them. I would not give you one penny, she said, smiling. Don't think there's any of it for you. Well, wench, I can now but say, bless yo, and amen. Chapter 44. Is not peace a dull rotation, never at a stay, yesterday's face twin image of today? Cooper. Of what each one should be, he sees the form and rule, and till he reach to that, his joy can ne'er be full. Rocket. It was very well for Margaret that the extreme quiet of the Harley Street house, during Edith's recovery from her confinement, gave her the natural rest which she needed. It gave her time to comprehend the sudden change which had taken place in her circumstances within the last 2 months. She found herself at once an inmate of a luxurious house, where the bare knowledge of the existence of every trouble or care seemed scarcely to have penetrated. The wheels of the machinery of daily life were well oiled, and went along with delicious smoothness. Mrs. Shaw and Edith could hardly make enough of Margaret, on her return to what they persisted in calling her home. And she felt that it was almost ungrateful in her to have a secret feeling that the Helstone vicarage, nay, even the poor little house at Milton, with her anxious father and her invalid mother, and all the small household cares of comparative poverty, composed her idea of home. Edith was impatient to get well, in order to fill Margaret's bedroom with all the soft comforts and pretty knickknacks with which her own abounded. Mrs. Shaw and her maid found plenty of occupation in restoring Margaret's wardrobe to a state of elegant variety. Captain Lennox was easy, kind, and gentlemanly, sate with his wife in her dressing-room an hour or two every day, played with his little boy for another hour, and lounged away the rest of his time at his club, when he was not engaged out to dinner. Just before Margaret had recovered from her necessity for quiet and repose, before she had begun to feel her life wanting and dull, Edith came downstairs and resumed her usual part in the household, and Margaret fell into the old habit of watching, and admiring, and ministering to her cousin. She gladly took all charge of the semblances of duties off Edith's hands, answered notes, reminded her of engagements, tended her when no gaiety was in prospect, and she was consequently rather inclined to fancy herself ill. But all the rest of the family were in the full business of the London season, and Margaret was often left alone. Then her thoughts went back to Milton, with a strange sense of the contrast between the life there and here. She was getting surfeited of the eventless ease in which no struggle or endeavor was required. She was afraid lest she should even become sleepily deadened into forgetfulness of anything beyond the life which was lapping her round with luxury. There might be toilers and moilers there in London, but she never saw them. The very servants lived in an underground world of their own, of which she knew neither the hopes nor the fears. They only seemed to start into existence when some want or whim of their master and mistress needed them. There was a strange unsatisfied vacuum in Margaret's heart and mode of life, and once when she had dimly hinted this to Edith, the latter, wearied with dancing the night before, languidly stroked Margaret's cheek as she sat by her in the old attitude, she on a footstool by the sofa where Edith lay. "Poor child," said Edith. "It is a little sad for you to be left, night after night, just at this time when all the world is so gay. But we shall be having our dinner party soon as Henry comes back from circuit, and then there will be a little pleasant variety for you. No wonder it is moped, poor darling." Margaret did not feel as if the dinner parties would be a panacea. But Edith piqued herself on her dinner parties. So different, as she said, from the old dowager dinners under Mamma's regime. And Mrs. Shaw herself seemed to take exactly the same kind of pleasure in the very different arrangements and circle of acquaintances which were to Captain and Mrs. Lennox's taste, as she did in the more formal and ponderous entertainments which she herself used to give. Captain Lennox was always extremely kind and brotherly to Margaret. She was really very fond of him, excepting when he was anxiously attentive to Edith's dress and appearance, with a view to her beauty making a sufficient impression on the world. Then all the latent Vashti in Margaret was roused, and she could hardly keep herself from expressing her feelings. The course of Margaret's day was this: a quiet hour or two before a late breakfast, an unpunctual meal, lazily eaten by weary and half-awake people, but yet at which, in all its dragged-out length, she was expected to be present, because, directly afterwards, came a discussion of plans, at which, although they none of them concerned her, she was expected to give her sympathy, if she could not assist with her advice. An endless number of notes to write, which Edith invariably left to her, with many caressing compliments as to her eloquence du billet. A little play with Sholto as he returned from his morning's walk, besides the care of the children during the servants' dinner, a drive or callers, and some dinner or morning engagement for her aunt and cousins, which left Margaret free, it is true, but rather wearied with the inactivity of the day, coming upon depressed spirits and delicate health. She looked forward with longing, though unspoken interest to the homely object of Dixon's return from Milton, where, until now, the old servant had been busily engaged in winding up all the affairs of the Hale family. It had appeared a sudden famine to her heart, this entire cessation of any news respecting the people among whom she had lived so long. It was true that Dixon, in her business-like letters, quoted, every now and then, an opinion of Mr. Thornton's as to what she had better do about the furniture, or how act in regard to the landlord of the Crampton Terrace house. But it was only here and there that the name came in, or any Milton name, indeed. And Margaret was sitting one evening, all alone in the Lennox's drawing-room, not reading Dixon's letters, which yet she held in her hand, but thinking over them, and recalling the days which had been, and picturing the busy life out of which her own had been taken and never miss. Wondering if all went on in that world just as if she and her father had never been, questioning within herself, if no one in all the crowd missed her not Higgins, she was not thinking of him, when, suddenly Mr. Bell was announced, and Margaret hurried the letters into her work-basket, and started up, blushing as if she had been doing some guilty thing. "Oh, Mr. Bell! I never thought of seeing you. But you give me a welcome, I hope, as well as that very pretty start of surprise. Have you dined? How did you come? Let me order you some dinner, if you're going to have any. Otherwise, you know, there is no one who cares less for eating than I do. But where are the others? Gone out to dinner? Left you alone? Oh yes. And it is such a rest. I was just thinking, but will you run the risk of dinner? I don't know if there is anything in the house. Why, to tell you the truth, I dined at my club. Only they don't cook as well as they did, so I thought, if you were going to dine, I might try and make out my dinner. But never mind, never mind. There aren't 10 cooks in England to be trusted at impromptu dinners. If their skill and their fires will stand it, their tempers won't. You shall make me some tea, Margaret. And now, what were you thinking of? You were going to tell me. Whose letters were those, goddaughter, that you hid away so speedily? Only Dixon's, replied Margaret, growing very red. Phew! Is that all? Who do you think came up in the train with me? I don't know, said Margaret, resolved against making a guess. You're what do you call him? What's the right name for a cousin-in-law's brother? Mr. Henry Lennox? Asked Margaret. Yes, replied Mr. Bell. You knew him formerly, didn't you? What sort of a person is he, Margaret? I liked him long ago, said Margaret, glancing down for a moment, and then she looked straight up and went on in her natural manner. You know we have been corresponding about Frederick since, but I have not seen him for nearly 3 years, and he may be changed. What did you think of him? I don't know. He was so busy trying to find out who I was, in the first instance, and what I was in the second, that he never let out what he was, unless indeed that veiled curiosity of his as to what manner of man he had to talk to was not a good piece, and a fair indication of his character. Do you call him good-looking, Margaret? No, certainly not. Deal? Not I. But I thought perhaps you might. Is he a great deal here? I fancy he is when he is in town. He has been on circuit now since I came. But, Mr. Bell, have you come from Oxford or from Milton? From Milton. Don't you see I'm smoke-dried? Certainly. But I thought that it might be the effect of the antiquities of Oxford. Come now, be a sensible woman. In Oxford I could have managed all the landlords in the place, and had my own way, with half the trouble your Milton landlord has given me, and defeated me after all. He won't take the house off our hands till next June 12th. Luckily, Mr. Thornton found a tenant for it. Why don't you ask after Mr. Thornton, Margaret? He has proved himself a very active friend of yours, I can tell you. Taken more than half the trouble off my hands. And how is he? How is Mrs. Thornton? Asked Margaret hurriedly and below her breath, though she tried to speak out. I suppose they're well. I've been staying at their house till I was driven out of it by the perpetual clack about that Thornton girl's marriage. It was too much for Thornton himself, though she was his sister. He used to go and sit in his own room perpetually. He's getting past the age for caring for such things, either as principal or accessory. I was surprised to find the old lady falling into the current, and carried away by her daughter's enthusiasm for orange blossoms and lace. I thought Mrs. Thornton had been made of sterner stuff. She would put on any assumption of feeling to veil her daughter's weakness, said Margaret in a low voice. Perhaps so. You've studied her, have you? She doesn't seem over fond of you, Margaret. I know it, said Margaret. Oh, here's tea, at last, exclaimed she, as if relieved. And with tea came Mr. Henry Lennox, who had walked up to Harley Street after a late dinner, and had evidently expected to find his brother and sister-in-law at home. Margaret suspected him of being as thankful as she was at the presence of a third party, on this their first meeting since the memorable day of his offer, and her refusal at Howstone. She could hardly tell what to say at first, and was thankful for all the tea-table occupations, which gave her an excuse for keeping silence, and him an opportunity for recovering himself. For, to tell the truth, he had rather forced himself up to Harley Street this evening, with a view of getting over an awkward meeting, awkward even in the presence of Captain Lennox and Edith, and doubly awkward now that he found her the only lady there, and the person to whom he must naturally and perforce address a great part of his conversation. She was the first to recover her self-possession. She began to talk on the subject which came uppermost in her mind, after the first flush of awkward shyness. Mr. Lennox, I have been so much obliged to you for all you have done about Frederick. I am only sorry it has been so unsuccessful, replied he, with a quick glance towards Mr. Bell, as if reconnoitering how much he might say before him. Margaret, as if she read his thought, addressed herself to Mr. Bell, both including him in the conversation, and implying that he was perfectly aware of the endeavors that had been made to clear Frederick. That Horrocks, that very last witness of all, has proved as unavailing as all the others. Mr. Lennox has discovered that he sailed for Australia only last August, only 2 months before Frederick was in England, and gave us the names of Frederick in England. You never told me that, exclaimed Mr. Bell in surprise. I thought you knew. I never doubted you had been told. Of course, it was a great secret, and perhaps I should not have named it now, said Margaret, a little dismayed. I have never named it to either my brother or your cousin, said Mr. Lennox, with a little professional dryness of implied reproach. Never mind, Margaret. I am not living in a talking, babbling world, nor yet among people who are trying to worm facts out of me. You needn't look so frightened because you have let the cat out of the bag to a faithful old hermit like me. I shall never name his having been in England. I shall be out of temptation, for no one will ask me. Stay, interrupting himself rather abruptly. Was it at your mother's funeral? He was with Mamma when she died, said Margaret softly. To be sure, to be sure. Why, someone asked me if he had not been over then, and I denied it stoutly, not many weeks ago. Who could it have been? I recollect. But he did not say the name, and although Margaret would have given much to know if her suspicions were right, and it had been Mr. Thornton who had made the inquiry, she could not ask the question of Mr. Bell, much as she longed to do so. There was a pause for a moment or two. Then Mr. Lennox said, addressing himself to Margaret, I suppose as Mr. Bell is now acquainted with all the circumstances attending your brother's unfortunate dilemma, I cannot do better than inform him exactly how the research into the evidence we once hoped to produce in his favor stands at present. So, if you will do me the honor to breakfast with me tomorrow, we will go over the names of these missing gentry. I should like to hear all the particulars if I may. Cannot you come here? I dare not ask you both to breakfast, though I am sure you would be welcome. But let me know all you can about Frederick, even though there may be no hope at present. I have an engagement at 11:30, but I will certainly come if you wish it, replied Mr. Lennox with a little afterthought of extreme willingness, which made Margaret shrink into herself, and almost wish that she had not proposed her natural request. Mr. Bell got up and looked around him for his hat, which had been removed to make room for tea. Well, said he, I don't know what Mr. Lennox is inclined to do, but I'm disposed to be moving off homewards. I've been a journey today, and journeys begin to tell upon my 60-and-odd years. I believe I shall stay and see my brother and sister, said Mr. Lennox, making no movement of departure. Margaret was seized with a shy, awkward dread of being left alone with him. The scene on the little terrace in the Helstone garden was so present to her, that she could hardly help believing it was so with him. Don't go yet, please, Mr. Bell, said she, hastily. I want you to see Edith, and I want Edith to know you. Please, said she, laying a light but determined hand on his arm. He looked at her, and saw the confusion stirring in her countenance. He sate down again, as if her little touch had been possessed of resistless strength. You see how she overpowers me, Mr. Lennox, said he. And I hope you noticed the happy choice of her expressions. She wants me to see this cousin Edith, who, I am told, is a great beauty. But she has the honesty to change her word when she comes to me. Mrs. Lennox is to know me. I suppose I am not much to see, am Margaret? He joked, to give her time to recover from the slight flutter which he had detected in her manner on his proposal to leave, and she caught the tone, and threw the ball back. Mr. Lennox wondered how his brother, the captain, could have reported her as having lost all her good looks. To be sure, in her quiet black dress she was a contrast to Edith, dancing in her white crepe mourning, and long floating golden hair, all softness and glitter. She dimpled and blushed most becomingly when introduced to Mr. Bell, conscious that she had her reputation as a beauty to keep up, and that it would not do to have a Mordecai refusing to worship and admire, even in the shape of an old fellow of a college, which nobody had ever heard of. Mrs. Shaw and Captain Lennox, each in their separate way, gave Mr. Bell a kind and sincere welcome, winning him over to like them almost in spite of himself, especially when he saw how naturally Margaret took her place as sister and daughter of the house. What a shame that we were not at home to receive you, said Edith. You too, Henry. Though I don't know that we should have stayed at home for you. And for Mr. Bell. For Margaret's Mr. Bell, there is no knowing what sacrifices you would not have made, said her brother-in-law. Even a dinner party. And the delight of wearing this very becoming dress. Edith did not know whether to frown or to smile, but it did not suit Mr. Lennox to drive her to the first of these alternatives, so he went on. Will you show your readiness to make sacrifices tomorrow morning, first by asking me to breakfast, to meet Mr. Bell, and secondly, by being so kind as to order it at 9:30, instead of at 10 o'clock? I have some letters and papers that I want to show to Miss Hale and Mr. Bell. I hope Mr. Bell will make our house his own during his stay in London," said Captain Lennox. "I am only so sorry we cannot offer him a bedroom." "Thank you. I am much obliged to you. You would only think me a churl if you had, for I should decline it, I believe, in spite of all the temptations of such agreeable company," said Mr. Bell, bowing all round, and secretly congratulating himself on the neat turn he had given to his sentence, which, if put into plain language, would have been more to this effect: "I couldn't stand the restraints of such a proper behaved and civil spoken people as these are. It would be like meat without salt. Unthankful they haven't a bed. And how well I rounded my sentence! I'm absolutely catching the trick of good manners." His self-satisfaction lasted him till he was fairly out in the streets, walking side by side with Henry Lennox. Here he suddenly remembered Margaret's little look of entreaty as she urged him to stay longer, and he also recollected a few hints given him long ago by an acquaintance of Mr. Lennox's, as to his admiration of Margaret. It gave a new direction to his thoughts. "You have known Miss Hale for a long time, I believe. How do you think her looking? She strikes me as pale and ill." "I thought her looking remarkably well. Perhaps not when I first came, now I think of. But certainly, when she grew animated, she looked as well as ever I saw her do." "She has had a great deal to go through," said Mr. Bell. "Yes. I have been sorry to hear of all she has had to bear, not merely the common and universal sorrow arising from death, but all the annoyance which her father's conduct must have caused her, and then, her father's conduct," said Mr. Bell, in an accent of surprise. "You must have heard some wrong statement. He behaved in the most conscientious manner. He showed more resolute strength than I should ever have given him credit for formerly. Perhaps I have been wrongly informed. But I have been told by his successor in the living, a clever sensible man, and a thoroughly active clergyman, that there was no call upon Mr. Hale to do what he did, relinquish the living, and throw himself and his family on the tender mercies of private teaching in a manufacturing town. The bishop had offered him another living, it is true, but if he had come to entertain certain doubts, he could have remained where he was, and so had no occasion to resign. But the truth is, these country clergymen live such isolated lives, isolated, I mean, from all intercourse with men of equal cultivation with themselves, by whose minds they might regulate their own, and discover when they were going either too fast or too slow, that they are very apt to disturb themselves with imaginary doubts as to the articles of faith, and throw up certain opportunities of doing good for very uncertain fancies of their own. I differ from you. I do not think they are very apt to do as my poor friend Hale did." Mr. Bell was inwardly chafing. "Perhaps I used too general an expression in saying very apartment. But certainly their lives are such as very often to produce either inordinate self-sufficiency, or a morbid state of conscience," replied Mr. Lennox with perfect coolness. "You don't meet with any self-sufficiency among the lawyers, for instance?" asked Mr. Bell. "And seldom, I imagine, any cases of morbid conscience." He was becoming more and more vexed, and forgetting his lately caught trick of good manners. Mr. Lennox saw now that he had annoyed his companion, and as he had talked pretty much for the sake of saying something, and so passing the time away while their road lay together, he was very indifferent as to the exact side he took upon the question, and quietly came round by saying, "To be sure, there is something fine in a man of Mr. Hale's age leaving his home of 20 years, and giving up all settled habits, for an idea which was probably erroneous, but that does not matter, an untangible thought. One cannot help admiring him, with a mixture of pity in one's admiration, something like what one feels for Don Quixote. Such a gentleman as he was too! I shall never forget the refined and simple hospitality he showed to me that last day at Hellstone. Only half mollified, and yet anxious, in order to lull certain qualms of his own conscience, to believe that Mr. Hale's conduct had a tinge of quixotism in it, Mr. Bell growled out, "Why, and you don't know Milton? Such a change from Hellstone! It is years since I have been at Hellstone, but I'll answer for it, it is standing there yet, every stick and every stone as it has done for the last century. While Milton, I go there every 4 or 5 years, and I was born there, yet I do assure you, I often lose my way, among the very piles of warehouses that are built upon my father's orchard. Do we part here? Well, good night, sir. I suppose we shall meet in Harley Street tomorrow morning. Chapter 45. Not all a dream. Where are the sounds that swam along the buoyant air when I was young? The last vibration now is over, and they who listened are no more. Ah! Let me close my eyes and dream. W. S. Landor. The idea of Hellstone had been suggested to Mr. Bell's waking mind by his conversation with Mr. Lennox, and all night long it ran riot through his dreams. He was again the tutor in the college where he now held the rank of fellow. It was again a long vacation, and he was staying with his newly married friend, the proud husband and happy vicar of Hellstone. Over babbling brooks they took impossible leaps, which seemed to keep them whole days suspended in the air. Time and space were not, though all other things seemed real. Every event was measured by the emotions of the mind, not by its actual existence, for existence it had none. But the trees were gorgeous in their autumnal leafiness. The warm odors of flower and herb came sweet upon the sense. The young wife moved about the house with just that mixture of annoyance at her position, as regarded wealth, with pride in her handsome and devoted husband, which Mr. Bell had noticed in real life a quarter of a century ago. The dream was so like life that, when he awoke, his present life seemed a dream. Where was he? In the close, handsomely furnished room of a London hotel. Where were those who spoke to him, moved around him, touched him, not an instant ago? Dead? Buried? Lost forevermore, as far as earth's forevermore would extend. He was an old man, so lately exultant in the full strength of manhood. The utter loneliness of his life was insupportable to think about. He got up hastily, and tried to forget what nevermore might be, in a hurried dressing for the breakfast in Harley Street. He could not attend to all the lawyer's details, which, as he saw, made Margaret's eyes dilate, and her lips grow pale, as one by one fate decreed, or so it seemed, every morsel of evidence which would exonerate Frederick, should fall from beneath her feet and disappear. Even Mr. Lennox's well-regulated professional voice took a softer, tenderer tone, as he drew near to the extinction of the last hope. It was not that Margaret had not been perfectly aware of the result before. It was only that the details of each successive disappointment came with such relentless minuteness to quench all hope, that she at last fairly gave way to tears. Mr. Lennox stopped reading. "I had better not go on," said he, in a concerned voice. "It was a foolish proposal of mine. Lieutenant Hale," and even this giving him the title of the service from which he had so harshly been expelled, was soothing to Margaret. "Lieutenant Hale is happy now, more secure in fortune and future prospects than he could ever have been in the Navy, and has, doubtless, adopted his wife's country as his own." "That is it," said Margaret. "It seems so selfish in me to regret it," trying to smile. "And yet he is lost to me, and I am so lonely." Mr. Lennox turned over his papers, and wished that he were as rich and prosperous as he believed he should be some day. Mr. Bell blew his nose, but otherwise he also kept silence, and Margaret, in a minute or two, had apparently recovered her usual composure. She thanked Mr. Lennox very courteously for his trouble, all the more courteously and graciously because she was conscious that, by her behavior, he might probably be led to imagine that he had given her needless pain. Yet it was pain she would not have been without. Mr. Bell came up to wish her good-bye. "Margaret," said he, as he fumbled with his gloves, "I am going down to Hellstone tomorrow, to look at the old place. Would you like to come with me? Or would it give you too much pain? Speak out, don't be afraid." "Oh, Mr. Bell," said she, and could say no more. But she took his old gouty hand, and kissed it. "Come, come, that's enough," said he, reddening with awkwardness. "I suppose your Aunt Shaw will trust you with me. We'll go tomorrow morning, and we shall get there about 2 o'clock, I fancy. We'll take a snack, and order dinner at the little inn, the Leonard Arms it used to be, and go and get an appetite in the forest. Can you stand it, Margaret?" It will be a trial, I know, to both of us, but it will be a pleasure to me, at least. And there we'll dine. It will be but venison, if we can get it at all, and then I'll take my nap, while you go out and see old friends. I'll give you back safe and sound, barring railway accidents, and I'll insure your life for £1,000 before starting, which may be some comfort to your relations, but otherwise, I'll bring you back to Mrs. Shaw by lunchtime on Friday. So if you say yes, I'll just go upstairs and propose it. It's no use my trying to say how much I shall like it, said Margaret through her tears. Well then, prove your gratitude by keeping those fountains of yours dry for the next 2 days. If you don't, I shall feel queer myself about the lachrymal ducts, and I don't like that. I won't cry a drop, said Margaret, winking her eyes to shake the tears off her eyelashes, and forcing a smile. There's my good girl. Then we'll go upstairs and settle it all. Margaret was in a state of almost trembling eagerness, while Mr. Bell discussed his plan with her Aunt Shaw, who was first startled, then doubtful and perplexed, and in the end, yielding rather to the rough force of Mr. Bell's words than to her own conviction, for to the last, whether it was right or wrong, proper or improper, she could not settle to her own satisfaction, till Margaret's safe return. The happy fulfillment of the project gave her decision enough to say, she was sure it had been a very kind thought of Mr. Bell's, and just what she herself had been wishing for Margaret, as giving her the very change which she required, after all the anxious times she had had. Chapter 46. Once and now. So on those happy days of yore oft as I dare to dwell once more, still must I miss the friends so tried, whom death has severed from my side. But ever when true friendship binds spirit, it is that spirit finds, in spirit then our bliss we found, in spirit yet to them I'm bound. Roulant. Margaret was ready long before the appointed time, and had leisure enough to cry a little, quietly, when unobserved, and to smile brightly when any one looked at her. Her last alarm was lest they should be too late and miss the train. But no, they were all in time, and she breathed freely and happily at length, seated in the carriage opposite to Mr. Bell, and whirling away past the well-known stations, seeing the old south country towns and hamlets sleeping in the warm light of the pure sun, which gave a yet ruddier color to their tiled roofs, so different to the cold slates of the north. Broods of pigeons hovered around these peaked quaint gables, slowly settling here and there, and ruffling their soft, shiny feathers, as if exposing every fiber to the delicious warmth. There were few people about at the stations. It almost seemed as if they were too lazily content to wish to travel. None of the bustle and stir that Margaret had noticed in her 2 journeys on the London and North Western line. Later on in the year, this line of railway should be stirring and alive with rich pleasure seekers. But as to the constant going to and fro of busy tradespeople, it would always be widely different from the northern lines. Here a spectator or two stood lounging at nearly every station, with his hands in his pockets, so absorbed in the simple act of watching, that it made the travelers wonder what he could find to do when the train whirled away, and only the blank of a railway, some sheds, and a distant field or two were left for him to gaze upon. The hot air danced over the golden stillness of the land. Farm after farm was left behind, each reminding Margaret of German idyls, of Hermann and Dorothea, of Evangeline. From this waking dream she was roused. It was the place to leave the train and take the fly to Helstone. And now sharper feelings came shooting through her heart, whether pain or pleasure she could hardly tell. Every mile was redolent of associations, which she would not have missed for the world, but each of which made her cry upon the days that are no more, with ineffable longing. The last time she had passed along this road was when she had left it with her father and mother. The day, the season, had been gloomy, and she herself hopeless, but they were there with her. Now she was alone, an orphan, and they, strangely, had gone away from her, and vanished from the face of the earth. It hurt her to see the Helstone road so flooded in the sunlight, and every turn and every familiar tree so precisely the same in its summer glory as it had been in former years. Nature felt no change and was ever young. Mr. Bell knew something of what would be passing through her mind, and wisely and kindly held his tongue. They drove up to the Leonard Arms, half farmhouse, half inn, standing a little apart from the road, as much as to say, that the host did not so depend on the custom of travelers, as to have to court it by any obtrusiveness. They, rather, must seek him out. The house fronted the village green, and right before it stood an immemorial lime tree benched all round, in some hidden recesses of whose leafy wealth hummed the grim escutcheon of the Leonards. The door of the inn stood wide open, but there was no hospitable hurry to receive the travellers. When the landlady did appear, and they might have abstracted many an article first, she gave them a kind welcome, almost as if they had been invited guests, and apologized for her coming having been so delayed, by saying that it was hay time, and the provisions for the men had to be sent afield, and she had been too busy packing up the baskets to hear the noise of wheels over the road, which, since they left the highway, ran over soft short turf. "Why, bless me!" exclaimed she, as at the end of her apology a glint of sunshine showed her Margaret's face, hitherto unobserved in that shady parlor. "It's Miss Hale, Jenny," said she, running to the door, and calling to her daughter. "Come here, come directly, it's Miss Hale." And then she went up to Margaret, and shook hands with motherly fondness. "And how are you all? How's the vicar and Miss Dixon? The vicar above all. God bless him. We've never ceased to be sorry that he left." Margaret tried to speak and tell her of her father's death. Of her mother's it was evident that Mrs. Purkis was aware, from her omission of her name. But she choked in the effort, and could only touch her deep mourning, and say the one word, "Papa." "Surely, sir, it's never so," said Mrs. Purkis, turning to Mr. Bell for confirmation of the sad suspicion that now entered her mind. "There was a gentleman here in the spring, might have been as long ago as last winter, who told us a deal of Mr. Hale and Miss Margaret, and he said Mrs. Hale was gone, poor lady. But never a word of the vicar's being ailing. It is so, however," said Mr. Bell. "He died quite suddenly, when on a visit to me at Oxford. He was a good man, Mrs. Purkis, and there's many of us that might be thankful to have as calm an end as his. Come, Margaret, my dear. Her father was my oldest friend, and she's my goddaughter, so I thought we would just come down together and see the old place, and I know of old you can give us comfortable rooms and a capital dinner. You don't remember me, I see, but my name is Bell, and once or twice when the parsonage has been full, I've supped here, and tasted your good ale. To be sure, I asked your pardon, but you see I was taken up with Miss Hale. Let me show you to a room, Miss Margaret, where you can take off your bonnet, and wash your face. It's only this very morning I plunged some fresh gathered roses head downward in the water jug, for thought I, perhaps someone will be coming, and there's nothing so sweet as spring water scented by a musk rose or two. To think of the vicar being dead! Well, to be sure, we must all die, only that gentleman said, he was quite picking up after his trouble about Mrs. Hale's death. Come down to me, Mrs. Purkis, after you have attended to Miss Hale. I want to have a consultation with you about dinner." The little casement window in Margaret's bedchamber was almost filled up with rose and vine branches. But, pushing them aside, and stretching a little out, she could see the tops of the parsonage chimneys above the trees, and distinguish many a well-known line through the leaves. "Bye," said Mrs. Purkis, smoothing down the bed, and dispatching Jenny for an armful of lavender-scented towels. "Times has changed, miss. Our new vicar has 7 children, and is building a nursery ready for more, just where the arbor and tool house used to be in old times. And he has had new grates put in, and a plate-glass window in the drawing-room. He and his wife are stirring people, and have done a deal of good. At least they say it's doing good. If it were not, I should call it turning things upside down for very little purpose. The new vicar is a teetotaler, miss, and a magistrate, and his wife has a deal of receipts for economical cooking, and is for making bread without yeast, and they both talk so much, and both at a time, that they knock one down as it were, and it's not till they're gone, and one's a little at peace, that one can think that there were things one might have said on one's own side of the question. He'll be after the men's cans in the hayfield, and peeping in, and then there'll be an ado because it's not ginger beer, but I can't help it. My mother and my grandmother before me sent good malt liquor to haymakers, and took salts and senna when anything ailed them, and I must e'en go on in their ways, though Mrs. Hepworth does want to give me comforts instead of medicine, which, as she says, is a deal pleasanter, only I've no faith in it." But I must go, miss, though I'm wanting to hear many a thing. I'll come back to you before long. Mr. Bell had strawberries and cream, a loaf of brown bread, and a jug of milk together with a Stilton cheese and a bottle of port for his own private refreshment, ready for Margaret on her coming downstairs. And after this rustic luncheon they set out for a walk, hardly knowing in what direction to turn. So many old familiar inducements were there in each. "Shall we go past the vicarage?" asked Mr. Bell. "No, not yet. We will go this way, and make a round so as to come back by it," said Margaret. Here and there old trees had been felled the autumn before, or a squatter's cottage roughly built and decaying cottage had disappeared. Margaret missed them each and all, and grieved over them like old friends. They came past the spot where she and Mr. Lennox had sketched. The white, lightning-scarred trunk of the venerable beech, among whose roots they had sate down, was there no more. The old man, the inhabitant of the ruinous cottage, was dead. The cottage had been pulled down, and a new one, tidy and respectable, had been built in its stead. There was a small garden on the place where the beech tree had been. "I did not think I had been so old," said Margaret after a pause of silence, and she turned away sighing. "Yes," said Mr. Bell. "It is the first changes among familiar things that make such a mystery of time to the young. Afterwards we lose the sense of the mysterious. I take changes in all I see as a matter of course. The instability of all human things is familiar to me, to you it is new and oppressive. Let us go on to see little Susan," said Margaret, drawing her companion up a grassy roadway, leading under the shadow of a forest glade. "With all my heart, though I have not an idea who little Susan may be. But I have a kindness for all Susans, for simple Susan's sake. My little Susan was disappointed when I left without wishing her good-bye, and it has been on my conscience ever since, that I gave her pain which a little more exertion on my part might have prevented. But it is a long way. Are you sure you will not be tired?" "Quite sure. That is, if you don't walk so fast. You see, here there are no views that can give one an excuse for stopping to take breath. You would think it romantic to be walking with a person fat and scant o' breath if I were Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Have compassion on my infirmities for his sake. I will walk slower for your own sake. I like you 20 times better than Hamlet. On the principle that a living ass is better than a dead lion? Perhaps so. I don't analyze my feelings. I am content to take your liking me, without examining too curiously into the materials it is made of. Only we need not walk at a snail's pace." "Very well. Walk at your own pace, and I will follow. Or stop still and meditate, like the Hamlet you compare yourself to, if I go too fast." "Thank you. But as my mother has not murdered my father, and afterwards married my uncle, I shouldn't know what to think about, unless it were balancing the chances of our having a well-cooked dinner or not. What do you think?" "I am in good hopes. She used to be considered a famous cook as far as Helstone opinion went. But have you considered the distraction of mind produced by all this haymaking?" Margaret felt all Mr. Bell's kindness in trying to make cheerful talk about nothing, to endeavor to prevent her from thinking too curiously about the past. But she would rather have gone over these dear-loved walks in silence, if indeed she were not ungrateful enough to wish that she might have been alone. They reached the cottage where Susan's widowed mother lived. Susan was not there. She was gone to the parochial school. Margaret was disappointed, and the poor woman saw it, and began to make a kind of apology. "It is quite right," said Margaret. "I am very glad to hear it. I might have thought of it. Only she used to stop at home with you." "Yes, she did, and I miss her sadly. I used to teach her what little I knew at nights. It were not much, to be sure, but she were getting such a handy girl, that I miss her sore. But she's a deal above me in learning now." And the mother sighed. "I'm all wrong," growled Mr. Bell. "Don't mind what I say. I'm 100 years behind the world. But I should say that the child was getting a better and simpler and more natural education stopping at home and helping her mother, and learning to read a chapter in the New Testament every night by her side, than from all the schooling under the sun." Margaret did not want to encourage him to go on by replying to him, and so prolonging the discussion before the mother. So she turned to her and asked, How is old Betty Barnes? I don't know, said the woman rather shortly. We are not friends. Why not? Asked Margaret, who had formerly been the peacemaker of the village. She stole my cat. Did she know it was yours? I don't know. I reckon not. Well, could not you get it back again when you told her it was yours? No, for she burned it. Burned it, exclaimed both Margaret and Mr. Bell. Roasted it, explained the woman. It was no explanation. By dint of questioning, Margaret extracted from her the horrible fact that Betty Barnes, having been induced by a gypsy fortune-teller to lend the latter her husband's Sunday clothes, on promise of having them faithfully returned on the Saturday night before Goodman Barnes should have missed them, became alarmed by their non-appearance, and her consequent dread of her husband's anger, and as, according to one of the savage country superstitions, the cries of a cat, and the agonies of being boiled or roasted alive, compelled as it were the powers of darkness to fulfill the wishes of the executioner, resort had been had to the charm. The poor woman evidently believed in its efficacy. Her only feeling was indignation that her cat had been chosen out from all others for a sacrifice. Margaret listened in horror, and endeavored in vain to enlighten the woman's mind, but she was obliged to give it up in despair. Step by step she got the woman to admit certain facts, of which the logical connection and sequence was perfectly clear to Margaret. But at the end, the bewildered woman simply repeated her first assertion, namely, that it were very cruel for sure, and she should not like to do it, but that there was nothing like it for giving a person what they wished for. She had heard it all her life, but it were very cruel for all that. Margaret gave it up in despair, and walked away sick at heart. You are a good girl not to triumph over me, said Mr. Bell. How? What do you mean? I own I am wrong about schooling. Anything rather than have that child brought up in such practical paganism. I remember. Poor little Susan. I must go and see her. Would you mind calling at the school? Not a bit. I am curious to see something of the teaching she is to receive. They did not speak much more, but threaded their way through many a bosky dell, whose soft green influence could not charm away the shock and the pain in Margaret's heart, caused by the recital of such cruelty, a recital, too, the manner of which betrayed such utter want of imagination, and therefore of any sympathy with the suffering animal. The buzz of voices, like the murmur of a hive of busy human bees, made itself heard as soon as they emerged from the forest on the more open village green on which the school was situated. The door was wide open, and they entered. A brisk lady in black, here, there, and everywhere, perceived them, and bade them welcome with somewhat of the hostess air which, Margaret remembered, her mother was wont to assume, only in a more soft and languid manner, when any rare visitors strayed in to inspect the school. She knew at once it was the present vicar's wife, her mother's successor, and she would have drawn back from the interview had it been possible. But in an instant she had conquered this feeling, and modestly advanced, meeting many a bright glance of recognition, and hearing many a half-suppressed murmur of, "It's Miss Hale." The vicar's lady heard the name, and her manner at once became more kindly. Margaret wished she could have helped feeling that it also became more patronizing. The lady held out a hand to Mr. Bell, with, "Your father, I presume, Miss Hale. I see it by the likeness. I am sure I am very glad to see you, sir, and so will the vicar be." Margaret explained that it was not her father, and stammered out the fact of his death, wondering all the time how Mr. Hale could have borne coming to revisit Helstone, if it had been as the vicar's lady supposed. She did not hear what Mrs. Hepworth was saying, and left it to Mr. Bell to reply, looking round, meanwhile, for her old acquaintances. "Bah! I see you would like to take a class, Miss Hale. I know it by myself. First class stand up for a parsing lesson with Miss Hale." Poor Margaret, whose visit was sentimental, not in any degree inspective, felt herself taken in, but as in some way bringing her in contact with little eager faces, once well known, and who had received the solemn rite of baptism from her father. She sat down, half losing herself in tracing out the changing features of the girls, and holding Susan's hand for a minute or two, unobserved by all, while the first class sought for their books, and the vicar's lady went as near as a lady could, towards holding Mr. Bell by the button, while she explained the phonetic system to him, and gave him a conversation she had had with the inspector about it. Margaret bent over her book, and seeing nothing but that, hearing the buzz of children's voices, old times rose up, and she thought of them, and her eyes filled with tears, till all at once there was a pause. One of the girls was stumbling over the apparently simple word. Uncertain what to call it. An indefinite article, said Margaret mildly. I beg your pardon, said the vicar's wife, all eyes and ears. Though we are taught by Mr. Milson to call who can remember? An adjective absolute, said half a dozen voices at once. And Margaret stayed abashed. The children knew more than she did. Mr. Bell turned away, and smiled. Margaret spoke no more during the lesson. But after it was over, she went quietly round to one or two old favorites, and talked to them a little. They were growing out of children into great girls, passing out of their recollection in their rapid development, as she, by her 3 years' absence, was vanishing from theirs. Still she was glad to have seen them all again, though a tinge of sadness mixed itself with her pleasure. When school was over for the day, it was yet early in the summer afternoon, and Mrs. Hepworth proposed to Margaret that she and Mr. Bell should accompany her to the parsonage, and see. The word improvements had half slipped out of her mouth, but she substituted the more cautious term, alterations, which the present vicar was making. Margaret did not care a straw about seeing the alterations, which jarred upon her fond recollection of what her home had been. But she longed to see the old place once more, even though she shivered away from the pain which she knew she should feel. The parsonage was so altered, both inside and out, that the real pain was less than she anticipated. It was not like the same place. The garden, the grass plat, formerly so daintily trimmed that even a stray rose leaf seemed like a fleck on the exquisite arrangement and propriety, was strewed with children's things, a bag of marbles here, a hoop there, a straw hat forced down upon a rose tree as on a peg, to the destruction of a long beautiful tender branch laden with flowers, which in former days would have been trained up tenderly, as if beloved. The little square matted hall was equally filled with signs of merry, healthy, rough childhood. Bah, said Mrs. Hepworth. You must excuse this untidiness, Miss Hale. When the nursery is finished, I shall insist upon a little order. We are building a nursery out of your room, I believe. How did you manage, Miss Hale, without a nursery? We were but two, said Margaret. You have many children, I presume? 7. Look here. We are throwing out a window to the road on this side. Mr. Hepworth is spending an immense deal of money on this house, but really it was scarcely habitable when we came, for so large a family as ours, I mean, of course. Every room in the house was changed, besides the one of which Mrs. Hepworth spoke, which had been Mr. Hale's study formerly, and where the green gloom and delicious quiet of the place had conduced, as he had said, to a habit of meditation, but, perhaps, in some degree to the formation of a character more fitted for thought than action. The new window gave a view of the road, and had many advantages, as Mrs. Hepworth pointed out. From it the wandering sheep of her husband's flock might be seen, who straggled to the tempting beer-house, unobserved as they might hope, but not unobserved in reality, for the active vicar kept his eye on the road, even during the composition of his most orthodox sermons, and had a hat and stick hanging ready at hand to seize, before sallying out after his parishioners, who had need of quick legs if they could take refuge in the Jolly Forester, before the teetotal vicar had arrested them. The whole family were quick, brisk, loud-talking, kind-hearted, and not troubled with much delicacy of perception. Margaret feared that Mrs. Hepworth would find out that Mr. Bell was playing upon her, in the admiration he thought fit to express for everything that especially grated on his taste. But no! She took it all literally, and with such good faith, that Margaret could not help remonstrating with him as they walked slowly away from the parsonage back to their inn. Don't scold, Margaret. It was all because of you. If she had not shown you every change with such evident exultation in their superior sense, and perceiving what an improvement this and that would be, I could have behaved well. But if you must go on preaching, keep it till after dinner, when it will send me to sleep, and help my digestion. They were both of them tired, and Margaret herself so much so, that she was unwilling to go out as she had proposed to do, and have another ramble among the woods and fields so close to the home of her childhood. And somehow, this visit to Hellstone had not been exactly what she had expected. There was change everywhere, slight, yet pervading all. Households were changed by absence, or death, or marriage, or the natural mutations brought by days and months and years, which carry us on imperceptibly from childhood to youth, and thence through manhood to age, whence we drop like fruit, fully ripe, into the quiet Mother Earth. Places were changed, a tree gone here, a bough there, bringing in a long ray of light where no light was before, a road was trimmed and narrowed, and the green straggling pathway by its side enclosed and cultivated. A great improvement it was called. But Margaret sighed over the old picturesqueness, the old gloom, and the grassy wayside of former days. She sate by the window on the little settle, sadly gazing out upon the gathering shades of night, which harmonized well with her pensive thought. Mr. Bell slept soundly, after his unusual exercise through the day. At last he was roused by the entrance of the tea-tray, brought in by a flushed-looking country girl, who had evidently been finding some variety from her usual occupation of waiter, in assisting this day in the hayfield. "Hello? Who's there? Where are we? Who's that, Margaret? Oh, now I remember all." I could not imagine what woman was sitting there in such a doleful attitude, with her hands clasped straight out upon her knees, and her face looking so steadfastly before her. "What are you looking at?" asked Mr. Bell, coming to the window, and standing behind Margaret. "Nothing," said she, rising up quickly, and speaking as cheerfully as she could at a moment's notice. "Nothing indeed." A bleak background of trees, some white linen hung out on the sweet-briar hedge, and a great waft of damp air. "Shut the window, and come in and make tea." Margaret was silent for some time. She played with her teaspoon, and did not attend particularly to what Mr. Bell said. He contradicted her, and she took the same sort of smiling notice of his opinion as if he had agreed with her. Then she sighed, and putting down her spoon, she began, apropos of nothing at all, and in the high-pitched voice which usually shows that the speaker has been thinking for some time on the subject that they wished to introduce. "Mr. Bell, you remember what we were saying about Frederick last night, don't you?" "Last night? Where was I?" "Oh, I remember. Why, it seems a week ago." "Yes, to be sure, I recollect we talked about him, poor fellow." "Yes. And do you remember that Mr. Lennox spoke about his having been in England about the time of dear mamma's death?" asked Margaret, her voice now lower than usual. "I recollect. I hadn't heard of it before. And I always thought that papa had told you about it." "No, he never did." "But what about it, Margaret?" "I want to tell you of something I did that was very wrong, about that time," said Margaret, suddenly looking up at him with her clear, honest eyes. "I told a lie," and her face became scarlet. "True, that was bad, I own, not but what I have told a pretty round number in my life, not all in downright words, as I suppose you did, but in actions, or in some shabby circumlocutory way, leading people either to disbelieve the truth, or believe a falsehood. You know who is the father of lies, Margaret? Well, a great number of folk, thinking themselves very good, have odd sorts of connection with lies, left-hand marriages, and second cousins once removed. The tainting blood of falsehood runs through us all. I should have guessed you as far from it as most people." "What? Crying, child? Nay, now we'll not talk of it, if it ends in this way. I dare say you have been sorry for it, and that you won't do it again, and it's long ago now, and in short I want you to be very cheerful, and not very sad, this evening." Margaret wiped her eyes, and tried to talk about something else, but suddenly she burst out afresh. "Please, Mr. Bell, let me tell you about it. You could perhaps help me a little. No, not help me, but if you knew the truth, perhaps you could put me to rights. That is not it, after all," said she, in despair and not being able to express herself more exactly as she wished. Mr. Bell's whole manner changed. "Tell me all about it, child," said he. "It's a long story, but when Fred came, Mamma was very ill, and I was undone with anxiety, and afraid, too, that I might have drawn him into danger, and we had an alarm just after her death, for Dixon met someone in Milton, a man called Lennox, who had known Fred, and who seemed to owe him a grudge, or at any rate to be tempted by the recollection of the reward offered for his apprehension, and with this new fright, I thought I had better hurry off Fred to London, where, as you would understand from what we said the other night, he was to go to consult Mr. Lennox as to his chances if he stood trial. So we, that is, he and I, went to the railway station. It was one evening, and it was just getting rather dusk, but still light enough to recognize and be recognized, and we were too early, and went out to walk in a field just close by. I was always in a panic about this Lennox, who was, I knew, somewhere in the neighborhood. And then, when we were in the field, the low red sunlight just in my face, someone came by on horseback in the road just below the field stile on which we stood. I saw him look at me, but I did not know who it was at first, the sun was so in my eyes, but in an instant the dazzle went off, and I saw it was Mr. Thornton, and we bowed, and he saw Frederick of course, said Mr. Bell, helping her on with her story, as he thought. Yes, and then at the station a man came up, tipsy and reeling, and he tried to collar Fred, and overbalanced himself as Fred wrenched himself away, and fell over the hedge of the platform, not far, not deep, not above 3 feet, but oh, Mr. Bell, somehow that fall killed him. How awkward. It was this Leonard's, I suppose. And how did Fred get off? He went off immediately after the fall, which we never thought could have done the poor fellow any harm. It seemed so slight an injury. Then he did not die directly? No, not for 2 or 3 days. And then, oh, Mr. Bell, now comes the bad part, said she, nervously twining her fingers together. A police inspector came and taxed me with having been a companion of the young man, whose push or blow had occasioned Leonard's death. That was a false accusation, you know, but we had not heard that Fred had sailed. He might still be in London and liable to be arrested on this false charge, and his identity with the Lieutenant Hale, accused of causing the mutiny, discovered, he might be shot. All this flashed through my mind, and I said it was not me. I was not at the railway station that night. I knew nothing about it. I had no conscience or thought but to save Frederick. I say it was right. I should have done the same. You forgot yourself and thought for another. I hope I should have done the same. No, you were not. It was wrong, disobedient, faithless. At that very time Fred was safely out of England, and in my blindness I forgot that there was another witness who could testify to my being there. So, Mr. Thornton, you know he had seen me close to the station. We had bowed to each other. Well, he would know nothing of this riot, about the drunken fellow's death. I suppose the injury never came to anything. Now, the proceedings they had begun to talk about on the inquest were stopped. Mr. Thornton did know all about it. He was a magistrate, and he found out that it was not the fall that had caused the death. But not before he knew what I had said. Oh, Mr. Bell. She suddenly covered her face with her hands, as if wishing to hide herself from the presence of the recollection. Did you have any explanation with him? Did you ever tell him the strong, instinctive motive? The instinctive one of faith, and clutching at a sin to keep myself from sinking, said she bitterly. No. How could I? He knew nothing of Frederick. To put myself to rights in his good opinion, was I to tell him the secrets of our family, involving, as they seemed to do, the chances of poor Frederick's entire exculpation? Fred's last words had been to enjoin me to keep his visit a secret from all. You see, Papa never told even you. No. I could bear the shame. I thought I could at least. I did bear it. Mr. Thornton has never respected me since. He respects you, I am sure, said Mr. Bell. To be sure it accounts a little for. But he always speaks of you with regard and esteem, though now I understand certain reservations in his manner. Margaret did not speak, did not attend to what Mr. Bell had to say, lost all sense of it. By and by she said, will you tell me what you refer to about reservations in his manner of speaking to me? Oh, simply he has annoyed me by not joining in my praises of you. Like an old fool, I thought that every one would have the same opinion as I had, and he evidently could not agree with me. I was puzzled at the time. But he must be perplexed, if the affair has never been in the least explained. There was first your walking out with a young man in the dark. But it was my brother, said Margaret, surprised. True. But how was he to know that? I don't know. I never sought anything of that kind, said Margaret, reddening, and looking hurt and offended. And perhaps he never would, but for the lie, which, under the circumstances, I maintain, was necessary. It was not. I know it now. I bitterly repent it. There was a long pause of silence. Margaret was the first to speak. I am not likely ever to see Mr. Thornton again. And there she stopped. There are many things more unlikely, I should say, replied Mr. Bell. But I believe I never shall. Still, somehow one does not like to have sunk so low in a friend's opinion as I have done in his. Her eyes were full of tears, but her voice was steady, and Mr. Bell was not looking at her. And now that Frederick has given up all hope, and almost all wish of ever clearing himself, and returning to England, it would be only doing myself justice to have all this explained. If you please, and if you can, if there is a good opportunity, don't force an explanation upon him, pray. But if you can, will you tell him the whole circumstances, and tell him also that I gave you leave to do so, because I felt that for poor papa's sake I should not like to lose his respect, though we may never be likely to meet again? Certainly. I think he ought to know. I do not like you to rest even under a shadow of an impropriety. He would not know what to think of seeing you alone with a young man. As for that, said Margaret, rather haughtily, I hold it as honi soit comme y pence, yet still I should choose to have it explained, if any natural opportunity for easy explanation occurs. But it is not to clear myself of any suspicion of improper conduct that I wish to have him told. If I thought that he had suspected me, I should not care for his good opinion. No. It is that he may learn how I was tempted, and how I fell into the snare, why I told that falsehood, in short. Which I don't blame you for. It is no partiality of mine, I assure you. What other people may think of the rightness or wrongness is nothing in comparison to my own deep knowledge, my innate conviction that it was wrong. But we will not talk of that any more, if you please. It is done. My sin is sinned. I have now to put it behind me, and be truthful forevermore, if I can. Very well. If you like to be uncomfortable and morbid, be so. I always keep my conscience as tight shut up as a jack-in-a-box, for when it jumps into existence it surprises me by its size. So I coax it down again, as the fisherman coaxed the genii. Wonderful, says I, to think that you have been concealed so long, and in so small a compass, that I really did not know of your existence. Pray, sir, instead of growing larger and larger every instant, and bewildering me with your misty outlines, would you once more compress yourself into your former dimensions? And when I've got him down, don't I clap the seal on the vase, and take good care how I open it again, and how I go against Solomon, wisest of men, who can find him there. But it was no smiling matter to Margaret. She hardly attended to what Mr. Bell was saying. Her thoughts ran upon the idea, before entertained, but which now had assumed the strength of a conviction that Mr. Thornton no longer held his former good opinion of her, that he was disappointed in her. She did not feel as if any explanation could ever reinstate her, not in his love, for that and any return on her part she had resolved never to dwell upon, and she kept rigidly to her resolution, but in the respect and high regard which she had hoped would have ever made him willing, in the spirit of Gerald Griffin's beautiful lines, to turn and look back when thou hearest the sound of my name. She kept choking and swallowing all the time that she thought about it. She tried to comfort herself with the idea that what he imagined her to be did not alter the fact of what she was. But it was a truism, a phantom, and broke down under the weight of her regret. She had 20 questions on the tip of her tongue to ask Mr. Bell, but not one of them did she utter. Mr. Bell thought that she was tired, and sent her early to her room, where she sat long hours by the open window, gazing out on the purple dome above, where the stars arose, and twinkled and disappeared behind the great umbrageous trees before she went to bed. All night long, too, there burned a little light on earth, a candle in her old bedroom, which was the nursery with the present inhabitants of the parsonage, until the new one was built. A sense of change, of individual nothingness, of perplexity and disappointment, overpowered Margaret. Nothing had been the same, and this slight, all-pervading instability had given her greater pain than if all had been too entirely changed for her to recognize it. I begin to understand now what heaven must be, and oh, the grandeur and repose of the words, the same yesterday, today, and forever. Everlasting. From everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. That beautiful sky above me looks as though it could not change, and yet it will. I am so tired of being whirled on through all these phases of my life, in which nothing abides by me, no creature, no place. It is like the circle in which the victims of earthly passion eddy continually. I am in the mood in which women of another religion take the veil. I seek heavenly steadfastness in earthly monotony. If I were a Roman Catholic and could deaden my heart, stun it with some great blow, I might become a nun. But I should pine after my kind. No, not my kind, for love for my species can never fill my heart to the utter exclusion of love for individuals. Perhaps it ought to be so, perhaps not. I cannot decide tonight. Wearily she went to bed, wearily she arose in 4 or 5 hours' time. But with the morning came hope, and a brighter view of things. After all it is right, said she, hearing the voices of children at play while she was dressing. If the world stood still, it would retrograde and become corrupt, if that is not Irish. Looking out of myself and my own painful sense of change, the progress of all around me is right and necessary. I must not think so much of how circumstances affect me myself, but how they affect others, if I wish to have a right judgment, or a hopeful, trustful heart. And with a smile ready in her eyes to quiver down to her lips, she went into the parlor and greeted Mr. Bell. "Ah, Missy, you were up late last night, and so you're late this morning. Now I've got a little piece of news for you. What do you think of an invitation to dinner? A morning call, literally in the dewy morning. Why, I've had the vicar here already, on his way to the school." How much the desire of giving our hostess a teetotal lecture for the benefit of the haymakers had to do with his earliness, I don't know, but here he was, when I came down just before 9, and we are asked to dine there today. "But Edith expects me back, I cannot go," said Margaret, thankful to have so good an excuse. "Yes, I know, so I told him. I thought you would not want to go. Still it is open, if you would like it." "Oh no," said Margaret. "Let us keep to our plan. Let us start at 12. It is very good and kind of them, but indeed I could not go." "Very well. Don't fidget yourself, and I'll arrange it all." Before they left, Margaret stole round to the back of the vicarage garden, and gathered a little straggling piece of honeysuckle. She would not take a flower the day before, for fear of being observed, and her motives and feelings commented upon. But as she returned across the common, the place was reinvested with the old enchanting atmosphere. The common sounds of life were more musical there than anywhere else in the whole world, the light more golden, the life more tranquil and full of dreamy delight. As Margaret remembered her feelings yesterday, she said to herself, "And I too changed perpetually, now this, now that, now disappointment and peevish because all is not exactly as I had pictured it, and now suddenly discovering that the reality is far more beautiful than I had imagined it. Oh, Housestone, I shall never love any place like you." A few days afterwards she had found her level, and decided that she was very glad to have been there, and that she had seen it again, and that to her it would always be the prettiest spot in the world, but that it was so full of associations with former days, and especially with her father and mother, that if it were all to come over again, she should shrink back from such another visit as that which she had paid with Mr. Bell. Chapter 47. Something wanting. Experience, like a pale musician, holds a dulcimer of patience in his hand, whence harmonies we cannot understand, of God's will in his worlds, the strain unfolds in sad, perplexed minors. Mrs. Browning. About this time Dixon returned from Milton, and assumed her post as Margaret's maid. She brought endless pieces of Milton gossip, how Martha had gone to live with Miss Thornton, on the latter's marriage, with an account of the bridesmaids, dresses and breakfasts, at that interesting ceremony, how people thought that Mr. Thornton had made too grand a wedding of it, considering he had lost the deal by the strike, and had had to pay so much for the failure of his contracts. How little money articles of furniture, long cherished by Dixon, had fetched at the sale, which was a shame. Considering how rich folks were at Milton, how Mrs. Thornton had come one day and got 2 or 3 good bargains, and Mr. Thornton had come the next, and in his desire to obtain 1 or 2 things, had bid against himself, much to the enjoyment of the bystanders, so as Dixon observed, that made things even. If Mrs. Thornton paid too little, Mr. Thornton paid too much. Mr. Bell had sent all sorts of orders about the books. There was no understanding him, he was so particular. If he had come himself it would have been all right, but letters always were, and always will be more puzzling than they are worth. Dixon had not much to tell about the Higginses. Her memory had an aristocratic bias, and was very treacherous whenever she tried to recall any circumstance connected with those below her in life. Nicholas was very well, she believed. He had been several times at the house asking for news of Miss Margaret, the only person who ever did ask, except once Mr. Thornton. And Mary? Ein. Of course she was very well, a great, stout, slatternly thing. She did hear. Or perhaps it was only a dream of hers, though it would be strange as she had dreamed of such people as the Higginses, that Mary had gone to work at Mr. Thornton's mill, because her father wished her to know how to cook. But what nonsense that could mean she didn't know. Margaret rather agreed with her that the story was incoherent enough to be like a dream. Still it was pleasant to have someone now with whom she could talk of Milton, and Milton people. Dixon was not overfond of the subject, rather wishing to leave that part of her life in shadow. She liked much more to dwell upon speeches of Mr. Bell's, which had suggested an idea to her of what was really his intention, making Margaret his heiress. But her young lady gave her no encouragement, nor in any way gratified her insinuating inquiries, however disguised in the form of suspicions or assertions. All this time Margaret had a strange undefined longing to hear that Mr. Bell had gone to pay one of his business visits to Milton, for it had been well understood between them, at the time of their conversation at Helstone, that the explanation she had desired should only be given to Mr. Thornton by word of mouth, and even in that manner should be in no wise forced upon him. Mr. Bell was no great correspondent, but he wrote from time to time long or short letters, as the humor took him, and although Margaret was not conscious of any definite hope, on receiving them, yet she always put away his notes, with a little feeling of disappointment. He was not going to Milton. He said nothing about it at any rate. Well, she must be patient. Sooner or later the mist would be cleared away. Mr. Bell's letters were hardly like his usual self. They were short, and complaining, with every now and then a little touch of bitterness that was unusual. He did not look forward to the future. He rather seemed to regret the past, and be weary of the present. Margaret fancied that he could not be well, but in answer to some inquiry of hers as to his health, he sent her a short note, saying there was an old-fashioned complaint called the spleen, that he was suffering from that, and it was for her to decide if it was more mental or physical, but that he should like to indulge himself in grumbling, without being obliged to send a bulletin every time. In consequence of this note, Margaret made no more inquiries about his health. One day Edith let out accidentally a fragment of a conversation which she had had with Mr. Bell, when he was last in London, which possessed Margaret with the idea that he had some notion of taking her to pay a visit to her brother and new sister-in-law, at Cotties, in the autumn. She questioned and cross-questioned Edith, till the latter was weary, and declared that there was nothing more to remember. All he had said was that he had thought he should go, and hear for himself what Frederick had to say about the mutiny, and that it would be a good opportunity for Margaret to become acquainted with her new sister-in-law, that he always went somewhere during the long vacation, and did not see why he should not go to Spain as well as anywhere else. That was all. Edith hoped Margaret did not want to leave them, that she was so anxious about all this. And then, having nothing else particular to do, she cried, and said that she knew she cared much more for Margaret than Margaret did for her. Margaret comforted her as well as she could, but she could hardly explain to her how this idea of Spain, mere Chateau en Espagne as it might be, charmed and delighted her. Edith was in the mood to think that any pleasure enjoyed away from her was a tacit affront, or at best a proof of indifference. So Margaret had to keep her pleasure to herself, and could only let it escape by the safety valve of asking Dixon, when she dressed for dinner, if she would not like to see Master Frederick and his new wife very much indeed. "She's a papist, miss, isn't she?" "I believe, oh yes, certainly," said Margaret, a little damped for an instant at this recollection. "And they live in a popish country?" "Yes." "Then I'm afraid I must say, that my soul is dearer to me than even Master Frederick, his own dear self. I should be in a perpetual terror, miss, lest I should be converted." "Hun," said Margaret, "I do not know that I am going, and if I go, I am not such a fine lady as to be unable to travel without you." "No, dear old Dixon, you shall have a long holiday, if we go. But I'm afraid it is a long if." Now Dixon did not like this speech. In the first place, she did not like Margaret's trick of calling her dear old Dixon whenever she was particularly demonstrative. She knew that Miss Hale was apt to call all people that she liked, "eh," as a sort of term of endearment, but Dixon always winced away from the application of the word to herself, who, being not much past 50, was, she thought, in the very prime of life. Secondly, she did not like being so easily taken at her word. She had, with all her terror, a lurking curiosity about Spain, the Inquisition, and Popish mysteries. So, after clearing her throat, as if to show her willingness to do away with difficulties, she asked Miss Hale whether she thought, if she took care never to see a priest, or enter into one of their churches, there would be so very much danger of her being converted. Master Frederick, to be sure, had gone over unaccountably. "I fancy it was love that first predisposed him to conversion," said Margaret, sighing. "Indeed, miss," said Dixon. "Well, I can preserve myself from priests, and from churches, but love steals in unawares. I think it's as well I should not go." Margaret was afraid of letting her mind run too much upon this Spanish plan, but it took off her thoughts from too impatiently dwelling upon her desire to have all explained to Mr. Thornton. Mr. Bell appeared for the present to be stationary at Oxford, and to have no immediate purpose of going to Milton, and some secret restraint seemed to hang over Margaret, and prevent her from even asking, or alluding again to any probability of such a visit on his part. Nor did she feel at liberty to name what Edith had told her of the idea he had entertained, it might be but for 5 minutes, of going to Spain. He had never named it at Helstone, during all that sunny day of leisure. It was very probably but the fancy of a moment, but if it were true, what a bright outlet it would be from the monotony of her present life, which was beginning to fall upon her. One of the great pleasures of Margaret's life at this time was in Edith's boy. He was the pride and plaything of both father and mother, as long as he was good. But he had a strong will of his own, and as soon as he burst out into one of his stormy passions, Edith would throw herself back in despair and fatigue, and sigh out, "Oh dear, what shall I do with him? Do, Margaret, please ring the bell for Hanley." But Margaret almost liked him better in these manifestations of character than in his good blue-sashed moods. She would carry him off into a room, where they two alone battled it out, she with a firm power which subdued him into peace, while every sudden charm and while she possessed was exerted on the side of right, until he would rub his little hot and tear-smeared face all over hers, kissing and caressing till he often fell asleep in her arms or on her shoulder. Those were Margaret's sweetest moments. They gave her a taste of the feeling that she believed would be denied to her forever. Mr. Henry Lennox added a new and not disagreeable element to the course of the household life by his frequent presence. Margaret thought him colder, if more brilliant than formerly, but there were strong intellectual tastes, and much and varied knowledge, which gave flavor to the otherwise rather insipid conversation. Margaret saw glimpses in him of a slight contempt for his brother and sister-in-law, and for their mode of life, which he seemed to consider as frivolous and purposeless. He once or twice spoke to his brother, in Margaret's presence, in a pretty sharp tone of inquiry, as to whether he meant entirely to relinquish his profession, and on Captain Lennox's reply, that he had quite enough to live upon, she had seen Mr. Lennox's curl of the lip as he said, "And is that all you live for?" But the brothers were much attached to each other, in the way that any two persons are, when the one is cleverer and always leads the other, and this last is patiently content to be led. Mr. Lennox was pushing on in his profession, cultivating, with profound calculation, all those connections that might eventually be of service to him. Keen-sighted, far-seeing, intelligent, sarcastic, and proud. Since the one long conversation relating to Frederick's affairs, which she had with him the first evening in Mr. Bell's presence, she had had no great intercourse with him, further than that which arose out of their close relations with the same household. But this was enough to wear off the shyness on her side, and any symptoms of mortified pride and vanity on his. They met, continually, of course, but she thought that he rather avoided being alone with her. She fancied that he, as well as she, perceived that they had drifted strangely apart from their former anchorage, side by side, in many of their opinions, and all their tastes. And yet, when he had spoken unusually well, or with remarkable epigrammatic point, she felt that his eye sought the expression of her countenance first of all, if but for an instant, and that, in the family intercourse which constantly threw them together, her opinion was the one to which he listened with a deference, the more complete, because it was reluctantly paid, and concealed as much as possible. Chapter 48. Ne'er to be found again. My own, my father's friend, I cannot part with thee. I ne'er have shown, thou ne'er hast known, how dear thou art to me. Anon. The elements of the dinner parties which Mrs. Lennox gave, were these. Her friends contributed the beauty, Captain Lennox the easy knowledge of the subjects of the day, and Mr. Henry Lennox, and the sprinkling of rising men who were received as his friends, brought the wit, the cleverness, the keen and extensive knowledge of which they knew well enough how to avail themselves without seeming pedantic, or burdening the rapid flow of conversation. These dinners were delightful, but even here Margaret's dissatisfaction found her out. Every talent, every feeling, every acquirement, nay, even every tendency towards virtue, was used up as materials for fireworks. The hidden, sacred fire, exhausted itself in sparkle and crackle. They talked about art in a merely sensuous way, dwelling on outside effects, instead of allowing themselves to learn what it has to teach. They lashed themselves up into an enthusiasm about high subjects in company, and never thought about them when they were alone. They squandered their capabilities of appreciation into a mere flow of appropriate words. One day, after the gentlemen had come up into the drawing-room, Mr. Lennox drew near to Margaret, and addressed her in almost the first voluntary words he had spoken to her since she had returned to live in Harley Street. "You did not look pleased at what Shirley was saying at dinner, didn't I?" "My face must be very expressive," replied Margaret. "It always was. It has not lost the trick of being eloquent." "I did not like," said Margaret hastily, "his way of advocating what he knew to be wrong, so glaringly wrong, even in jest. But it was very clever. How every word told. Did you remember the happy epithets?" "Yes." "And despise them, you would like to add. Pray don't scruple, though he is my friend. There! That is the exact tone in you that—" She stopped short. He listened for a moment to see if she would finish her sentence, but she only reddened, and turned away. Before she did so, however, she heard him say, in a very low, clear voice, "If my tones, or modes of thought, are what you dislike, will you do me the justice to tell me so, and so give me the chance of learning to please you?" All these weeks there was no intelligence of Mr. Bowes going to Milton. He had spoken of it at Helstone as of a journey which he might have to take in a very short time from then, but he must have transacted his business by writing. Margaret thought, ere now, and she knew that if he could, he would avoid going to a place which he disliked, and moreover would little understand the secret importance which she affixed to the explanation that could only be given by word of mouth. She knew that he would feel that it was necessary that it should be done, but whether in summer, autumn, or winter, it would signify very little. It was now August, and there had been no mention of the Spanish journey to which he had alluded to Edith, and Margaret tried to reconcile herself to the fading away of this illusion. But one morning she received a letter, saying that next week he meant to come up to town. He wanted to see her about a plan which he had in his head, and moreover, he intended to treat himself to a little doctoring, as he had begun to come round to her opinion, that it would be pleasanter to think that his health was more in fault than he, when he found himself irritable and cross. There was altogether a tone of forced cheerfulness in the letter, as Margaret noticed afterwards. but at the time her attention was taken up by Edith's exclamations. Coming up to town? Oh dear! And I am so worn out by the heat that I don't believe I have strength enough in me for another dinner. Besides, everybody has left but our dear stupid selves, who can't settle where to go to. There would be nobody to meet him. I'm sure he would much rather come and dine with us quite alone than with the most agreeable strangers you could pick up. Besides, if he is not well he won't wish for invitations. I am glad he has owned it at last. I was sure he was ill from the whole tone of his letters, and yet he would not answer me when I asked him, and I had no third person to whom I could apply for news. Why, he is not very ill, or he would not think of Spain. He never mentioned Spain. No. But his plan that is to be proposed evidently relates to that. But would you really go in such weather as this? Oh, it would get cooler every day. Yes. Think of it. I am only afraid I have thought and wished too much, in that absorbing wilful way which is sure to be disappointed, or else gratified, to the letter, while in the spirit it gives no pleasure. But that's superstitious, I'm sure, Margaret. No, I don't think it is. Only it ought to warn me, and check me from giving way to such passionate wishes. It is a sort of give me children, or else I die. I'm afraid my cry is, let me go to Cotty's, or else I die. My dear Margaret, you'll be persuaded to stay there, and then what shall I do? I wish I could find somebody for you to marry here, that I could be sure of you. I shall never marry. Nonsense, and double nonsense. Why, as Sholto says, you're such an attraction to the house, that he knows ever so many men who will be glad to visit here next year for your sake. Margaret drew herself up haughtily. Do you know, Edith, I sometimes think your Corfu light has taught you, well, just a shade or two of coarseness. Edith began to sob so bitterly, and to declare so vehemently that Margaret had lost all love for her, and no longer looked upon her as a friend, that Margaret came to think that she had expressed too harsh an opinion for the relief of her own wounded pride, and ended by being Edith's slave for the rest of the day, while that little lady, overcome by wounded feeling, lay like a victim on the sofa, heaving occasionally a profound sigh, till at last she fell asleep. Mr. Bell did not make his appearance even on the day to which he had for a second time deferred his visit. The next morning there came a letter from Wallace, his servant, stating that his master had not been feeling well for some time, which had been the true reason of his putting off his journey, and that at the very time when he should have set out for London, he had been seized with an apoplectic fit. It was, indeed, Wallace added, the opinion of the medical men, that he could not survive the night, and more than probable, that by the time Miss Hale received this letter his poor master would be no more. Margaret received this letter at breakfast time, and turned very pale as she read it. Then, silently putting it into Edith's hands, she left the room. Edith was terribly shocked as she read it, and cried in a sobbing, frightened, childish way, much to her husband's distress. Mrs. Shaw was breakfasting in her own room, and upon him devolved the task of reconciling his wife to the near contact into which she seemed to be brought with death, for the first time that she could remember in her life. Here was a man who was to have dined with them today lying dead or dying instead. It was some time before she could think of Margaret. Then she started up, and followed her upstairs into her room. Dixon was packing up a few toilette articles, and Margaret was hastily putting on her bonnet, shedding tears all the time, and her hands trembling so that she could hardly tie the strings. Oh, dear Margaret! How shocking! What are you doing? Are you going out? Sholto would telegraph or do anything you like. I am going to Oxford. There is a train in half an hour. Dixon has offered to go with me, but I could have gone by myself. I must see him again. Besides, he may be better, and want some care. He has been like a father to me. Don't stop me, Edith. But I must. Mamma won't like it at all. Come and ask her about it, Margaret. You don't know where you're going. I should not mind if he had a house of his own, but in his fellows' rooms. Come to Mamma, and do ask her before you go. It will not take a minute. Margaret yielded, and lost her train. In the suddenness of the event, Mrs. Shaw became bewildered and hysterical, and so the precious time slipped by. But there was another train in a couple of hours, and after various discussions on propriety and impropriety, it was decided that Captain Lennox should accompany Margaret, as the one thing to which she was constant was her resolution to go, alone or otherwise, by the next train, whatever might be said of the propriety or impropriety of the step. Her father's friend, her own friend, was lying at the point of death, and the thought of this came upon her with such vividness, that she was surprised herself at the firmness with which she asserted something of her right to independence of action, and 5 minutes before the time of starting, she found herself sitting in a railway carriage opposite to Captain Lennox. It was always a comfort to her to think that she had gone, though it was only to hear that he had died in the night. She saw the rooms that he had occupied, and associated them ever after most fondly in her memory with the idea of her father, and his one cherished and faithful friend. They had promised Edith before starting, that if all had ended as they feared, they would return to dinner, so that long, lingering look around the room in which her father had died, had to be interrupted, and a quiet farewell taken of the kind old face that had so often come out with pleasant words, and merry quips and cranks. Captain Lennox fell asleep on their journey home, and Margaret could cry at leisure, and bethink her of this fatal year, and all the woes it had brought to her. No sooner was she fully aware of one loss than another came, not to supersede her grief for the one before, but to reopen wounds and feelings scarcely healed. But at the sound of the tender voices of her aunt and Edith, of merry little Sholto's glee at her arrival, and at the sight of the well-lighted rooms, with their mistress, pretty in her paleness and her eager sorrowful interest, Margaret roused herself from her heavy trance of almost superstitious hopelessness, and began to feel that even around her joy and gladness might gather. She had Edith's place on the sofa. Sholto was taught to carry Aunt Margaret's cup of tea very carefully to her, and by the time she went up to dress she could thank God for having spared her dear old friend a long or a painful illness. Chapter 49. Breathing tranquility. And down the sunny beach she paces slowly, with many doubtful pauses by the way. Grief hath an influence so hushed and holy. Pied. Is not Margaret the heiress? Whispered Edith to her husband, as they were in their room alone at night after the sad journey to Oxford. She had pulled his tall head down, and stood upon tiptoe, and implored him not to be shocked, before she ventured to ask this question. Captain Lennox was, however, quite in the dark. If he had ever heard, he had forgotten. It could not be much that a fellow of a small college had to leave, but he had never wanted her to pay for her board, and £250 a year was something ridiculous, considering that she did not take wine. Edith came down upon her feet a little bit sadder, with a romance blown to pieces. A week afterwards she came prancing towards her husband, and made him a low curtsy. I am right, and you are wrong, most noble captain. Margaret has had a lawyer's letter, and she is residuary legatee, the legacies being about £2,000, and the remainder about 40,000, at the present value of property in Milton. Indeed! And how does she take her good fortune? Oh, it seems she knew she was to have it all along, only she had no idea it was so much. She looks very white and pale, and says she's afraid of it, but that's nonsense, you know, and will soon go off. I left Mamma pouring congratulations down her throat, and stole away to tell you. It seemed to be supposed, by general consent, that the most natural thing was to consider Mr. Lennox henceforward as Margaret's legal adviser. She was so entirely ignorant of all forms of business that in nearly everything she had to refer to him. He chose out her attorney. He came to her with papers to be signed. He was never so happy as when teaching her of what all these mysteries of the law were the signs and types. Henry, said Edith one day archly, do you know what I hope and expect all these long conversations with Margaret will end in? No, I don't, said he, reddening. And I desire you not to tell me. Oh, very well, then I need not tell Sholto not to ask Mr. Montague so often to the house. Just as you choose, said he with forced coolness. What you are thinking of may or may not happen, but this time, before I commit myself, I will see my ground clear. Ask whom you choose. It may not be very civil, Edith, but if you meddle in it you will mar it. She has been very fruish with me for a long time, and is only just beginning to thaw a little from her Zenobia ways. She has the making of a Cleopatra in her, if only she were a little more pagan. For my part, said Edith, a little maliciously, I am very glad she is a Christian. I know so very few. There was no Spain for Margaret that autumn, although to the last she hoped that some fortunate occasion would call Frederick to Paris, whither she could easily have met with a conva. Instead of Cadiz, she had to content herself with Cromer. To that place her Aunt Shaw and the Lennoxes were bound. They had all along wished her to accompany them, and consequently, with their characters, they made but lazy efforts to forward her own separate wish. Perhaps Cromer was, in one sense of the expression, the best for her. She needed bodily strengthening and bracing as well as rest. Among other hopes that had vanished, was the hope, the trust she had had, that Mr. Bell would have given Mr. Thornton the simple facts of the family circumstances which had preceded the unfortunate accident that led to Leonard's death. Whatever opinion, however changed it might be from what Mr. Thornton had once entertained, she had wished it to be based upon a true understanding of what she had done, and why she had done it. It would have been a pleasure to her, would have given her rest on a point on which she should now all her life be restless, unless she could resolve not to think upon it. It was now so long after the time of these occurrences, that there was no possible way of explaining them save the one which she had lost by Mr. Bell's death. She might just submit, like many another, to be misunderstood, but though reasoning herself into the belief that in this hers was no uncommon lot, her heart did not ache the less with longing that sometime, years and years hence, before he died at any rate, he might know how much she had been tempted. She thought that she did not want to hear that all was explained to him, if only she could be sure that he would know. But this wish was vain, like so many others, and when she had schooled herself into this conviction, she turned with all her heart and strength to the life that lay immediately before her, and resolved to strive and make the best of that. She used to sit long hours upon the beach, gazing intently on the waves as they chafed with perpetual motion against the pebbly shore, or as she looked out upon the more distant heath, and sparkle against the sky, and heard, without being conscious of hearing, the eternal psalm, which went up continually. She was soothed without knowing how or why. Listlessly she sat there, on the ground, her hands clasped round her knees, while her Aunt Shaw did small shoppings, and Edith and Captain Lennox rode far and wide on shore and inland. The nurses, sauntering on with their charges, would pass and repass her, and wonder in whispers what she could find to look at so long, day after day. And when the family gathered at dinner time, Margaret was so silent and absorbed that Edith voted her moped, and hailed a proposal of her husband's with great satisfaction, that Mr. Henry Lennox should be asked to take Cromer for a week, on his return from Scotland in October. But all this time for thought enabled Margaret to put events in their right places, as to origin and significance, both as regarded her past life and her future. Those hours by the seaside were not lost, as any one might have seen who had had the perception to read, or the care to understand, the look that Margaret's face was gradually acquiring. Mr. Henry Lennox was excessively struck by the change. "The sea has done Miss Hale an immense deal of good, I should fancy," said he, when she first left the room after his arrival in their family circle. "She looks 10 years younger than she did in Harley Street." "That's the bonnet I got her," said Edith, triumphantly. "I knew it would suit her the moment I saw it." "I beg your pardon," said Mr. Lennox, in the half-contemptuous, half-indulgent tone he generally used to Edith. "But I believe I know the difference between the charms of a dress and the charms of a woman. No mere bonnet would have made Miss Hale's eyes so lustrous and yet so soft, or her lips so ripe and red, and her face altogether so full of peace and light doubt. She is like, and yet more," he dropped his voice, "like the Margaret Hale of Helstone." From this time the clever and ambitious man bent all his powers to gaining Margaret. He loved her sweet beauty. He saw the latent sweep of her mind, which could easily, he thought, be led to embrace all the objects on which he had set his heart. He looked upon her fortune only as a part of the complete and superb character of herself and her position, yet he was fully aware of the rise which it would immediately enable him, the poor barrister, to take. Eventually he would earn such success, and such honors, as would enable him to pay her back, with interest, that first advance in wealth which he should owe to her. He had been to Milton on business connected with her property, on his return from Scotland, and with the quick eye of a skilled lawyer, ready ever to take in and weigh contingencies, he had seen that much additional value was yearly accruing to the lands and tenements which she owned in that prosperous and increasing town. He was glad to find that the present relationship between Margaret and himself, of client and legal adviser, was gradually superseding the recollection of that unlucky, mismanaged day at Helstone. He had thus unusual opportunities of intimate intercourse with her, besides those that arose from the connection between the families. Margaret was only too willing to listen as long as he talked of Milton, though he had seen none of the people whom she more especially knew. It had been the tone with her aunt and cousin to speak of Milton with dislike and contempt, just such feelings as Margaret was ashamed to remember she had expressed and felt on first going to live there. But Mr. Lennox almost exceeded Margaret in his appreciation of the character of Milton and its inhabitants. Their energy, their power, their indomitable courage in struggling and fighting, their lurid vividness of existence, captivated and arrested his attention. He was never tired of talking about them, and had never perceived how selfish and material were too many of the ends they proposed to themselves as the result of all their mighty, untiring endeavor, till Margaret, even in the midst of her gratification, had the candor to point this out, as the tainting sin in so much that was noble and to be admired. Still, when other subjects palled upon her, and she gave but short answers to many questions, Henry Lennox found out that an inquiry as to some Darkshire peculiarity of character called back the light into her eye, the glow into her cheek. When they returned to town, Margaret fulfilled one of her seaside resolves, and took her life into her own hands. Before they went to Cromer, she had been as docile to her aunt's laws as if she was still the scared little stranger who cried herself to sleep that first night in the Harley Street nursery. But she had learnt, in those solemn hours of thought, that she herself must one day answer for her own life, and what she had done with it, and she tried to settle that most difficult problem for woman, how much was to be utterly merged in obedience to authority, and how much might be set apart for freedom in working. Mrs. Shaw was as good-tempered as could be, and Edith had inherited this charming domestic quality. Margaret herself had probably the worst temper of the three, for her quick perceptions and over-lively imagination made her hasty, and her early isolation from sympathy had made her proud, but she had an indescribable childlike sweetness of heart, which made her manners, even in her rarely wilful moods, irresistible of old, and now, chastened even by what the world called her good fortune, she charmed her reluctant aunt into acquiescence with her will. So Margaret gained the acknowledgment of her right to follow her own ideas of duty. "Only don't be strong-minded," pleaded Edith. "Mamma wants you to have a footman of your own, and I'm sure you're very welcome, for they're great plagues. Only to please me, darling, don't go and have a strong mind, it's the only thing I ask. Footman or no footman, don't be strong-minded. Don't be afraid, Edith. I'll faint on your hands at the servants' dinner time, the very first opportunity. And then, what with Sholto playing with the fire, and the baby crying, you'll begin to wish for a strong-minded woman, equal to any emergency. And you'll not grow too good to joke and be merry? Not I. I shall be merrier than I have ever been, now I have got my own way. And you'll not go a figure, but let me buy your dresses for you? Indeed I mean to buy them for myself. You shall come with me if you like, but no one can please me but myself. I was afraid you'd dress in brown and dust color, not to show the dirt you'll pick up in all those places. I'm glad you're going to keep one or two vanities, just by way of specimens of the old Adam. I am going to be just the same, Edith, if you and my aunt could but fancy so. Only as I have either husband nor child to give me natural duties, I must make myself some, in addition to ordering my gowns." In the family conclave, which was made up of Edith, her mother, and her husband, it was decided that perhaps all these plans of hers would only secure her the more for Henry Lennox. They kept her out of the way of other friends who might have been eligible sons or brothers, and it was also agreed that she never seemed to take much pleasure in the society of any one but Henry, out of their own family. The other admirers, attracted by her appearance, or the reputation of her fortune, were swept away, by her unconscious smiling disdain, into the paths frequented by other beauties less fastidious, or other heiresses with a larger amount of gold. Henry and she grew slowly into closer intimacy, but neither he nor she were people to brook the slightest notice of their proceedings. Chapter 50. Changes at Milton. Here we go up, 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 and here we go down, 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 eh? Nursery Song. Meanwhile at Milton the chimney smoked, the ceaseless roar and mighty beat and dazzling whir of machinery struggled and strove perpetually. Senseless and purposeless were wood and iron and steam in their endless labors, but the persistence of their monotonous work was rivaled in tireless endurance by the strong crowds, who, with sense and with purpose, were busy and restless in seeking after what? In the streets there were few loiterers, none walking for mere pleasure. Every man's face was set in lines of eagerness or anxiety. News was sought for with fierce avidity, and men jostled each other aside in the mart and in the exchange, as they did in life, in the deep selfishness of competition. There was gloom over the town. Few came to buy, and those who did were looked at suspiciously by the sellers, for credit was insecure, and the most stable might have their fortunes affected by the sweep in the great neighboring port among the shipping houses. Hitherto there had been no failures in Milton, but from the immense speculations that had come to light in making a bad end in America, and yet nearer home, it was known that some Milton houses of business must suffer so severely that every day men's faces asked, if their tongues did not. What news? Who is gone? How will it affect me? And if two or three spoke together, they dwelt rather on the names of those who were safe than dared to hint at those likely, in their opinion, to go, for idle breath may, at such times, cause the downfall of some who might otherwise weather the storm, and one going down drags many after. Thornton is safe, say they. His business is large, extending every year, but such a head as he has, and so prudent with all his daring. Then one man draws another aside, and walks a little apart, and with head inclined into his neighbor's ear, he says, Thornton's business is large, but he has spent his profits in extending it. He has no capital laid by. His machinery is new within these 2 years, and has cost him, we won't say what, a word to the wise. But that Mr. Harrison was a croaker, a man who had succeeded to his father's trade-made fortune, which he had feared to lose by altering his mode of business to any having a larger scope, yet he grudged every penny made by others more daring and far-sighted. But the truth was, Mr. Thornton was hard-pressed. He felt it acutely in his vulnerable point, his pride in the commercial character which he had established for himself. Architect of his own fortunes, he attributed this to no special merit or qualities of his own, but to the power, which he believed that commerce gave to every brave, honest, and persevering man, to raise himself to a level from which he might see and read the great game of worldly success, and honestly, by such far-sightedness, command more power and influence than in any other mode of life. Far away, in the east and in the west, where his person would never be known, his name was to be regarded, and his wishes to be fulfilled, and his word pass like gold. That was the idea of merchant life with which Mr. Thornton had started. Her merchants be like princes, said his mother, reading the text aloud, as if it were a trumpet call to invite her boy to the struggle. He was but like many others, men, women, and children, alive to distant, and dead to near things. He sought to possess the influence of a name in foreign countries and faraway seas, to become the head of a firm that should be known for generations, and it had taken him long silent years to come even to a glimmering of what he might be now, today, here in his own town, his own factory, among his own people. He and they had led parallel lives, very close, but never touching, till the accident, or so it seemed, of his acquaintance with Higgins. Once brought face to face, man to man, with an individual of the masses around him, and take notice out of the character of master and workman, in the first instance, they had each begun to recognize that we have all of us one human heart. It was the fine point of the wedge, and until now, when the apprehension of losing his connection with 2 or 3 of the workmen whom he had so lately begun to know as men, of having a plan or two, which were experiments lying very close to his heart, roughly nipped off without trial, gave a new poignancy to the subtle fear that came over him from time to time, until now. He had never recognized how much, and how deep was the interest he had grown of late to feel in his position of manufacturer simply because it led him into such close contact, and gave him the opportunity of so much power, among a race of people strange, shrewd, ignorant, but above all, full of character and strong human feeling. He reviewed his position as a Milton manufacturer. The strike a year and a half ago, or more, for it was now untimely wintry weather, in a late spring, that strike, when he was young, and he now was old, had prevented his completing some of the large orders he had then on hand. He had locked up a good deal of his capital in new and expensive machinery, and he had also bought cotton largely, for the fulfillment of these orders, taken under contract. That he had not been able to complete them, was owing in some degree to the utter want of skill on the part of the Irish hands whom he had imported. Much of their work was damaged and unfit to be sent forth by a house which prided itself on turning out nothing but first-rate articles. For many months, the embarrassment caused by the strike had been an obstacle in Mr. Thornton's way, and often, when his eye fell on Higgins, he could have spoken angrily to him without any present cause, just from feeling how serious was the injury that had arisen from this affair in which he was implicated. But when he became conscious of this sudden, quick resentment, he resolved to curb it. It would not satisfy him to avoid Higgins. He must convince himself that he was master over his own anger, by being particularly careful to allow Higgins access to him, whenever the strict rules of business, or Mr. Thornton's leisure permitted. And by, he lost all sense of resentment and wonder how it was, or could be, that two men like himself and Higgins, living by the same trade, working in their different ways at the same object, could look upon each other's position and duties in so strangely different a way. And thence arose that intercourse, which, though it might not have the effect of preventing all future clash of opinion and action, when the occasion arose, would, at any rate, enable both master and man to look upon each other with far more charity and sympathy, and bear with each other more patiently and kindly. Besides this improvement of feeling, both Mr. Thornton and his workmen found out their ignorance, as to positive matters of fact, known heretofore to one side, but not to the other. But now had come one of those periods of bad trade, when the market falling brought down the value of all large stocks. Mr. Thornton's fell to nearly half. No orders were coming in, so he lost the interest of the capital he had locked up in machinery. Indeed, it was difficult to get payment for the orders completed, yet there was the constant train of expenses for working the business. Then the bills became due for the cotton he had purchased, and money being scarce, he could only borrow at exorbitant interest, and yet he could not realize any of his property. But he did not despair. He exerted himself day and night to foresee and to provide for all emergencies. He was as calm and gentle to the women in his home as ever. To the workmen in his mill he spoke not many words, but they knew him by this time, and many a curt, decided answer was received by them rather with sympathy for the care they saw pressing upon him, than with the suppressed antagonism which had formerly been smoldering, and ready for hard words and hard judgments on all occasions. "Th. Meester's a deal to potter him," said Higgins, one day, as he heard Mr. Thornton's short, sharp inquiry, why such a command had not been obeyed, and caught the sound of the suppressed sigh which he heaved in going past the room where some of the men were working. Higgins and another man stopped over hours that night, unknown to anyone, to get the neglected piece of work done, and Mr. Thornton never knew but that the overlooker, to whom he had given the command in the first instance, had done it himself. "There, I reckon I know who'd ha' been sorry for to see our meester sitting so like a piece o' grey calico. Th. Parson would ha' fretted his woman's heart out, if he'd seen the woeful looks I have seen on our meester's face," thought Higgins, one day, as he was approaching Mr. Thornton in Marlborough Street. "Meester," said he, stopping his employer in his quick resolved walk, and causing that gentleman to look up with a sudden annoyed start, as if his thoughts had been far away. "Have you heerd aught of Miss Margaret lately?" "Miss who?" replied Mr. Thornton. "Miss Margaret, Miss Hale, Th. Parson's daughter. You'll know who I mean well enough, if you'll only think a bit." There was nothing disrespectful in the tone in which this was said. "Oh yes!" And suddenly the wintry frost-bound look of care had left Mr. Thornton's face, as if some soft summer gale had blown all anxiety away from his mind, and though his mouth was as much compressed as before, His eyes smiled out benignly on his questioner. She's my landlord now, you know, Higgins. I hear of her through her agent here, every now and then. She's well and among friends, thank you, Higgins. That "thank you" lingered after the other words, and yet came with so much warmth of feeling, let in a new light to the acute Higgins. It might be but a will-o'-the wisp, but he thought he would follow it and ascertain whither it would lead him. And she's not getten married, meester? Not yet. The face was cloudy once more. There is some talk of it, as I understand, with the connection of the family. Then she'll not be for coming to Milton again, I reckon. No. Stop a minute, meester. Then going up confidentially close, he said, Is th young gentleman cleared? He enforced the depth of his intelligence by a wink of the eye, which only made things more mysterious to Mr. Thornton. Th young gentleman, I mean, Master Frederick, they caught him, her brother as was over here, yo known. Over here. Aye, to be sure, at th Missis's death. Yo need not be feared of my telling, for Mary and me, we knowed it all along, only we held our peace, for we got it through Mary working in th house. And he was over. It was her brother. Sure enough, and I reckoned yo knowed it, or I'd never ha let on. Yo knowed she had a brother? Yes, I know all about him. And he was over at Mrs. Hale's death? Nay, I'm not going for to tell more. I've maybe getten them into mischief already, for they kept it very close. I now but wanted to know if they'd getten him cleared. Not that I know of. I know nothing. I only hear of Miss Hale, now, as my landlord, and to her lawyer. He broke off from Higgins, to follow the business on which he had been bent when the latter first accosted him, leaving Higgins baffled in his endeavor. It was her brother, said Mr. Thornton to himself. I am glad. I may never see her again, but it is a comfort, a relief, to know that much. I knew she could not be unmaidenly, and yet I yearned for conviction. Now I am glad. It was a little golden thread running through the dark web of his present fortunes, which were growing ever gloomier and more gloomy. His agent had largely trusted a house in the American trade, which went down, along with several others, just at this time, like a pack of cards, the fall of one compelling other failures. What were Mr. Thornton's engagements? Could he stand? Night after night he took books and papers into his own private room, and sat up there long after the family were gone to bed. He thought no one knew of this occupation of the hours he should have spent in sleep. One morning, when daylight was stealing into the crevices of his shutters, and he had never been in bed, and in hopeless indifference of mind, was thinking that he could do without the hour or two of rest, which was all that he should be able to take before the stir of daily labor began again, the door of his room opened, and his mother stood there, dressed as she had been the day before. She had never laid herself down to slumber any more than he. Their eyes met. Their faces were cold and rigid, and wan, from long watching. Mother! Why are you not in bed? Son John, said she, do you think I can sleep with an easy mind, while you keep awake full of care? You have not told me what your trouble is, but sore trouble you have had these many days past. Trade is bad. And you dread, I dread nothing, replied he, drawing up his head, and holding it erect. I know that no man will suffer by me. That was my anxiety. But how do you stand? Shall you, will it be a failure? Her steady voice trembling in an unwonted manner. Not a failure. I must give up business, but I pay all men. I might redeem myself. I am sorely tempted. How? Old John! Keep up your name. Try all risks for that. How redeem it? By a speculation offered to me, but full of risk. But if successful, placing me high above water mark, so that no one need ever know the strait I am in. Still, if it fails, and if it fails, said she, advancing, and laying her hand on his arm, her eyes full of eager light. She held her breath to hear the end of his speech. Honest men are ruined by a rogue, said he gloomily. As I stand now, my creditor's money is safe, every farthing of it, but I don't know where to find my own, it may be all gone, and I penniless at this moment. Therefore, it is my creditor's money that I should risk. But if it succeeded, they need never know. Is it so desperate a speculation? I am sure it is not, or you would never have thought of it. If it succeeded, I should be a rich man, and my peace of conscience would be gone. Why? You would have injured no one. No, but I should have run the risk of earning many for my own paltry aggrandizement. Mother, I have decided. You won't much grieve over our leaving this house, shall you, dear mother? No, but to have you other than what you are will break my heart. What can you do? Be always the same John Thornton in whatever circumstances, endeavoring to do right, and making great blunders, and then trying to be brave and setting to afresh. But it is hard, mother. I have worked and planned. I have discovered new powers in my situation too late, and now all is over. I am too old to begin again with the same heart. It is hard, mother. He turned away from her, and covered his face with his hands. I can't think, said she, with gloomy defiance in her tone, how it comes about. Here is my boy, good son, just man, tender heart, and he fails in all he sets his mind upon. He finds a woman to love, and she cares no more for his affection than if he had been a common man. He labors, and his labor comes to naught. Other people grow rich, and hold their paltry names high, and dry above shame. Shame never touched me, said he, in a low tone, but she went on. I sometimes have wondered where justice was gone to, and now I don't believe there is such a thing in the world. Now you are come to this, you, my own John Thornton, though you and I may be beggars together, my own dear son. She fell upon his neck, and kissed him through her tears. Mother, said he, holding her gently in his arms, who has sent me my lot in life, both of good and evil? She shook her head. She would have nothing to do with religion just then. Mother, he went on, seeing that she would not speak. I too have been rebellious, but I'm striving to be so no longer. Help me, as you helped me when I was a child. Then you said many good words, when my father died, and we were sometimes sorely short of comforts, which we shall never be now. You said brave, noble, trustful words then, mother, which I have never forgotten, though they may have lain dormant. Speak to me again in the old way, mother. Do not let us have to think that the world has too much hardened our hearts. If you would say the old good words, it would make me feel something of the pious simplicity of my childhood. I say them to myself, but they would come differently from you, remembering all the cares and trials you have had to bear. I have had a many, said she sobbing, but none so sore as this. To see you cast down from your rightful place. I could say for myself, John, but not for you. Not for you. God has seen fit to be very hard on you, very. She shook with the sobs that come so convulsively when an old person weeps. The silence around her struck her at last, and she quieted herself to listen. No sound. She looked. Her son sate by the table, his arms thrown half across it, his head bent face downwards. "Oh, John!" she said, and she lifted his face up. Such a strange, pallid look of gloom was on it, that for a moment it struck her that this look was the forerunner of death. But as the rigidity melted out of the countenance, and the natural color returned, and she saw that he was himself once again, all worldly mortification sank to nothing before the consciousness of the great blessing that he himself, by his simple existence, was to her. She thanked God for this, and this alone, with a fervor that swept away all rebellious feelings from her mind. He did not speak readily, but he went and opened the shutters, and let the ruddy light of dawn flood the room. But the wind was in the east. The weather was piercing cold, as it had been for weeks. There would be no demand for light summer goods this year. That hope for the revival of trade must utterly be given up. It was a great comfort to have had this conversation with his mother, and to feel sure that, however they might henceforward keep silence on all these anxieties, they yet understood each other's feelings, and were, if not in harmony, at least in discord with each other, in their way of viewing them. Fanny's husband was vexed at Thornton's refusal to take any share in the speculation which he had offered to him, and withdrew from any possibility of being supposed able to assist him with the ready money, which indeed the speculator needed for his own venture. There was nothing for it at last, but that which Mr. Thornton had dreaded for many weeks. He had to give up the business in which he had been so long engaged with so much honor and success, and look out for a subordinate situation. Marlborough Mills and the adjacent dwelling were held under a long lease. They must if possible be relet. There was an immediate choice of situations offered to Mr. Thornton. Mr. Hamper would have been only too glad to have secured him as a steady and experienced partner for his son, whom he was setting up with a large capital in a neighboring town. But the young man was half educated as regarded information, and wholly uneducated as regarded any other responsibility than that of getting money, and brutalized both as to his pleasures and his pains. Mr. Thornton declined having any share in a partnership, which would frustrate what few plans he had that survived the wreck of his fortunes. He would sooner consent to be only a manager, where he could have a certain degree of power beyond the mere money-getting part, than have to fall in with the tyrannical humors of a money partner with whom he felt sure that he should quarrel in a few months. So he waited, and stood on one side with profound humility, as the news swept through the exchange of the enormous fortune which his brother-in-law had made by his daring speculation. It was a 9 days' wonder. Success brought with it its worldly consequence of extreme admiration. No one was considered so wise and far-seeing as Mr. Watson. Chapter 51. Meeting again. "They're up, brave heart. We will be calm and strong. Sure, we can master eyes, or cheek, or tongue, nor let the smallest telltale sign appear she ever was, and is, and will be dear." Rhyming play. It was a hot summer's evening. Edith came into Margaret's bedroom, the first time in her habit, the second ready dressed for dinner. No one was there at first. The next time Edith found Dixon laying out Margaret's dress on the bed, but no Margaret. Edith remained to fidget about. "Oh, Dixon! Not those horrid blue flowers to that dead gold-colored gown. What taste! Wait a minute, and I will bring you some pomegranate blossoms. It's not a dead gold color, ma'am. It's a straw color. And blue always goes with straw color." But Edith had brought the brilliant scarlet flowers before Dixon had got half through her remonstrance. "Where is Miss Hale?" asked Edith, as soon as she had tried the effect of the garniture. "I can't think," she went on pettishly, "how my aunt allowed her to get into such rambling habits in Milton. I'm sure I'm always expecting to hear of her having met with something horrible among all those wretched places she pokes herself into. I should never dare to go down some of those streets without a servant. They're not fit for ladies." Dixon was still huffed about her despised tastes, so she replied rather shortly, "It's no wonder to my mind, when I hear ladies talk such a deal about ladies, and when they're such fearful, delicate, dainty ladies too. I say it's no wonder to me that there are no longer any saints on earth. Oh, Margaret! Dear you are! I have been so wanting you. But how your cheeks are flushed with the heat, poor child! But only think what that tiresome Henry has done. Really, he exceeds brother-in-law's limits. Just when my party was made up so beautifully, fitted in so precisely for Mr. Colthurst, there has Henry come, with an apology it is true, and making use of your name for an excuse, and asked me if he may bring that Mr. Thornton of Milton, your tenant, you know, who is in London about some law business. It will spoil my number quite. I don't mind dinner. I don't want any," said Margaret, in a low voice. "Dixon can get me a cup of tea here, and I will be in the drawing-room by the time you come up. I shall really be glad to lie down." "No, no. That will never do. You do look wretchedly white, to be sure, but that is just the heat, and we can't do without you possibly. Those flowers a little lower, Dixon. They look glorious flames, Margaret, in your black hair. You know we planned you to talk about Milton to Mr. Colthurst." "Aye, to be sure. And this man comes from Milton. I believe it will be capital, after all. Mr. Colthurst can pump him well on all the subjects in which he is interested, and it would be great fun to trace out your experiences, and this Mr. Thornton's wisdom, in Mr. Colthurst's next speech in the House. Really, I think it is a happy hit of Henry's. I asked him if he was a man one would be ashamed of, and he replied, 'Not if you've any sense in you, my little sister.' So I suppose he is able to sound his H's, which is not a common Darkshire accomplishment, Margaret? Mr. Lennox did not say why Mr. Thornton was come up to town. Was it law business connected with the property?" asked Margaret, in a constrained voice. Why, he's failed, or something of the kind. That Henry told you of that day you had such a headache. What was it? There, that's capital, Dixon. Miss Hale does us credit, does she not? I wish I was as tall as a queen, and as brown as a gypsy, Margaret. But about Mr. Thornton? I I really have such a terrible head for law business. Henry will like nothing better than to tell you all about it. I know the impression he made upon me was, that Mr. Thornton is very badly off, and a very respectable man, and that I am to be very civil to him, and as I did not know how, I came to you to ask you to help me. And now come down with me, and rest on the sofa for a quarter of an hour. The privileged brother-in-law came early, and Margaret, reddening as she spoke, began to ask him the questions she wanted to hear answered about Mr. Thornton. He came up about this subletting the property, Marlborough Mills, and the house and premises adjoining, I mean. He is unable to keep it on, and there are deeds and leases to be looked over and agreements to be drawn up. I hope Edith will receive him properly, but she was rather put out, as I could see, by the liberty I had taken in begging for an invitation for him. But I thought you would like to have some attention shown him, and one would be particularly scrupulous in paying every respect to a man who is going down in the world. He had dropped his voice to speak to Margaret, by whom he was sitting, but as he ended he sprang up, and introduced Mr. Thornton, who had that moment entered, to Edith and Captain Lennox. Margaret looked with an anxious eye at Mr. Thornton while he was thus occupied. It was considerably more than a year since she had seen him, and events had occurred to change him much in that time. His fine figure yet bore him above the common height of men, and gave him a distinguished appearance, from the ease of motion which arose out of it, and was natural to him. But his face looked older and careworn, yet a noble composure sate upon it, which impressed those who had just been hearing of his changed position, with a sense of inherent dignity and manly strength. He was aware, from the first glance he had given round the room, that Margaret was there. He had seen her intent look of occupation as she listened to Mr. Henry Lennox, and he came up to her with the perfectly regulated manner of an old friend. With his first calm words a vivid color flashed into her cheeks, which never left them again during the evening. She did not seem to have much to say to him. She disappointed him by the quiet way in which she asked what seemed to him to be the merely necessary questions respecting her old acquaintances, and Milton. But others came in, more intimate in the house than he, and he fell into the background, where he and Mr. Lennox talked together from time to time. "You think Miss Hale looking well?" said Mr. Lennox. "Don't you?" "Milton didn't agree with her, I imagine, for when she first came to London, I thought I had never seen any one so much changed. Tonight she is looking radiant. But she is much stronger. Last autumn she was fatigued with a walk of a couple of miles. On Friday evening we walked up to Hampstead and back. Yet on Saturday she looked as well as she does now." "We. So, they two alone?" Mr. Colthus was a very clever man, and a rising member of Parliament. He had a quick eye at discerning character, and was struck by a remark which Mr. Thornton made at dinner time. He inquired from Edith who that gentleman was, and rather to her surprise she found, from the tone of his "Indeed," that Mr. Thornton of Milton was not such an unknown name to him as she had imagined it would be. Her dinner was going off well. Henry was in good humor, and brought out his dry caustic wit admirably. Mr. Thornton and Mr. Colthus found one or two mutual subjects of interest, which they could only touch upon then, reserving them for more private after-dinner talk. Margaret looked beautiful in the pomegranate flowers, and if she did lean back in her chair and speak but little, Edith was not annoyed, for the conversation flowed on smoothly without her. Margaret was watching Mr. Thornton's face. He never looked at her, so she might study him unobserved, and note the changes which even this short time had wrought in him. Only at some unexpected MOT of Mr. Lennox's, his face flashed out into the old look of intense enjoyment. The merry brightness returned to his eyes, the lips just parted to suggest the brilliant smile of former days, and for an instant, his glance instinctively sought hers, as if he wanted her sympathy. But when their eyes met, his whole countenance changed. He was grave and anxious once more, and he resolutely avoided even looking near her again during dinner. There were only two ladies beside their own party, and as these were occupied in conversation by her aunt and Edith, when they went up into the drawing-room, Margaret languidly employed herself about some work. Presently the gentlemen came up, Mr. Colthurst and Mr. Thornton in close conversation. Mr. Lennox drew near to Margaret, and said in a low voice, "I really think Edith owes me thanks for my contribution to her party. You've no idea what an agreeable, sensible fellow this tenant of yours is. He has been the very man to give Colthurst all the facts he wanted coaching in. I can't conceive how he contrived to mismanage his affairs. With his powers and opportunities you would have succeeded," said Margaret. He did not quite relish the tone in which she spoke, although the words but expressed the thought which had passed through his own mind. As he was silent, they caught a swell in the sound of conversation going on near the fireplace between Mr. Colthurst and Mr. Thornton. "I assure you, I heard it spoken of with great interest, curiosity as to its result, perhaps I should rather say. I heard your name frequently mentioned during my short stay in the neighborhood." Then they lost some words, and when next they could hear Mr. Thornton was speaking. "I have not the elements for popularity. If they spoke of me in that way, they were mistaken. I fall slowly into new projects, and I find it difficult to let myself be known, even by those whom I desire to know, and with whom I would fain have no reserve. Yet, even with all these drawbacks, I felt that I was on the right path, and that, starting from a kind of friendship with one, I was becoming acquainted with many. The advantages were mutual. We were both unconsciously and consciously teaching each other." "You say were. I trust you are intending to pursue the same course?" "I must stop Colthurst," said Henry Lennox hastily. And by an abrupt, yet apropos question, he turned the current of the conversation, so as not to give Mr. Thornton the mortification of acknowledging his want of success and consequent change of position. But as soon as the newly started subject had come to a close, Mr. Thornton resumed the conversation just where it had been interrupted, and gave Mr. Colthurst the reply to his inquiry. "I have been unsuccessful in business, and have had to give up my position as a master. I am on the lookout for a situation in Milton, where I may meet with employment under someone who will be willing to let me go along my own way in such matters as these. I can depend upon myself for having no go-ahead theories that I would rashly bring into practice. My only wish is to have the opportunity of cultivating some intercourse with the hands beyond the mere cash nexus. But it might be the point Archimedes sought from which to move the earth, to judge by the importance attached to it by some of our manufacturers, who shake their heads and look grave as soon as I name the one or two experiments that I should like to try." "You call them experiments, I notice," said Mr. Colthurst, with a delicate increase of respect in his manner. "Because I believe them to be such. I am not sure of the consequences that may result from them, but I am sure they ought to be tried. I have arrived at the conviction that no mere institutions, however wise, and however much thought may have been required to organize and arrange them, can attach class to class as they should be attached, unless the working out of such institutions bring the individuals of the different classes into actual personal contact. Such intercourse is the very breath of life. A working man can hardly be made to feel and know how much his employer may have labored in his study at plans for the benefit of his work people. A complete plan emerges like a piece of machinery, apparently fitted for every emergency. But the hands accept it as they do machinery, without understanding the intense mental labor and forethought required to bring it to such perfection. But I would take an idea, the working out of which would necessitate personal intercourse. It might not go well at first, but at every hitch interest would be felt by an increasing number of men, and at last its success in working come to be desired by all, as all had borne a part in the formation of the plan, and even then I am sure that it would lose its vitality, cease to be living, as soon as it was no longer carried on by that sort of common interest which invariably makes people find means and ways of seeing each other, and becoming acquainted with each other's characters and persons, and even tricks of temper and modes of speech. We should understand each other better, and I'll venture to say we should like each other more. And you think they may prevent recurrence of strikes? Not at all. My utmost expectation only goes as far as this, that they may render strikes not the bitter, venomous sources of hatred they have hitherto been. A more hopeful man might imagine that a closer and more genial intercourse between classes might do away with strikes. But I am not a hopeful man. Suddenly, as if a new idea had struck him, he crossed over to where Margaret was sitting, and began, without preface, as if he knew she had been listening to all that had passed. Miss Hale, I had a round robin from some of my men, I suspect in Higgins' handwriting, stating their wish to work for me, if ever I was in a position to employ men again on my own behalf. That was good, wasn't it? Yes. Just right. I am glad of it, said Margaret, looking up straight into his face with her speaking eyes, and then dropping them under his eloquent glance. He gazed back at her for a minute, as if he did not know exactly what he was about. Then sighed, and saying, I knew you would like it, he turned away, and never spoke to her again until he bid her a formal good night. As Mr. Lennox took his departure, Margaret said, with a blush that she could not repress, and with some hesitation, Can I speak to you tomorrow? I want your help about something. Certainly. I will come at whatever time you name. You cannot give me a greater pleasure than by making me of any use. At 11? Very well. His eye brightened with exultation. How she was learning to depend upon him. It seemed as if any day now might give him the certainty, without having which he had determined never to offer to her again. Chapter 52. Pack clouds away. For joy or grief, for hope or fear, for all hereafter, as for here, in peace or strife, in storm or shine. Anon. Edith went about on tiptoe, and checked Sholto in all loud speaking that next morning, as if any sudden noise would interrupt the conference that was taking place in the drawing-room. 2 o'clock came, and they still sate there with closed doors. Then there was a man's footstep running downstairs, and Edith peeped out of the drawing-room. Well, Henry? Said she, with a look of interrogation. Well, said he, rather shortly. Come in to lunch. No, thank you, I can't. I've lost too much time here already. Then it's not all settled? Said Edith, despondingly. No, not at all. It never will be settled, if it is what I conjecture you mean. That will never be, Edith, so give up thinking about it. But it would be so nice for us all, pleaded Edith. I should always feel comfortable about the children, if I had Margaret settled down near to me. As it is, I am always afraid of her going off to Cadiz. I will try, when I marry, to look up for a young lady who has a knowledge of the management of children. That is all I can do. Miss Hale will not have me, and I shall not ask her. Then what have you been talking about? 1,000 things you would not understand, investments, and leases, and value of land. Oh, go away if that's all. You and she will be unbearably stupid, if you've been talking all this time about such weary things. Very well. I'm coming again tomorrow, and bringing Mr. Thornton with me, to have some more talk with Miss Hale. Mr. Thornton? What has he to do with it? He is Miss Hale's tenant, said Mr. Lennox, turning away, and he wishes to give up his lease. By. Very well. I can't understand details, so don't give them me. The only detail I want you to understand is, to let us have the back drawing-room undisturbed, as it was today. In general, the children and servants are so in and out, that I can never get any business satisfactorily explained, and the arrangements we have to make tomorrow are of importance. No one ever knew why Mr. Lennox did not keep to his appointment on the following day. Mr. Thornton came true to his time, and after keeping him waiting for nearly an hour, Margaret came in looking very white and anxious. She began hurriedly. I am so sorry Mr. Lennox is not here. He could have done it so much better than I can. He is my adviser in this. I am sorry that I came, if it troubles you. Shall I go to Mr. Lennox's chambers and try and find him? No, thank you. I wanted to tell you how grieved I was to find that I am to lose you as a tenant. But Mr. Lennox says things are sure to brighten. Mr. Lennox knows little about it, said Mr. Thornton quietly. Happy and fortunate in all a man cares for, he does not understand what it is to find oneself no longer young, yet thrown back to the starting point which requires the hopeful energy of youth, to feel one half of life gone, and nothing done, nothing remaining of wasted opportunity, but the bitter recollection that it has been. Miss Hale, I would rather not hear Mr. Lennox's opinion of my affairs. Those who are happy and successful themselves are too apt to make light of the misfortunes of others. You are unjust, said Margaret gently. Mr. Lennox has only spoken of the great probability which he believes there to be of your redeeming. You're more than redeeming what you have lost. Don't speak till I have ended. Pray don't. And collecting herself once more, she went on rapidly turning over some law papers and statement of accounts in a trembling, hurried manner. Why, here it is. And he drew me out a proposal. I wish he was here to explain it, showing that if you would take some money of mine, £1,857, lying just at this moment and used in the bank, and bringing me in only 2.5%, you could pay me much better interest, and might go on working Marlborough Mills. Her voice had cleared itself and become more steady. Mr. Thornton did not speak, and she went on looking for some paper on which were written down the proposals for security, for she was most anxious to have it all looked upon in the light of a mere business arrangement, in which the principal advantage would be on her side. While she sought for this paper, her very heart-pulse was arrested by the tone in which Mr. Thornton spoke. His voice was hoarse, and trembling with tender passion, as he said, "Margaret!" For an instant she looked up, and then sought to veil her luminous eyes by dropping her forehead on her hands. Again, stepping nearer, he besought her with another tremulous, eager call upon her name. "Margaret!" Still lower went the head. More closely hidden was the face, almost resting on the table before her. He came close to her. He knelt by her side, to bring his face to a level with her ear, and whispered, panted out the words. "Take care, Dot. If you do not speak, I shall claim you as my own in some strange presumptuous way. Dot, send me away at once, if I must go, Margaret." At that third call she turned her face, still covered with her small white hands, towards him, and laid it on his shoulder, even hiding it there, and it was too delicious to feel her soft cheek against his, for him to wish to see either deep blushes or loving eyes. He clasped her close, but they both kept silence. At length she murmured in a broken voice, "Oh, Mr. Thornton, I am not good enough. Not good enough. Don't mock my own deep feeling of unworthiness." After a minute or two he gently disengaged her hands from her face, and laid her arms as they had once before been placed to protect him from the riders. "Do you remember, love?" he murmured. "And how I requited you with my insolence the next day? I remember how wrongly I spoke to you, that is all. Look here. Lift up your head. I have something to show you." She slowly faced him, glowing with beautiful shame. "Do you know these roses?" he said, drawing out his pocket-book, in which were treasured up some dead flowers. "No," she replied, with innocent curiosity. "Did I give them to you?" "No. Vanity, you did not. You may have won sister roses very probably." She looked at them, wondering for a minute, then she smiled a little as she said, "They are from Helstone, are they not? I know the deep indentations round the leaves." "I. Have you been there? When were you there?" "I wanted to see the place where Margaret grew to what she is, even at the worst time of all, when I had no hope of ever calling her mine. I went there on my return from Havre." "You must give them to me," she said, trying to take them out of his hand with gentle violence. "Very well. Only you must pay me for them." "How shall I ever tell and shall?" she whispered, after some time of delicious silence. "Let me speak to her." "Oh, no. I owe to her, but what will she say?" "I can guess. Her first exclamation will be, 'That man!'" "Huss!" said Margaret, "or I shall try and show you your mother's indignant tones as she says, 'That woman!'" The end. Legal information: creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution.